2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Balcarry Park in Gunnedah. This is the combined 2025 New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships. When I say combined, I mean the championships will be decided in both the Junior and Senior division. Welcome along, I'm Ross Allen and happy to be part of the commentary team on behalf of Motorcycling New South Wales, who are presenting this live stream for the first time of a dirt track venue. And what a venue it is. My co-commentator is Joel Allen. Good morning, Joel, and fabulous venue that we've got here at Gunnedah for these titles.
Yeah, morning Ross. What a fabulous picturesque view we have with the drone footage there over the track. A great looking track. Full credit goes to the club. They really have put a lot of time and effort into this facility, and as you can see there, very, very fast track. It's an oil-based track as well, so yeah, we're set to see some really, really quick racing over the next 2 days. Fantastic to be here. The weather conditions, as you can see as well, really clear, beautiful, picturesque location here in Gunnedah at Balcarry Park, so absolute pleasure to be here.
It's a bottler of a day weather-wise in these country areas of northwest New South Wales, which is where the track is situated. Can get some very cold mornings, but it was a lovely morning this morning. So let's get down to the tin tacks. This is a dirt track and a dirt track championship, and we're about to get underway with the very first race on the Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Championships, and this is the 200 to 250cc under 13s to under 16 championship, careering into the first corner for the first time.
Yeah, Ross, that's Triple H, Hugh Hope Hodgetts on bike number 6. He's got the best of the start in that very fast left-hander that comes down the straight. All rider down there at the back of the pack has come down. He's bounced back up to his feet and he's getting back on the bike again, but an early off there by one of the riders, but coming into, for the first time, back onto the sweeping left-hander, onto the straight, and we get to see the race leader, and that's Nate Jager on bike number 8. He's come through ahead of Hugh Hope Hodgetts, who is one of the favoured riders in this category, and at the moment Nate Jager has got a handy little break, Ross, over Hugh Hope Hodgetts that's got the work to do in second spot.
Each round will be worth points, and some of the championships will be decided on a points basis, others will be decided across finals, 8-lap finals, and you can see that it's going to be a highly competitive day. There are 2 heats of this division, and now our leader is starting to establish a pretty big break.
Yeah, Nate Jager is in full control of this one. The bit of a battle there going on for second spot. Hugh Hope Hodgetts is hanging on to that second place, but he's coming under all sorts of pressure from, I think it's Taj Edwards on the 27, right behind. He's looking now to make a move on the outside. Now he elbow to elbow, they go into that sweep and out to run onto the straight, and Hodgetts on the inside. Triple H has got the advantage just, but Taj Edwards, he's throwing everything at him. He's only got one lap to try and pick him off. As they head down there, you can see Hugh Hope Hodgetts on the 06 bike, the red machine, but he's being hounded by Taj Edwards on the 27, who has chased strongly, but I don't know whether he's going to have enough time to pick him up. He's just lost it to the ground. Now he gets a bit closer. He'll have one last desperate dive at this second spot. Your race win's going to go to Jager, but this battle for second's been an absolute cracker, and down to the checkered flag they come, and Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Ross, just holds off a very fast finishing Taj Edwards on the 27.
Yeah, an impressive win to Jager, which is a household name here in the Gunnedah area, establishing a lot of club history in association with this venue, and that was a fairly comfortable win to him. But yes, a great battle for second and third, and they're the sorts of things that'll matter across this day because it's a points basis. Every point counts, and so the battles for, say, second and third and fourth are going to be ones that we need to watch in this Agriforce Machinery Championship here at Gunnedah. Straight now into event number 2, which is the second heat in the first round of the 13s to 16s, 200 to 250cc. They are away.
Yeah, good start too by the rider on bike number 56. That's Archie Ryman, and Archie leads the pack into that first turn, and tightly bunched, but Ryman got the best of the start, and that's very important here at the Balcarry track, that to get away to a good start on that big long straight and then into that fast left-hand first turn, and the top 2 riders now broken away from the rest of the field. So these guys are going to settle down to battle it out for this race win. It's Archie Ryman on bike number 56, but he's coming under all sorts of pressure from the guy right behind him, and that's the 713 of Johnny Cooper. And Johnny Cooper, he's right on the hammer now.
Yeah.
One little tiny mistake and he'll be through.
This is the battle, isn't it? The battle for first and second. And again, it's now a matter of, do you keep your cool? This is a very fast track. You're probably tempted to try and blast away from your challenge, but the challenger is got him in sight here, and this is a good battle for first and second.
Yeah, Johnny Cooper now right up on behind. He's just waiting to see where he can try and get the best advantage to try and make a pass. They come down the main straight now with only a couple of left to run. You can see him just sizing up the opportunity there. Maybe come through on the inside. Now he makes a dive underneath, and he goes to the race lead. Good passing move there from Johnny Cooper. He just bided his time. He was patient, and he dived through now, and he's taken the race lead away from Archie Ryman on the 56 now, who's still in touch with him. Might be trying to look to dive back at him, but I think now Cooper has taken control of this heat, and they've only got one more lap left to run of the circuit here, and he's starting to pull away a little and open up a nice little break on Archie Ryman, who has battled hard, had the lead early on, but unfortunately Ross got hunted down by Cooper, and Cooper now in control of this one, only half a lap to go.
Not going to give up though. Johnny Cooper's travelled all the way up with his family from Canberra. He's a Canberra rider, and we've got riders from all over the states, Queensland, Victoria, particularly New South Wales. But here's the checkered flag and a strong win to the Canberra rider.
Yeah, Johnny Cooper now takes the checkered flag for his first up win today. Archie Ryman in the 56 second. Then we go right back to third spot, and it's the 228 of Byron Jolliffe. He picks up third placing, and a couple other riders flashing across the line, including Violet Hoskinson on the 271, the 17 there of Jake Kesby as well. So that was the 200 to 250cc 4-stroke 13 to under 16 years, a championship class today.
And the next event coming up, event 3, is the opening round of the 9s to 13s championship for the 85cc 2-strokers and the 150cc 4-strokers. There are 2 heats of these divisions, and it's going to be a jam-packed program. So if you're not used to dirt track racing, be prepared for some fast and furious heats throughout the day. There'll be race after race after race, and we will do our best here with our live stream coverage to keep you right up to date, because they're already off and away in event 3.
There's the start. Have a look for Hugo Holmes here on bike number 5. He's the local boy, but it was the 43 on the inside of Flynn Beard that got the best of the start, and he leads the pack in. But Holmes on the machine number 5, he'll be the big threat here in second spot. He'll be looking to try and put the pressure right to him already, still right on the back end. Beard got a little wobbly there coming out of that part of the track, but these two almost side by side as they come down into the big sweeping left-hander onto the straight for the first time to complete lap number 1, and this is going to settle down to be a good battle between Flynn Beard on the 43 and Hugo Holmes on bike number 5 as they're side by side coming down the straight, elbow to elbow, but Holmes now gets the advantage and he moves through on the inside now of the 43 of Slater Beard, and he takes the race lead. He's going to be very hard to run down from there, Ross, once he gets a clear bit of track. The local boy, very tough to run down, and just recently crowned Aussie champ too in the track championships at Canberra only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Hugo Holmes, a favourite here at Gunnedah. Hugo Holmes, a favourite here at Gunnedah. Out in front, 6 times an Australian champion in his age group. And that's a Canberra rider, Beard, who's right behind him, but he's now coming under some pressure. And here's what we said before, the interesting battle for points. So Hugo Holmes is probably expected to clear out with this one, but then there's a terrific battle now starting to develop once again for second and third place.
Yeah, Beard hanging on to that second spot, but he's coming under pressure, and they'll come down now onto the straight with only one lap left remaining here at Balcarry Park, and down they come with Hugo Holmes, still the current race leader out in front, but look at the battle for second spot, and it's the 85 bike of Jake Straney. That's the guy that's trying to push his way up into that second spot, and very important too, as Ross mentioned, the top 10 riders will go straight through to the final, and then the other riders will then have to battle it out for 2 spots in the repercharge. There's Straney making a move on the inside there, trying to get up to second. It's going to go to the wire, this one.
And Straney's another local boy, so you've got a very strong contingent of Gunnedah riders as they come to grab the checkered flag. Let's have a look at this battle for second and third. Is it going to be Beard? Is it going to be Straney? They charge to the line, and Beard's just going to hang on and defeat Straney. But Gunnedah people will be happy, first and third there in this division in the opening heat of the 9s to 13s championship.
Yeah, I expect to see that throughout the day, Ross, with the local riders. They are very strong in a lot of these classes. So, yeah, I expect the guys to be... The local riders to be right up there at the end, especially in the 450 class, where it's a big, strong field of riders, and a lot of the guys, few of the local guys are probably going to be favoured to take that out. But we're set now to see our second heat in the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke 9 to under 13 years class.
Well, please enjoy the coverage today, wherever you might be viewing us from, with Skywalker Studios presenting this terrific coverage on behalf of Motorcycling New South Wales. The first time we've live streamed dirt track racing in New South Wales, so enjoy the coverage and sit back, grab a cup of tea, grab a cup of coffee, wherever you might be, and enjoy our coverage throughout the day. It's going to be a pretty hectic and full day, but we're looking forward to it as we're set for event number 4, second heat in this opening round of the 9s to 13s.
Yeah, not a bad start too. Rider through the middle of the pack there, getting away quickly was Brodie Ford on the 107, and he has a clear advantage as they go into that first turn for the first time, and already now starting to open up a little bit of a dominant lead on the rest of the pack, and that's where it's important to be, is out front and put the pressure on the rest of the riders behind. Another
Canberra rider, Joel, out there in front, so it's a strong contingent of riders that have come up, particularly in the junior ranks, for this championship.
Yeah, certainly the ACT Motorcycle Club do have a lot of young riders that are up and coming, so great to see them here with us this weekend. But there's your race leader, Brodie Ford. He's out in front now, giving chase in second spot is the 45 of Cohen McCosker. McCosker is trying to make up that ground, but he's got a lot of ground to make up on the race leader, and he's starting to come under a little bit of pressure himself. A good battle for the podium third spot as well at the moment as they come down out of that left-hand turn, a bit of a change of direction in the track. Before they then head onto the big left-handed sweeper coming onto the straight. You can see the 2 clear groups there have cleared away from one another. Still a couple of laps left to run. The race leader still, Brodie Ford on the 107, giving chase in second spot. I think that might be Isaac Cross on the 774, and he's right on the hammer of him now, so he's starting to really make a dive now for this race lead as they come down into the bottom part of the track once more, and side by side they are, and up on the inside. This has been a good run from Isaac Cross on the 774. Ross, he's got to the race lead.
And ironically, it's another battle between Gunnedah and Canberra. This is the Gunnedah rider, the local boy that's charged out in front. Don't be surprised if Gunnedah Club, which celebrated its 100 years as a club last year, are going to come away with a number of titles out of this meeting, because this is an impressive ride by this young fellow from Gunnedah, Isaac Cross, as he's starting to open up a pretty handy break. And in fact, they're strung out right around the track here, and it's a fast track, as we've already pointed out, and it looks like the local boy really likes his home track. But again, it's Gunnedah versus Canberra in this opening round of this 9s to 13s championship.
The checkered flag time too, and Isaac Cross. That's been a good ride from him. Impressive. Ahead of Brodie Ford, who looked like he had control of the full race, but he managed to come across the line in second spot. Then that good battle for third placing.
Ooh, that was close,
not much between those guys either, but it was Chad Armstrong picking up third spot just ahead of Cohen McCosker, who had third placing for most of the race. but lost it just on the line there as they came across the line. That was the 85cc 2-stroke and 150 4-stroke 9 to under 13 years as we get ready for one of our support classes, Ross.
Yes, we'll try and keep you up to date with the events that are coming up. The next event is the over 35s support class. This is not a championship race on the day. This is a support class for the over 35s to compete, and that'll be followed by the first round of the 50cc's 7s to 9s. We'll try and keep you advanced an idea as to what races are coming up on the program, because it's fast and furious dirt track racing. It's race after race after race, and there's quite a good turnout of people here to watch this championship this weekend.
Especially riders too, Ross, as they drop the gates for the over 35 support, and the old fellas hit the track. And on the inside, it was McCosker. Josh McCosker getting away very smartly, but he was quickly gobbled up there as they went into that fast left-hander off the straight for the first time, and down into the bottom part of the circuit they go. And already that rider up front there is starting to pull away, and I think that's Marty McNamara. It is McNamara, a very experienced campaigner, a former Akubra Classic winner at Kempsey, so he likes the oil tracks. And at the moment you can see McNamara comes onto the straight, and he is out in front. The battle behind McCosker is currently sitting in second spot, and it's Wesley Barnes in the 28 that's really putting the pressure. But that's where all the interest is at the moment, Ross, on the track, is for that the minor placings, because Marty McNamara's cleared off. Yeah, it's not a championship race, as we said, it's support. But these guys, they love their motorcycle racing. Marty McNamara has been around it, as Joel's pointed out, for many, many years. But there's a really good battle going on for second, third, fourth and fifth. There's nothing between those four riders. No, McCosker is holding on at the moment, Ross, but he's under a lot of pressure from the guys behind, and that's the 28 of Neil Girdler and Wesley Barnes, I think, there as well. So really bunched up. You could just about throw a face washer over those four as they came out of the bottom part of the track. But out of that top turn for the last time, there's only be one lap to go, and this has been a great battle for the minor placings. Marty McNamara has cleared out from the rest of the field, but here they come onto the straight. The poor guys battling it out, McCosker, and then comes I think that's the 28 up behind him is Neil Girdler, I think it is, or Wesley Barnes, one of the two, that really had a great battle in this one, the over 35 support class, and they go down into the bottom part of the track for the very last time. The checkered flag's going to come out, and it's going to wave to Marty McNamara. He'll take the victory, but here's the battle for the minor placings. McCosker on the 45 hanging on to second spot, and I think he might just hang on as they come onto the straight. He does, McCosker. Then the 28 of Barnes was next across the line. Derek Seam was up there as well, but a good close finish for the minor placings for the over 35s. And we're repeating it again. We might as well just put this on autoplay. Another Gunnedah rider in Marty McNamara clearing away, but that was a non-championship event. That was simply a support event. The next one coming up, event 6, is a championship event. It's for the 7-year-olds to the 9-year-olds, which in motorcycling, we're pretty happy that young riders are given the opportunity to compete. This is, of course, an elite level of riders, but on their normal club days, kids right down to 7 can be participating in this sport, meeting all of the normal standards that are required, and away they go. Event 6, round 1 of the 7s to 9-year-old championship. Yeah, good start from this guy that you'll likely see up there most of the the weekend, the 82 of Cooper Quinn. He figured really highly at the Australian Track Championships about 3 weeks ago down in Canberra, and he took out the Aussie title, and he will be a very hard competitor to beat this weekend. You can see him in the yellow. He stands out in the yellow outfit, and he's out in front. You can see already after less than a lap, about 3/4 of a lap, he's already opened up a really handy break on the rest of the field, and no doubt he'll be looking to try and be out there for most of this weekend, the 82 of Quinn. Was in third spot at that point of time that fell, which is why we've got a big gap now between second and third. But certainly the ACT riders, this young rider, Cooper Quinn, as Joel's pointed out, figured strongly at his home track, but here he is now out in front.
strongly representing what must be a very strong contingent of junior riders within the Canberra club. So they're strung out here because of that fall in this end of the sweeper into the main straight. But half race distance gone, and it's all Cooper Quinn here.
Cooper Quinn on the 82, the 50cc Auto 7 under 9 championships. Then it's the 387 of Axel Kirkness, but there's a good scrap going on behind Axel for third placing at the moment. 3 riders. It's the 31 of Hudson McConnell. Hudson hanging on to that third spot, but he's coming under the pressure at the moment and trying to hold on to that podium third placing as they go down through the bottom. They're right on the inside now, make a side by side as they come up the hill there. I think that might be Daniel Walsh-Cloak or Cade Wildsmith. One of the two will pick them up as they come around. That's where the battle is at the moment. Cooper Quinn, he comes across with just 1 lap left remaining. Axel Kirkness in second place clearly, but then this battle for third spot, and it's the 666 of Cade Wildsmith, Ross, that's got the advantage now, moved up in the third spot.
A pretty good pass he pulled there to get into that third position, and now starts to move away, and obviously starting to find his legs here now at the Balcarry Park circuit, and he might be one that improves, and again a Canberra rider.
Yeah, certainly very strong in the juniors. It's great to see so many of these youngsters out there. But we got checkered flag time for the 50cc Auto 7 to under 9 years championship race, and the victory goes to the 82 of Cooper Quinn. He takes it out. Close for the minor placings. Kirkness just hanging on, I think, on the line there. But, gee, nearly give up that second spot to Cade Wildsmith, who came through very quickly, Ross, and almost picked him off.
It's going to be a case here coming out of the big sweeper, which is the last corner coming into the main straight. There's still quite a good yard meterage before you get to the finish line. So there are going to be some very, very close finishes. That's the sweeper that they come out of to come into the main straight. And there's a space, I'd say, of a good, say, 60 metres that they've got to try and tag the rider in front of them. And I think we'll see a lot of close finishes here as we head now to the 3 rounds of the ATV championships. These are the 3-wheelers, or sorry, 4-wheelers. I cut them 1 wheel short.
Trikes out there. The trikes have come out.
And they will be competing for the New South Wales title in the ATV division. 3 heats of it all. Away they go in the very first heat here at the Agriforce New South Wales Dirt Track Championships.
And there's Josh Griffiths on the 66. He'll be one to keep an eye on. Former Aussie champ. He's out there, out in front. And they're going to have their work cut out trying to run him down because he's a very, very fast rider. He and his brother Matthew Griffiths. Matthew will be in the next heat out. But these two guys are very dominant in the ATV Open class as they run onto the straight for the first time. Your race leader, Josh Griffiths. Let's look behind him for the battle for second spot. And it's the 55 of Jeff McKee at the moment, ahead of Trevor Rose on the 35. The yellow bike there, you can see he's in third placing at the moment. But Jeff McKee is the guy holding down second spot, and that's where they're starting to bunch up a little behind this race leader. There's stretching out a little Jeff McKee on the 55 there. You can see just opening up an advantage as they run onto the big sweeper. And Josh Griffiths, still out in front on the red machine 66. Very fast rider, very quick, as I mentioned, with his brother as well, Matthew Griffiths. These two guys are probably going to battle it out over this weekend for that New South Wales title, Ross. But at the moment, pretty strung out on the track. There's just a bit of a battle going on for third placing.
Yeah, the ATV division right around the country, right around Australia, still a very strong division. They really enjoy their racing. They spend a lot of time on their bikes, the same as a normal dirt track rider would spend on preparing their bikes. And when it gets to championship time, like it is here at the Agriforce New South Wales Championships for seniors and juniors, they are very, very competitive. A good battle going on, as Joel pointed out, for third and fourth here. Back behind our dominant race leader, Josh Griffiths. Yeah,
Trevor Rose, Ross and Jeff McKee battling it out, but it's checkered flag time. The victory goes to Josh Griffiths on the 66. Second place goes to McKee on the 55. Now that battle for third placing has been won by Bailey Northcott on machine number 54. He grabs that third podium spot. and that was a heat number 1 of the ATV Open Championships, taken out by Josh Griffith on bike number 66.
Bailey Northcott, we said about riders travelling. He's a North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club member, so he's travelled down from the Brisbane area to compete in these New South Wales Championships here. That was the first heat of the ATV Open Championship. Now we're headed for heat number 2. That'll be followed by heat number 3, and away they go in heat number 2 of the ATV Championship.
Yeah, good start. There's the other Griffith boy, Matty Griffith, on bike number 67. He got away to an absolute flyer as they go down the bottom part of the track for the very first time, and already starting to open up a lead on the rest of the field. And he'll be the same here as his brother in the previous, Josh Griffith. Once he gets to the front, almost impossible to run down their machinery. Really, really quick. Both former Aussie champs. One's probably the current Australian champ at the moment, but he comes down across the line being chased by Jim McKay on bike number 75.
As we just pointed out, the Griffiths boys spend a lot of time on their machinery. They've got top-class machinery because they're so keen on their particular division. And whilst I think Joel's already pointed out they might be the dominant force in the ATV division today, they put all of their efforts into their machinery. They love their racing. And naturally enough, like all of the competitors here today, they love winning. And they will be pretty dominant in this class throughout the day. Yeah,
they certainly will, Ross, and it's a big family affair with the we saw Catherine Higgs out there before, was the partner of one of the boys. So it's a real family affair, and you find that with a lot of these classes, the families that get involved, and it's a generational thing, and it's just great to see so many of these riders out there with only one more lap to go though in the ATV Open, and it's Matty Griffith being chased by John Sherlock on the 75. He's doing a pretty good job of it. And then we go right back to the 83 of Travis Northcott, but starting to get a little bit closer to him now. Matty Griffith might be in a bit of a battle here with only half a lap to go, getting very, very close now as they come onto the sweeper. Griffith, the race leader, but look out. They're starting to try and make a dive. He's only got the straight. The checkered flag's out. Griffith out in front. He's going to hold on. Just a good, fast finish. And it came from John Sherlock on the 75, who picked up second placing. And then the 83 of Travis Northcott rounds out the podium, but a good win to Matthew Griffith, who just dominated, but then only just held on in the end.
Very strong finish by John Sherlock there. He's another one of the Brisbane riders down from the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club to take out that second spot. So the Griffiths boys that come from the Hunter Motorcycle Club, which is in the Newcastle area, their home track is at Barley Ranch Raceway, just outside Raymond Terrace on the main highway as you're heading between Newcastle on your way to Brisbane. Those Griffiths boys representing the Hunter Motorcycle Club. But great to see the North Brisbane Juniors here. Now we've got the final heat of the ATV Open Championship coming up, which is event number 9 on our program.
Yeah, heat number 3, and the 93 of Chevy Green got away quickly. Colin Green tucked in right behind as they went into the first turn, but it was Chevy Green that got the best of the start on machine number 93 and leads now. And we've seen that a few times, riders get away quickly, but then other riders, once they start to settle into the groove of the race, start to make up that ground. Yeah. So when it looks like a rider's going to dominate and easily win, they start to run them down. So at the moment, it's Chevy Green on the 93, and giving chase in second spot is Colin Green on bike number 888. But now, as I say, that's starting to stretch away. And here's your battle for second placing at the moment. It's a beauty. The 888 of Colin Green is starting to come under a lot of pressure as they come down through the change of direction part of the track. So they head right, then they head back left again, and then right, and then back onto the straight. But you can see that battle at the moment for the minor placings behind the race leader Chevy Green, and it's Colin Green, and the guy giving chase is the 114 of Braith Birkin Paul, who's been right there hounding the 888 of Colin Green, trying to find a way through, but just can't find the room to get through, Ross, at the moment. Chasing hard with still 1.5 to go.
Gunnedah again represented here with Chevy Green out in front, and very, very strong contingent of Gunnedah riders here for these Agriforce New South Wales Dirt Track Championships. And thoroughly agree with your comment, Joel. There'll be the Gunnedah riders, obviously, with their home track advantage, but as other riders from other clubs get to know the track and get the feel of the track, I would think when we get to round 2, we might end up seeing a lot of closer riding as the riders get used to it. Have a look at this battle for second and third.
Oh, he nearly pulled it off, Braithburke and Paul there, but the back end washed out a little. Checkered flag time for Chevy Green, but this has been a ding-dong battle for second spot, and it's Colin Green who just hangs on ahead of Braithburke and Paul on the 114 machine to grab that second spot. Then across the line next was Chevelle Green on bike number 666. So another close finish of the minor placings in that one as well for our ATV Open Championship.
And the championship rounds continue now. 2 heats coming up of the 9s to 13s 65cc two-stroke championship. And we're due to see one of the local favourites here in this division, Hugo Holmes, the young fellow that captured a number of titles in Canberra at the Australian titles just a couple of weeks ago. 2 rounds here. This is event 10. Event 11 will be heat number 2 of this 65cc two-stroke 9s to 13s championship.
Yeah, and it was Flynn Beard, Ross, that got away to the best start on the 43 bike. He really came out of the gates like a bullet out of a gun. He flew down this main straight and leads away, but gee, got untidy there, made a big mistake, had a look over the shoulder. He realised that he got out very wide, and I think that might be Holmes tracking him down in second spot. But at the moment, it's Flynn Beard on bike number 43 who sweeps his way onto the big straight for the first time, and he gets the head down, and he's out in front, and it's actually Ty McNamara. Ty giving chase in second place, Thomas Bailey back in third spot. So they're your top 3 on the track at the moment, and it's the race leader Flynn Beard on bike number 43 that seems to be in control of this one, but we've seen that a few times before already, and the guys behind giving chase make up that ground. At the moment, Ty McNamara is the rider tasked with that duty to try and run down this race leader, Flynn Beard on the 43.
So it looks like in these junior divisions we're going to be set for battles between Canberra versus Gunnedah throughout the day today. Because here we go, we've got Flynn Beard from the ACT Club, ACT Motorcycle Club, and Ty McNamara from the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club running first and second. But they are strung out here, not a lot of challenge going on the actual track for the juniors as they compete for the 65cc two-stroke 9s to 13s championship. This championship series here at Gunnedah for this weekend, today and tomorrow, and we'll be covering both days live stream on Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel through Skywalker Studios. So pass the word on. If you've got some people that are interested in dirt track racing, have a look at it. As Joel pointed out, dirt track racing must have a what they call an S-bend or a left-right turn in it, so that it's not just a circled round and round and round track. So that's the difference in dirt track racing.
Yeah, and it's Flynn Beard, Ross, at the moment that's doing the best of this dirt track racing as he comes onto the bend for the last time to greet the checkered flag. And bike number 43, Flynn Beard, takes the victory in heat number 1 of the 65cc two-stroke 9 to under 13 years. A good ride from Ty McNamara for second place. Now third place to round out the podium was Thomas Bailey on bike number 27, with Ethan Loker on the 12 just outside that top 3 as he crossed the line. But that's interesting to see Hugo Holmes, Ross, who was supposed to come out in that one, wasn't out there on the track, so he's got some points to make up.
Yeah, it's not all lost if a rider happens to miss one round. It certainly doesn't help in a point scoring situation, but it's not all lost, and maybe there was a bike problem there that one of the favourites for that race wasn't able to come out. So we move to event 11, which is the second heat. The second heat of the 65cc two-stroke 9s to 13s. And this will be another one, I think, that'll be pretty closely contested as away they go from the opening start, although one rider's made a terrific start from the hole shot there and will easily have the hole shot going into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's Cohen McCosker Ross on the 45 bike. He got out very, very smartly, and he set himself up for that first turn nicely with a nice little advantage, and he goes down to that bottom picturesque part of the track, and not too much between these top three. There's McCosker having a sneaky look over the left shoulder just to see the 107 of Brodie Ford, who's starting to make up ground now, and he's going to be right in the firing range very shortly.
Yeah, McCosker comes from the Central Coast on New South Wales Central Coast, which is around the Gosford area. They have a very, very strong junior club as well. The battle now, as we've pointed out, once these riders start to find their legs on this track, this battle now at the top between these three riders is going to turn into a beauty. Don't go away.
Here comes Ford. Look at McCosker. He's looking over the shoulder all the time. He just needs to look forward, put the head down and go. And now starting to join in the battle is, I think it's a 774 of Isaac Cross. So three riders as they come onto the straight once more with still a couple to go. And McCosker has the race lead, but look at Ford on the inside as they come down the main straightaway. Can he get the advantage? No, he can't. McCosker hangs on to that outside line. Trying to come from the inside was Ford on the 107, and just waiting for the mistake for both of them is the 774 of Isaac Cross. But there's nothing between these three as they come down through the change of direction part of the track. And McCosker is under all sorts from the guy in second spot, Brodie Ford on the 107, and then waiting to pounce on both of them, Isaac Cross, as they sweep onto the main straight. They'll only have one to go from here. McCosker out near the fence, opened up a little bit of a break there, got some good momentum out of the turn, and opened up a break on Brodie Ford. Now, could that be the break that gets him the victory here? But Ford starting to hound him back down again, right on his hammer, Ross.
You might get him, I think, in the change of direction section of the course, Joel. That was where he seemed to be strong. But watch out when they come through this sweeper on this last turn. It'll be a real charge to the line.
Yeah, McCosker hanging on desperately to this race lead. Brodie Ford trying everything on the inside. McCosker keeps looking over the shoulder to see where he is, and McCosker takes a victory. What a great race in the 65 two-stroke 9 to under 13 years class, and well done to those riders. Brodie Ford picking up second spot, and Isaac Cross on the 774 rounds out the podium, top three finishes.
Just one round coming up of the championship for the next event, which is event 12, and it is the 65cc two-stroke 7s to 9 years championship. So with just the one round, these riders will decide their championship on overall points. So I think you can look forward to seeing some pretty close racing in this upcoming heat, and then that will be followed by the ATV 60cc to 90cc two-strokers and the 85cc to 125cc four-strokers, and there'll be four competitors coming out in event 13, and then that'll be followed by one of our big championship divisions of the day, the Motocross Open, for which there are over 40 entries here for this Agriforce championships here at Gunnedah. Terrific lineup of 450s, but our focus now will go to event 12, which is the first round. One round, or they'll run 5 rounds, but this is the opening round of the 65cc's 7 to 9 year olds, and a pretty good start by the couple of riders looking to chase into the first corner.
And that's the familiar yellow of Cooper Quinn on bike number 82. And Cooper now, he leads the way as they went into that first turn. Now it's the 195 of rider Nelson Collett that is in second place. He's another guy that was at the Aussies only a few weeks ago in Canberra. And he's in second place at the moment. But a lot of ground to make. A rider coming through the pack quickly. There's that cut away section, as I mentioned, where the riders make that change of direction. You can see that's a great shot of that change of direction part of the track where you see riders going from one way to the next. But there's your race leader. It's the 82 of Cooper Quinn. He leads the way from rider Nelson Collett on the 195. But that's the battle that's starting to develop there, is for that second placing. Because, as I mentioned, Cooper Quinn, the current Aussie champ in the track division of this class, he's opened up quite a break on the riders behind. But that rider coming through quickly now on the inside. And now you can see there comes up into second place through that change of direction part of the track. And that was a great passing move with only a couple of laps left to go. And that rider was the 31 of Hudson McConnell. And McConnell went past rider Nelson Collett, and he really has worked hard for that second placing. And now rider Nelson Collett starting to come under a bit of pressure back in third spot by the riders just behind him, looking to try and pounce with only about 1.5 laps left to go. But the race leader very clear at the moment, Ross Cooper Quinn on the 82.
Yeah. And Hudson McConnell, one of those riders that you've mentioned, Joel, is one from the Curry Junior Motorcycle Club. So there's a lot of clubs represented here today across these championships from a wide range, and it's great to see the clubs around Motorcycling New South Wales clubs continuing to support these junior divisions and giving these youngsters the opportunity to compete and maybe go on to bigger and better things with their riding future.
This is the 65cc two-stroke 7 to under 9 in years under 9 class, and we're on our final lap as into the bottom turn for the last time goes the race leader. But look at the battle for second spot. It's the 666 of Cade Wildsmith that's come from nowhere. There's your race winner, the 82 of Cooper Quinn. But the second place is going to be close. They go to the line. McConnell just hangs on.
Yeah.
But what a ride from Cade Wildsmith on the 666. He came from the clouds, Ross, and almost grabbed that second spot away right on the line. So it's going to be some really close finishes here over the weekend, and I think that's where a lot of guys, as you mentioned, will try and make their move coming onto that big straight there.
And then where people who are watching us on the live stream are going to enjoy that. Just because a rider clears away in the opening lap, don't give up on some sort of exciting finish to the race, because riders will make up ground as they get used to this track and they start to get the feel. Their bikes get a bit better, they're better prepared. Maybe the tyre changes, gear changing that happens in the pits with mums and dads and pit crews that are working away there. They'll improve their standards throughout the day. So beware that in dirt track over 4 laps, anything can happen. And we've already pointed to the fact that we are expecting some close finishes back in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place for those battle for points across the rounds. We move now to more ATVs. It's event 13, the opening round of the ATV 90cc's two-strokers and 50cc 125cc four-strokers. So these are going to be a little quieter than the big boys in the ATVs, the bigger machines.
Yeah, that's certainly right. The ATV 60 to 90 two-stroke and 85 to 125 four-strokes. Out on the track at the moment. It's pretty close up the front. Battling on. Joel McPherson got away to a great start on the 47, and he leads at the moment, but still, geez, anyone's race. Here comes through the pack there. Another great shot as they come through that change of direction and up on the inside, grabbing the race lead now side by side as they come onto the main straight, rubbing wheels as they come down now. With still a few to go, and it's the 47 of McPherson leading the way. Giving chase is Cooper Garland in the 63, and Cooper right up there, as I mentioned, rubbing wheels as they came onto the straight, and it's going to be a good battle between these two up front.
Yeah, it's the Blue Machines that are leading the way in this 13th event on the program, a big program of events across the 2 days of racing here at Gunnedah. And now we've got a pretty good battle going on. Oh, here's a dive. What a terrific pass through the left-hander, right-hander. And that's a difficult thing to do, to make a pass in that section of the track. And that's exactly what's happened. We've got a lead change here, or have we?
No,
yes, we have another lead change.
And now McPherson goes back to the race lead. So these two, still a couple of laps left to go. This is going to be a grandstand finish in this one, the 47 of Joel McPherson. But it's Cooper Garland that's really been putting the pressure to him. When it looks like McPherson's got the advantage, Garland then dives back and loves this part of the track, as we saw before, and makes the move. A little bit of an advantage to McPherson at the moment, but look out, here comes Garland on the 63. Loves that part of the track, but McPherson this time gets on the gas a little bit more, and gets an advantage, but only one to go. Ross is going to come down to the wire.
Oh, yes, and for some reason, the leader's got a bit of a kick on there. Maybe made a better change out of the corner, made a better gear change, and got that little bit of breathing space, as we call it in races like this. But don't give up. Here's that gap closing pretty quickly again in that section of the track. And this could be another lead change in the last lap.
Yeah, Garland right back up now onto the hammer of McPherson. McPherson leading the way on the 47, but look at Garland now up on the outside now. Makes the dive through on the inside onto the straight, but watch McPherson come back at him again. This is going to come down to the checkered flag. Garland leads the way. McPherson's going to throw everything at his look over the shoulder, side by side. McPherson on the outside. Oh, great victory.
Yeah, got him.
Just got him on the line, and what a great battle between those two. Cooper Garland picks up second spot in the 63, and third spot to Ryan Garland. But what a race, Ross, that was in the ATV 60 to 90, 2-stroke and 85cc to 1254 stroke division.
Hey, that sets the start into our feature, one of our feature divisions of the championship, and that's the Motocross Open. The Motocross Open will be run over 4 heats, and the reason for the 4 heats is we've had more than 40 entries for this particular division. Some top class riders here in this Motocross Open. 4 heats, event 14, 15, 16 and 17 will all feature the Motocross Open Championship for 2025, brought to you by Agriforce Machinery and the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club and Motorcycling New South Wales live stream coverage. Gates drop, they're away in the opening heat of the Motocross Open Championship, and it's a charge for the whole shot in the first corner.
Yeah, Wixie and Herrick, Ross, the two guys are going to be up there all weekend, but it was Herrick, I think, got the advantage. You can see Daniel Wicks on the 176 in second place in the blue leathers as they go down through the bottom of the track, but Tom Herrick, a guy very quick, took out the Australian Flat Track Nationals last year, and he's on the way here. He wants a couple of titles. He'll be looking for this one and the Pro 450s as they run onto the straight for the first time. There's Herrick tucked down behind the hangers. Wicks giving chase. Thomas Donnelly up there as well. He's going to be another guy that's going to be right on the hammer. He moves up to the back of Wicks now and starts to put the pressure on Wixie to try and grab that second spot away from him. So a couple of local riders once again back behind this race leader, Tom Herrick, who has the race lead. But the battle for second spot as they come down through that change of direction part of the track is starting to really heat up with Daniel Wicks under pressure. Herrick with 2 to go leads the way. Wicks in second spot. Then comes Donnelly on bike number 9 in third. They're a clear top 3 at the moment, and Donnelly searching for a way through on Wicks, but he can't find it at the moment. Has a bit of a look on the outside there as they go down through the bottom part of the track, but that's the tough way around. Now he moves up onto the inside. Good passing move now from Donnelly that goes through into second spot. Wicks now relegated back to third placing, and points will be a premium in this division today. The MX Open with 1 lap to go. Thomas Herrick, he looks like he's got maximum points covered. Donnelly in second, but here comes Wicks, the local rider on the 176, trying to find a way back through, but he just doesn't seem to have the power at the moment with Donnelly, and Donnelly has got him covered that second placing as they go down with only half a lap left to run. Tom Herrick looks like he'll take out the first heat of the MX Open Championship as he comes through the change of direction, sweeps onto the straight for the last time and sees the checkered flag on the back wheel. Tom Herrick grabs the victory ahead of Tom Donnelly in second spot. Daniel Wicks picks up third placing, and there your top 3 across the line, Ross. And those 3 are going to feature very heavily across this weekend in both those divisions.
Yeah, and I think viewers have got a very good idea now of, well, that's only the first heat.
Yes.
We've still got 3 to go. But the Condobolin rider, Condobolin in the southern districts of New South Wales, Tom Herrick is going to be one of the favoured riders to grab this New South Wales Championship, and you saw there in that event just why. Our camera's now picking up the riders that are geared up for heat number 2 of the Motocross Open Championship, one of the feature divisions of the championship here on the weekend. One rider badly missing the start there, certainly hampered any chances that he has, but here again is this scramble for the lead in the first corner.
Yeah, Brandon Burns, Ross on the 475, and Cooper Williams on bike number 10. Both got away to good starts. Williams on the inside of the track out of the rider down there, just front end washing out on the bike and in the middle of the track. in that bottom part of the track. Can he get back up? He's slowly getting to his feet now and looking to try and get that. He hasn't been able to clear the track as yet. So down they come, and race leaders are 4.75 of Brandon Burns. Burns leads the way. Now giving chase in second is Cooper Williams on bike number 10 as they come up to the yellow flag to signify that fallen rider now who manages to get off the track and onto the infield. So thankfully clear of the track. I think it might be Dean Marsh on the 67. But the red flag's out now. So red flags come out. Now, just trying to see, Ross, what...
I think there was some hesitation as to whether the rider who's fallen, which I think is Dean Marsh, on the 67, as to whether he was injured. He was very slow to his feet. So I think he might have been winded in the fall, and I think that's the reason that the officials have decided that there had to be a red flag, because they were a little bit uncertain as to whether the rider and the bike they were a bit uncertain as to whether the rider and the bike were going to be clear of the track for the other riders coming behind. I think that might be the reasoning behind the red flag, as our medical service comes out just to check to see if... I'm pretty sure it's Dean Marsh on the 67 that's come undone in that Balkerry Park corner.
Yeah, I think it is, Ross, the 67 at the moment, just with the medics being checked out. He was very slow to get up to his feet after the fall, and yeah, it did take a bit of time to get off the track, and was just on that edge of the track, and I think that's what brought the red flag out with the position he was in. So yeah, but geez, haven't we seen some fantastic racing so far, Ross, here at Balkerry Park? It's really is a fantastic facility. It's the first time we both of us have been here, and I really am impressed with the track layout and just yeah, how quick it is. The racing we've seen so far has been fantastic. Really good, close, hard racing, and yeah, I expect to see a lot of that over the weekend with this MX Open class and the Pro 450s as well.
And whilst the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club, I think it was last year in the Motorcycling New South Wales Awards, received the Club of the Year award, it just typifies the clubs and the volunteer efforts that are put in by clubs around New South Wales, and indeed the other states as well, as to the love of the sport that they have, the time and effort that they have spent in preparing a venue. Yeah, look, each club faces their ups and downs, and Gunnedah had that period of time going back some years ago, admittedly, where clubs just strike a flat spot in the cycle of club operation, and they kind of, well, the club didn't fold, but they didn't conduct much racing for a period of time. But these clubs never give in. They just keep going, they keep trying, they keep raising money, even if it's a raffle at the pub or wherever it might be, to try and get some funds. Certainly there's a lot of help that comes now from federal and state governments and even local governments. The local council here in Gunnedah is very supportive of this venue, and it's an indication to me as to the efforts that clubs put in to keep their sports going, no matter what the sport, whether it be dirt track racing, whether it be netball or soccer, whatever sport you want to mention. Clubs are the backbone of sport in our country that are giving juniors an opportunity to develop. And it's not all about championship meetings like today. A lot of clubs have their fun days. They have recreational riding days. They have come and try days where you can, even if you're not a motorcycle rider and you want to experience what it's all about, you can still have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's great to see, and we get to see behind the scenes just how much work goes on in putting in a meeting like this. You know, you've got your officials and stuff, and great to have Motorcycle New South Wales doing this live stream. So wherever you may be watching, a big welcome to you, and thanks for joining in, because if you haven't seen dirt track racing, you and I have been around dirt track racing for a long, long time now, but if you are just being introduced to it, it's such a fantastic thing, isn't it? It's a real family environment. It's a real friendly environment as well. It's competitive, but it's not that super competitive nature, you know, where people will help each other out, and it's just great to be around that sort of atmosphere, and you can certainly feel it when you're at the track, and all the work that everyone puts in just to put a meeting like this together. Yeah,
motorcycling is certainly, in my opinion, at the top of the ladder as far as that camaraderie is concerned. Yes, a lot of sports, when you play them and you take part in them at this elite level, it's very competitive, and there's probably not a lot of handshaking goes on in the pit area at championship time. However, when the racing is finished today, I can guarantee you one thing. All those people that are camping here at Gunnedah, or all those people that are staying in town, will all get together either around the campfires out here at Gunnedah or back in the restaurants back in Gunnedah, and they'll all be, together and talking and chatting as if it, there was no rivalry on the day today. And that's, in my opinion, one of the things that motorcycling has a terrific reputation for, the camaraderie that's around the sport. Like, for heaven's sake, sometimes I've seen when you're driving to somewhere from, say you're driving from Canberra where they've come up today, or Condobolin from Tom Herrick's case, if you've had a bit of an accident on the side of the road, you've popped the tyre or you've run out of fuel or something, someone will pull up and you can guarantee it'll be a fellow rider who will then say, are you okay? Do you need some help to get into town or something? It's just one of those sports.
Yeah, it is. It's great to see. And as I mentioned, we've been around it for a long time now, and we've been privileged to be involved in the sport, and it's it's just a fantastic thing. And once you get that in your veins, it's very hard to get out, and it's such an enjoyable thing. And to see so many riders here this weekend, it's a real positive thing for the sport. As I mentioned a few weeks back, I was down at Canberra with the ACT Motorcycle Club for their Australian Track Championships, and just to see the level of rider, the number of riders in the junior ranks, it was a real positive thing to see that we come through the ranks and become senior riders, and then to still keep the sport strong and alive. And as I mentioned, with over 40 odd riders in the MX Open class and the Pro 450s, it's looking pretty good at the moment, the sport, as far as numbers and strength is concerned.
Yeah, one of the other aspects that's grown has grown a lot because state and federal governments now trying to ensure that women get an equal opportunity, and you'll see it here today. There will be a women's championship contested, and to see that the number of riders that have grown over the years in the women's division, the women's it's always been a sport where women have been able to compete in an open division. That's never been the case in motorcycling. Women have always had the opportunity to compete, but now the various states and the national body are focusing particularly on the individual women championship giving them the opportunity to be the women's champion, and that'll be decided here at Gunnedah this weekend. We will have a New South Wales women's champions. Those women can take part in the open division if they wish to choose so, and they will do here, as you will see throughout the day. But the growth of women's sport in motorcycling and the growth of women's sport across a wide range of sport, I mean, for heaven's sake, let's have a look at the Matildas and how effect they've had on the junior women playing in junior football today. And the same thing starts to happen here in particularly dirt track racing, and it's starting to grow in road racing as well, where women are seeing, okay, we've got an opportunity to be actually just competing against each other rather than the men all the time. And so it grows. They want to participate. They want to have a go.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I've seen the women's class over the years. Only get stronger and stronger, and we have some really talented women riders in the country, and going overseas internationally as well. They're starting to really make their mark on the world stage with Taylor Street going through the Speedway, and she will have an opportunity to race in Poland, and just stuff like that. It's great to see Annika Loftus as well as another one that's over there at the moment, and she's doing good things in Speedway overseas as well. So it's just great to have this, be able to have that opportunity for the women as well. So
the ambulance has cleared the track. Sorry to butt in on you there, Joel, but like dirt track, we need to get on with the racing. The ambulance has cleared the track, and obviously that rider's now been. I thought he probably winded himself when he came down, so that was probably the reasoning there. And we're back into the action. We're now up to event 15, which is the second heat of the Motocross Open Championships. Featuring riders like Cody Lewis here. He'll probably be one to watch. And here, as I said to you, if she comes out in this race, Katana Robinson will have the opportunity as one of the women to be competing against the men as the traps fall for the 15th event on the program, the second heat of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, great start from Brandon Burns on the 4.75. He got away well. Cody Lewis tried to go with him on the outside, but he's dropped back to about third placing at the moment. So not much between this road trainer riders as they come through the change of direction for the first time. But once again, Brandon Burns, who got away to a great start on the 4.75, he leads the pack as they come onto the straight for the very first time. And we'll just have a look at the other riders and pick them up as they come past us. Burns a race leader. That's Davis on the L76, Logan Davis, who has moved up into second spot. Cooper Williams there as well. So Davis now starting to put the pressure to Brandon Burns, and not much between these riders, Ross. Now four riders as they come down the bottom. I think that's Cody Lewis as well, back in fourth place, looking to try and join those three up front.
This could develop into some race. The current race leader, Brandon Burns, is a rider from the Albury-Wodonga area, which goes to show just how far these guys have travelled to get here for these New South Wales Championships, and wanting to put a championship. But have a look at this battle for second and third place. Nothing between these riders. They're going to hound themselves right to the checkered flag, and this push that's going on behind might favour our race leader, who gets the opportunity to kick away.
Yeah, there's Williams now looking to try and get up into that second spot ahead of Davis as they come through that part of the track. They'll only have one lap left to run. There's your race leader, and it's Brandon Burns on the 4.75. Look at the battle for second up on the inside now. Williams gets the advantage going into the left-handed turn. That was a brave move, but it stuck for him, and it's paid off as he moves up now into second placing, and Logan Davis now drops back to third spot. So it's been a great battle for the minor placings behind the race leader, Brandon Burns on the 4.75, who looks like he's going to take this one out as they go into the bottom turn for the very last time. The checkered flag comes out and it waves for Brandon Burns on the 4.75. Second spot goes to Williams on the 10. Logan Davis was next to round out the top three, with Cody Lewis just falling outside the top three in fourth spot.
Great race, and this is one of the feature divisions of our championship weekend. It's the Motocross Open Championship, and we've still got 2 heats to go. Next race, event 16, following race, event 17, both rounds of the championship. And because of the fact that they'll be run over heats, there will be a repechage and a final in this division. The finals, which will be contested tomorrow, any division that has a final will be over 8 laps of this circuit. So look out. Don't necessarily think that the rider who is into that first corner is going to be first home, because over 8 laps there'll be riders who really put some strategy into their event. Already away in heat number 3, event 16 of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, and Ross, that's Torrin Openshaw that got away well from the start, and he leads the pack on the 2.96. He decided he wanted to be at the front of the race and let the others battle it out behind him, but he really did get away to a great hole shot as they came down the main straight for the first time now, starting to sort themselves out as they go through the change of direction. There's a rider moving up on the outside. I think it might have been the 76 of John Davis, but let's have a look as they come past us. Race leader Openshaw, it's the 52 that gets into second, Billy Ryan, and Billy Ryan moves his way up into second spot, and he's out after the race leader Torrin Openshaw on bike number 296, who as I mentioned really set this one up with the start, and he's got the advantage, and they're just finding it tough to try and make up that little bit of ground as they come through, though now the riders behind, as I say that, Billy Ryan on the 52 really started to close that ground in very quickly as they run on the straight once more with a couple to go.
Good battle between the riders in second and third spot. Torrin Openshaw, a rider from the mid-north coast of New South Wales, has come through the ranks in dirt track racing and has made dirt track racing a bit of a home, and he's showing why here in this race, because the 2 riders behind are starting to now push themselves right to close the gap as they come down with just 1 lap to go. I think this last lap might be one to look out for.
Oh, it'll be a beauty, Ross, as they come across the stripe once again. Race leader Openshaw, Billy Ryan in second spot. Now joining in that is Christian O'Donnell on bike number 49. He's gone to third spot, but look at the 3 as they go into that bottom part of the track. Nothing separating these 3 bikes. Race leader still Openshaw. Look at the pressure starting to come from Billy Ryan. Oh, made a tiny mistake, and O'Donnell pounced on him and has moved up into second spot, but it's checkered flag time. It's the run to the black and white as they have a look over the shoulder. Openshaw takes the win. O'Donnell, great ride from him to get up for second spot and snatch that away from Billy Ryan. on the 52, who comes across the line in third spot. But what a fantastic race that was. And Thorin Openshaw, he really did set that up with the start, but didn't have it all his own way. And as we've seen so far, those leads start to dwindle as the race goes on, and it was three of them. There was nothing between those three as they came across the line.
Great dirt track racing, and this circuit here at Gunnedah, the Balkerry Park circuit, is conducive to that sort of racing. It's a fast track. The riders love riding fast as they can, and that's why you're going to see some terrific racing. And already away in the final heat of the Motocross Open Championship. This is event 17 as they battle it out for points to get into the last 12 riders to contest the championship final tomorrow.
Yeah, Ronan Jacobs got away to a good start, Ross, on bike number 462, but so too did Jaden Trembath on the 298, and those two guys on the orange machines out in front at the moment, the KTMs, as they come down through the bottom part of the track. Very picturesque setting here at Balkerry Park as they head down across the stripe now for the first time, and race leader is Ronan Jacobs on the 462, but look out, Jaden Trembath. He's right there within striking distance. He's ready to pounce on any tiny mistake that the race leader Jacobs makes, and Jacobs there got a little bit back end slidey, and you can see now starting to size him up in second spot, Jaden Trembath. He looks like it might be a matter of time before he swoops on this race lead, at the moment being held down by Ronan Jacobs.
And this is an interstate battle because Ronan Jacobs has travelled all the way down from Kilcoy in Queensland, and is he going to lose the lead?
Oh,
no!
Down he goes!
Brought the leader down.
Yes.
The second placed rider, which was
Jaden Trembath.
Jaden Trembath from Gunnedah. He was the first to go down, and the bike slid sideways, and the other rider from Kilcoy in Queensland, Ronan Jacobs, had just nowhere to go, and so he was brought down too. Now they're under yellow flag, but now the red is coming out. So yellow flag means in our dirt track racing that you can continue racing, a bit like road racing. You can't pass in that area of the track where the yellow flag is, but now the Chief Steward has called for a red flag because the bikes are still on the track, the riders are still on the track. Both riders are standing up and okay, don't look like they might require any medical service, but our medic is on the way anyway, just to double check. But an unfortunate accident. Trembath was trying to take the inside pass, just got that little bit slippery, a little bit slidey going in there, and unfortunately brought Jacobs down.
I think impatience, Ross. We were only early into the race, and it was just that rush of blood, I think, and he saw that opening on the inside and just came in too hot. He had to squeeze those front brakes, and then you saw the result on this oil track. As soon as he grabbed a handful of those front brakes, that front end just slid away, and it was like a 10-pin for poor old Ronan Jacobs. He just skittled him as he came in. But it's great to see both the boys up and okay. That's the main thing. None of the guys were seriously injured, so that's great to see. But yeah, just one of those things, a rush of blood from Jaden Trembath, and let's hope that they both can rejoin the restart.
Well, like we were saying just a little earlier, with the championship finals coming up tomorrow over 8 laps, strategy then comes into play. Do you take that chance going into the first corner? Do you decide, okay, well, look, yes, I'm going to take the chance, I'm going to dive in here because I want to get to the lead? Or do you decide, no, hang on, I've got 8 laps here, this is only the first corner. Let me sum things up, let me see whether I can then ping the rider here in this corner, or whether I can pick them up in some other part of the track.
Yeah, so I think he just needed to bide his time. Now, as I said, it was only early in the race. There was still plenty of laps to, but I'm sure he'll be kicking himself a little there because it certainly did come in too hot. He just was too fast, and then had to try and wash that speed off with the front brakes. And then
I think you'll find the Chief Steward's decision would be that Jaden Trembath was the cause of the incident. Certainly. And he'll be excluded, and the other rider, Ronan Jacobs, will be, if he's okay and the bike's okay, will be given his opportunity to rejoin the race. So this will be a restart to event 17, the opening round of the Motocross Open Championship, which has already provided us with plenty of entertainment. This is the final heat in the opening round as the traps fall and the riders are away to have their second shot at what's going to happen in this final heat of the Motocross Open Championship, and it's going to be close too by the looks of things.
Yeah, Josh Unicum. Oh, another couple of riders down on the track in the turn, come down heavily, and
yellow flag.
Yeah,
at
yellow
the moment.
flag. It may be the riders are back up and trying to get on their bikes, but whether they can get clear of that track and racing can safely continue. But yellow flag out at the moment as they sweep their way onto the straight once more, and it's the 823 of Unicum out in front. Now right in the second spot is Cooper Dunn on the 427 as they come through now. Yellow flags off, so back into all racing as these top 4 riders, nothing between them as they all bunch their way down through the bottom left-hand sweeper and then into that change of direction part of the track. But at the moment, Josh Unicum on the 823, he got the best of the restart and he leads, but he's under a lot of pressure, Ross, from 3 guys right behind.
You can tell that pressure, Joel. Have a look at Josh Unicum. He keeps looking over his shoulder. He gets a little bit wobbly in some of the corners. He knows the pressure is on. He knows if I'm going to hang on to this lead, I can't afford to make any mistakes. And I think that's starting to show. Have a look at how they're bunched up, these top 4 riders, on our live stream coverage. Fantastic.
Yeah, Cooper Dunn and Jaden Roberts all there. And they're starting to come to a slower rider too, which is going to come into play. You can see they're just ahead of these guys. Unicum, the race leader still, but he's under a lot of pressure from the guys behind. There's only one. No, there's a checkered flag. It's all over. I thought there was 1 lap left to go.
I thought there was too.
It threw me off badly there, and he's managed to grab the race win, and it was Cooper Dunn there as well on the 427, as well as Jaden Roberts on the 223. So another really tight finish in the MX Open Championship. That was heat number 4 in the first round. So that runs out our first round of racing for the MX Open Championship. Now we move to the 50cc demos.
And we go to the extreme opposites here. We go to the top boys on our calendar, the Motocross Open Championships, down to the 50cc demos. These are the little ones who are given the opportunity on a championship day to be able to have a putt around. They do not race under the standards of racing for demonstration races. There's no results, there's no times or anything taken on these. The little ones get out and have the chance to be able to run around on the same racetrack as probably the riders that they look up to as their heroes in the pit area. So no racing here, but it's good fun. Here they come, the little ones on their 50cc's.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ross, this is where they start out, and it's great to see so many of them out, and the mums and dads and aunties and uncles and grandparents, they all come out and make it possible for them to come out and have a ride. And it's just great to see. So it's the future of the sport. It's where they get in at the grassroots level, and riders they'll start out like this, and some riders will go on to bigger and better things. Other riders will just be happy to enjoy themselves running around the track. So it's great to see so many of the little. I started as young as 4 years old, I think, in this class. So just incredible that this grassroots level they can get out and just have a bit of track experience and track craft and learn about riding the bikes.
A little bit difficult for us on our live stream coverage, but. They get spaced right out here, these little ones, because there's usually a couple of riders who have got some pretty good bikes and probably a little bit more experience than the others. But for me, it's these little riders that are getting around at the back of the pack. They'll become the future of the club, not necessarily an Australian champion or a New South Wales champion, but they become the backbone of a club, because if a club can maintain their riders through from the junior level into the senior levels, it helps the club grow. So these little riders at the back of we'll call it the back of the field, or the ones behind the riders that have got a lot more experience and probably a lot quicker machinery, they're the ones that are going to be also an important part of the future of dirt track racing. Yeah,
so I've got Slater Beard out there, Ross, on the 43, Bo Carter on bike number 29, Logan Lay on the 46, the KTM, Cohen Rose on the 35, Brianna Johnson on bike number 9, Cove McNamara on the 7, the famous Marty McNamara number, no doubt in the McNamara family. Sonny Fisher on the 27, and Jax Muggleton on bike 94, as well as Wyatt de Groot, but there's no number there for Wyatt. But Wyatt's out there as well. So great to have the kids here with us this weekend.
And they do their 4 demonstration laps. As I said, classified as a demonstration so that it's not a competition event. There's no competition, there's no points scored, there's no times taken. It's just an opportunity for these youngsters to get out there on the track, and maybe a bit of an opportunity for people that are here attending at Balcarry Park today to have a bit of a stretch of the legs and a little bit of a relax. It's an absolutely gem of a day here in Gunnedah. It's a perfect
I can't
winter.
see a cloud at the moment, Ross.
No, there's not a cloud in the sky, and it's there's no wind, which is very, very nice. It's a corker of a day. So
absolutely beautiful.
The club must have made the right arrangements with the weather powers to have this super weekend of racing. 2 days of racing here, today, tomorrow. And the big culmination of the championships will be tomorrow. But the initial day of a championship is equally as important. You have to gather those points to make sure you get through to the final. And even if it's not a final, you have to make sure you've gathered points to be the top point scorer at the end of the day to be declared the champion.
That's the format, Ross. 10... Any of the classes that have over 12 riders will have a repechage. So the top 10 will go then straight through the final. So that's why you'll see the guys racing hard in these heats to try and get as many points as they can so they don't have to go through that sudden death repechage where only 2 riders go through from the remaining riders that missed out. So it's cutthroat stuff. You don't want to be in that repechage if you can possibly help it. You want to be in that top 10. So the top 10 will go straight through to the final. Then the class will have a repechage, and from that repechage they take the top 2 riders. So first and second in the repechage will then join the other 10 to make the field of 12 for the final. So the rest of the riders, unfortunately, will then miss out. The other classes that have less, as you mentioned earlier on, will go on a round basis. So they will go on point scores. So they have 4 to 5 rounds, and then they will be then have accumulated points from those 4 or 5 rounds, and that's the top point scorer then will be crowned the champion in that division. So that's the way the format works for both the numbers, whether it's over 12 or under 12 riders in the class.
And those finals will be 8 laps of this Balcarry Park circuit. Yep. So anything could change, particularly in the second half of the races. You could get a leader that'll then really totally dominate, or you'll find riders will start to chase. Okay, back to the racing action. This is event 19 on the program of racing for today. It's the opening round of the 13s to 16s division, and half a dozen riders on the circuit here to contest this. Or are we combining? It looks like we might be combining 2 races.
I think we might be,
Joel.
Ross. I think we're combining the 100 to 150 2-stroke and 200 4-stroke girls support as well, because they only have the 2 riders with Indy Wildsmith and Violet Hoskinson. So that's what we're gathering it is at the moment. And the 06 of Hugh Hope Hodges, Triple H, is out in front, and he'll be a guy that's going to be tough to run down. Johnny Cooper on the 713, as well as Zach Brady on the 90 up there, Jed King on the 75. So they're the 4.
Yeah, now our cameraman will focus on the leading bunch here, because the 2 divisions will split here. Simply because of the standard of the riders. So it'll be very... These are the 2 girls coming through the S-Bends here now. They're the 2 girls competing their division as they've just come through the S-Bends. And then we'll have the other 4 riders, which our cameras switch back to now, who are the guys competing it out for the 13s to 16s division. Yeah,
the 100 to 150s 2-strokers, and it's Triple H, Hugh Hope Hodgetts, the race leader on bike number 6, as he runs onto the straight with only 1 lap left to go. Across the stripe he goes. He's your race leader. He's tucked down, elbows up. Johnny Cooper giving chase in second spot, followed by Zach Brady. and then the 75 of Jed King, with the girls behind Indy Wildsmith at the moment on the 26, leading Violet Hoskinson on bike 271 in that 100 to 152 stroke, 200 4-stroke girls support. But it's checkered flag time, and Triple H, Hugh Hope Hodgetts, is going to take the victory on bike number 6. He comes across the line and grabs the checkered flag ahead of Johnny Cooper in second place on the 713. Zach Brady, we go right back to him for third spot on the 90. Fourth place is going to go to the 75 of Jed King. And our other class looks like Indy Wildsmith on the 26. Indy comes across the line to take the win for the girls support ahead of Violet Hoskinson. Violet on the 271 picks up second place.
And that'll bring us now to the first round of the Pro Open Women's Championship. Like we said before, the women now have their opportunity to race against each other on the racetrack for the first lot of points for the Pro Open Women's Championship. And the nominations that were received, we've got about 10 riders here coming out in the women's division, and already the traps are down and away they go in event 21, the opening round of the women's championship, charging into the first corner, and it's a pretty tight battle between the top two riders.
Yeah, Katana Robinson got away well, and Emma Scott as well, Ross. I think those two are battling it out at the moment for the race lead as they go down through the bottom part of the track. And I think that might be Katana out in front at the moment, with Emma Scott giving chase in second place on the 102. And then now starting to come out of the pack, it looks like Brianna Etheridge starting to make a move as well. So down they come, complete the first lap. Katana Robinson it is, out in front, and that's Emily Murrell in second place giving chase. Keely Pearson up into third spot, but Emily Murrell, Ross, I've been impressed with Emily. She certainly has really improved her racing as they go down the back straightaway, and I think she might have actually grabbed the race lead there now. Is that Emily Murrell that's gone in the lead? That's been an impressive ride by her. She's certainly determined, and she wants this New South Wales State title, Emily Murrell, as she runs onto the straight. And yes, she's opening. She's away. Emily's got the head down, and she's just booted off from the 334 of Katana Robinson in second spot. There's Brianna Etheridge bike packing it in as she comes across the line too, and having all sorts of trouble with the bike, unfortunately. One of the favoured riders to take it out. She's won a New South Wales title before, and she'll be looking to try and fix those problems into the final rounds. But no such problems for the race leader, Emily Murrell. She comes down and sees the board indicate one to go.
She has
she's certainly cleared away from the 334 of Katana Robinson. Katana in second spot, and then back to Keely Pearson. Keely back in third on the 124, but they're pretty stretched out in this one, Ross, with an impressive ride by Emily Murrell.
And as you said, one of the favoured riders in this division was Brianna Etheridge, and unfortunately she's wheeling her bike back to the pit area and missing from the opening round of points in the championship series, because this championship series, as Joel's pointed out, with a number of riders, will be decided across a point score basis and not a finals basis. So a drop of all points for Brianna Etheridge is not a good start. However, as we've already pointed out in our commentary, yes, getting points is essential, but it's not necessarily means your weekend is pack up, put it in the trailer and let's go back home.
No.
Because there's still rounds to go where you can then start to pick off those points that the other riders managed to get away from you. But I agree with you, a very impressive performance by Emily Murrell, even though one of the favoured riders was had some mechanical problems there. So it's back to the pits for her pit crew to work out what's gone wrong for her opening round of the championship. A disappointing start for her. Now we come to another one of the featured championship divisions, and that's the Pro 250 Championship. This is event 22 on the card, and this division of the Pro 250 Championships is being run over two heats of racing, and some pretty tough competition expected here, because even though they're not the big motocross open or the big 450 bikes, these riders focus on this division. They like the bike, they like the size of the bike and the power of the bike. It suits their style of racing, and some of the racing in this 250 division can be just as exciting and entertaining as the big feature divisions.
Yeah, well, you've got the guys, Ross, that are racing the MX Open classes and as well in here. So Torrin Openshaw, for example, he's out here on the 63 in this one. Jaden Trembar, Billy Ryan, who did well earlier, Brody Trembar, so Riley Biddle. So, yeah, a lot of these guys are riding multiple categories as we get set for the start. They're in the starters' hands, and the traps fall down to send them on their way. Getting away quickly on the inside was Torrin Openshaw, and he's gone quickly to the race lead, and he leads away into the first turn. Jaden Trembar got away well. It's in second spot, but I think he's just been overtaken. And look at the battle for the minor placings as they go down through the bottom part of the track. They're handlebar to handlebar as they come through the change of direction. Torrin Openshaw's decided he's going to clear out from the rest of the pack and try and open up a good lead, which he has done already as they come down to complete the first lap. But the real scrap going on behind is there's the 37 of Riley Biddle, who's won that battle for the minor placings now, and he moves up into second spot. But you're not safe, though. Even though you can do these passing moves, the guys behind are coming back, and we see that now with the 37 of Biddle in second. But look out. Whoa. Here comes Trembar, I think, back at him to try and snatch that second spot away.
That is handlebar to handlebar stuff between those two guys. There was not an inch between them as they came through that change of direction section of our dirt track. As we pointed out in dirt track, there must be a right-hand corner somewhere in the circuit, and that's the case over in the back section of this circuit at Balkerry Park. I did notice, and I'm sure some of our viewers noticed too, that going into that first corner in the opening lap, with the number of mishaps that we've had so far in the morning, riders seem to be now adopting the strategy, well, okay, I've got to be up here with the top bunch, but I'm not going to make any silly mistakes on the opening lap.
No, and plus it won't be getting as slick as it was early on, as Openshaw now with one lap to go. That's Billy Ryan that's come out of the pack to try and chase down Torrin Openshaw, the race leader. And there's Riley Biddle back in third spot, just having a little look over the shoulder to see who might be behind, trying to put the pressure on him. But those three clear three spots at the moment as they go into that bottom turn for the last time. And Torrin Openshaw on bike number 63 will come down to grab the checkered flag and the race win ahead of the 52 of Billy Ryan in second spot. Third place, Riley Biddle. He came under a lot of pressure there at the end by, I think it was Jaden Trembar on the 298. So another good scrap in our Pro 250 division, a championship division this weekend, and a good win for Torrin Openshaw first up in Heat 1.
Yeah, Heat 2 coming up next is event 23 on our card today. And it is the second heat of the Pro 250 Championships. That'll be followed by the 7 to 12-year-old championships. There are two heats there, two heats of that division, so a good lineup of riders there. And then that'll be followed by the ATV Open Women's Championship. So it'll be women only in that event 26 in a couple of events' time, where the women get their chance to race against each other, but that will be on the ATVs. The Balkerry Park track hosting the 2025 AgriForce New South Wales Dirt Track Championships for both junior and senior divisions, and coverage by the Motorcycling New South Wales on the live stream on Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. If you're tuned in and you're enjoying the coverage, please tell your friends and family, no matter where they might be.
I think you can leave a comment too, Ross, on the...
Okay.
So tell us where you're tuning in from.
Yeah, leave us a comment.
To know.
We'll see what we can do about acknowledging where you're listening to us from. As away they go in the second heat of the Pro 250 Championship.
Yeah, Tommy Edwards got away to a great start, Ross, so too Jaden Roberts, but it was Edwards that got the whole shot into that first turn, and he's opened up a nice little handy break at the moment. Tom Edwards on bike number 27 as they come through that change of direction for the very first time, and they start to all stack up a little for the minor placing. A couple of riders came together there and almost came to grief out of that change of direction part of the track as the 27 of Edwards leads the way. He's been given chase by Jaden Roberts and then Christian O'Donnell is back in third spot, but it's pretty much strung out for the top three at the moment. O'Donnell, though, might be the one to watch in third spot. He's starting to wheel in the ground on the second place getter as they come through, and he's certainly making up ground, O'Donnell, and he's right up now challenging for second spot.
Well, there's a spread of clubs here. Our leader, Tom Edwards from the Gunnedah Club, a local, but then the other two, Christian O'Donnell is from Armidale, and Jaden Roberts is from Albury-Wodonga Club. So a spread of clubs here, but a terrific battle. Look at this. Great camera angle here on this battle for second and third.
Oh, he's got him though. O'Donnell, that's been smooth through there. He nice passing move. It was nothing too aggressive. Made his way through into second placing, and he might have just secured that with one left to go. Race leader Tommy Edwards on bike number 27. Here's that battle for second spot, and O'Donnell now winning that battle, but still staying in there. Jaden Roberts on the 2-2-3. He wants to sit there hoping that O'Donnell will make a mistake, but O'Donnell looking pretty smooth on the bike in this Pro 250 Championship class, and there's a mistake coming though from Jaden Roberts,
yeah, but as
who
you
has dropped
say,
back.
O'Donnell is very smooth in that left-hander at the bottom of turn 1, down there into turn 2. A very smooth part of the track for him, but a great victory to Tom Edwards, a clear victory. Has a look over his shoulder at the end of that lap and sees that he's got a pretty comfortable advantage over second and third.
Yeah, Christian O'Donnell picking up second spot on the 49. Jaden Roberts rounding out the podium top three finishes, with Trevor Marsh just finishing outside, as we see Miley Robinson on the 433 coming across the line to pick up the checkered flag. That was the second heat of the Pro 250s. We move now to the 85cc four-stroke modifieds for the 7 to under 12 years. Heat number 1.
And 2 heats of these, as Joel's just pointed out, which will be followed by the ATV Open Women's Championship here at Gunnedah this weekend. But a big field of 7 to 12-year-olders for the championship. Our starter says we're just about ready to go. As they sit behind the traps fall down, so that if you're up against any of those traps, that's exactly why they're called traps. You get trapped and you miss the start. But a pretty even start by our top 3 riders.
Yeah, they've combined this, Ross. Hugo Holmes is your race leader, and I thought there was only supposed to be 7 out in this one, so it looks like they've combined the 2 heats now. As your Holmes there, very wide in there. He almost balked and bogged down, and he's given away that race lead now, Hugo Holmes, and I think we'll have to have a look at who that was that came through very quickly, and he's looking to try and move up into that first spot. He grabbed first spot away as they come down the straight for the very first time, and it's the 43 bike of Flynn Beard. He's out in front. The one mistake from Hugo Holmes. Holmes got away to an absolute flyer, but he really bogged down, and now he's got the work to do, but he's starting to make up the ground. This is going to be a great battle between these two.
We're going to need to watch these two up in front, Joel. Beard and Holmes. Holmes is in the second spot. He's the local rider. So if the ladies in our control tower get a bit excited here, you'll know why, because it's the local boy challenging it out with the current leader, which is Flynn Beard. And this is look, this is tight.
Side by side. Look, they're tucked down behind the hangers. There's Holmes. Gets the slipstream on the inside and gets that advantage going into the turn. So he gets that first spot back away. He'll be happy with that, because it was that one mistake that he made that it's cost him the race lead, and Flynn Beard now drops back to second spot, and he's got the work to do to try and find a way back around Hugo Holmes, who has wrestled that race lead away. But that's going to be a tough task as they run onto the straight with only 1 lap left to go from here. Your race leader, there he is, the 5 of Hugo Holmes, as he tucks in with 1 more left to go.
He's a determined young rider. He, as Joel's pointed out at the ACT track a couple of weeks ago, the Australian titles were held, and he was one of the favourites the previous year to win the Australian title, and he made a bad mistake at the start, which cost him any chance, and he was determined at those ACT championships a couple of weeks ago to get that Australian title. And here he is now back at his home track chasing a New South Wales title. 1 lap to go, or no, it's the checkered flag actually, and Hugo Holmes is going to grab the win ahead of Flynn Beard from the ACT. So again, we've got the Gunnedah ACT battle in this junior division, and they're going to be strong performers. Great show of sportsmanship as the two of them ride back side by side to the pit area, gave each other a bit of a handshake and a pat on the back as they head back to the pits, and that's the sort of camaraderie. Yes, it's competitive on the track, but okay, good race. We enjoyed it, and the kids enjoy it too. So great racing. Coming up now is event 26. Our camera has the girls sitting on the start grid. It looks like we've got 3 of them there in the ATV Open Women's Championship. These are women's only in this division as our women participation begins to grow in our sport of motorcycle racing right across all of the divisions: road racing, speedway, dirt track, trials and enduro. The women are starting to grow their participation, and again, not necessarily becoming Australian and national champion, New South Wales or state champions, but getting out there and having some fun. The traps fall back and the women are away in the first round of the ATV Open Championship, and a pretty even start.
Yeah, Catherine Higgs, who's a real goer in this ATV Open women's class, has got to the race lead. Oh, she got a little bit sketchy there coming out of the turn, but not much between these 3 girls as they head into that bottom part of the track. And now Higgs is starting to be come under a little bit of pressure, and I think that's Chevelle Green on the 666. Oh, round goes back in 3rd place. That's Kim Mackay, and Kim's gone for a bit of a 360 onto the infield. And meantime, up front, Catherine Higgs leads the way. Now giving chase in second is Chevelle Green. Poor old Kim Mackay is stuck on the edge of the track around there in that change of direction part of the track. And now she gets going again and back onto the track, but nearly a lap down. It's Catherine Higgs. Catherine in full control of the ATV Open for women's, and this is round number 1 for the ladies. As they come down now, they'll still have 2 more laps left to run.
And the club that Catherine Higgs is from is the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club. So she's down from sunny Queensland to sunny Gunnedah for this weekend, and she's certainly making every post a winner in this division. And the other 2 girls are both local club members, Kim Mackay and Chevelle Green, both from the local Gunnedah Motorcycle Club. So this is the opportunity for the women to start grabbing their points to race away with the New South Wales Championship. And if we're judging anything on this very first heat, it might go to north of the border.
Yeah, Catherine now 1 lap to go for Catherine Higgs. But look out, here comes the 666 of Chevelle Green, starting to make up ground. She gets a little bit untidy there, Catherine Higgs, in that part of the track. And Green now right up to her. Will the slower rider come into play too of Kim Mackay? So down they come. There's only half a lap left to go. Look at Chevelle Green now starting to put the pressure right to Catherine Higgs as they come into that slower rider. Will they play a part as they run onto the straight now for the last time? The checkered flag will wave, and the victory only just is going to go to Catherine Higgs on the 32. Ahead of Chevelle Green on bike number 666 and the 75 of Kim Mackay after going for a bit of a 360. Managed to get going again, and she comes across the line. She'll grab 3rd placing. So that was round 1 of the ATV Open Women's as we get set now for round 1 of the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke 12 to under 16 years.
And a big field of riders here in this division. Still another junior division, but the juniors also very keen to do well. This will only be an opening round. There'll be no heats here, so they're battling it out for points in this championship division. And a very big charge of riders. One rider out very, very wide there, but fortunately managed to stay aboard the bike and stay in the saddle. But it's a pretty close battle. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, half a dozen riders going through the S-bends, the right-hander, left-hander, to complete this opening lap of the of event 27. And it's going to be a terrific battle to see who's going to come away with the advantage. But again, the leader's starting to open up a bit of a break after that first lap.
Yeah, Jesse Johnson, Ross, on the 121 has got the race lead. Archie Ryman on the 56 is there as well. Johnny Cooper on the 713. He's going to be a rider that's up there most of this weekend. But at the moment, they've got the job to do to chase down Jesse Johnson, who's on bike number 121 that has the lead. A nice little advantage too as they come down out of the sweeper and onto the main straight. And as Ross mentioned, not much between a lot of these riders on the track at the moment. Johnson leads, Ryman in second, giving chase. Back in third, I think that's Johnny Cooper on the 713 that's looking to try and join these two riders up front, but he's got some ground to make up. With still about 1.5 laps left to run. Race leader is Jesse Johnson on the 121, doing it nicely through the change of direction they come, but starting to come out of the pack a little now is Archie Ryman on the 56. He's looking to try and make up that ground as we get the shot of them coming out of the change of direction. Onto the straight they come once more with 1 lap to go, and Johnson leads, Ryman in second. There's the I think it's Will Wiggins, I beg your pardon, in third spot on bike number 11. And this is going to be a real go for the minor placings to the line. Race leader is still Jesse Johnson on the 121. But look at this battle for the minor placings. There's 4 bikes and any one of these guys could pick up second spot. At the moment, it's Ryman. There's around the outside a rider coming through up into third spot now. It's all going to come down to this final turn.
Look at
down
this.
The straight they come. Johnson takes the victory. Who's going to get second place? Ryman hangs on, but what a ride from Taj Edwards on bike number 26. He came from the clouds and looked like he was nearly going to get that second spot, but he was about 5th place going into that final turn and managed somehow to find a way through. So great ride by Taj Edwards on the 27 to pick up 3rd spot.
Young Central Coast rider, and he certainly started to find his legs during the course of that race.
Oh, certainly did.
And put up some challenge. Right, coming up now, you can see our camera is nestled on the first time we're going to see the sidecars. For those people not familiar with sidecars, these are the 2 riders, a rider and a passenger, both on the same machine here, and the sidecars always provide plenty of excitement and entertainment. They will only be running their championship over a round basis, so it's important to score points in every round that they go out in, and it's a pretty good field of sidecars that are pretty quick going into that first corner at Balcarry Park for the opening round of the Sidecar Championship of New South Wales, brought to us by Agriforce Machinery.
Yes, thanks, Ross. It's the 414 of Matthew Davies and Tom Northey that got away to a great start, and the guys are already starting to stretch out. Corey Ford and Lionel Caldwell on machine number 22 in second placing. As they come around now, they'll complete lap number 1, but a good advantage from Davies and Northey. They got away to an absolute screamer out of the gates and already pulling away a nice handy break. Ford and Cornwall in second spot, and then the pairing of Jim Jobling and Brodie Trembar, who were Kubra Classic winners last year, earlier this year, I think they were, in the sidecar division at Kempsey Track. So great to see the boys out there, but real stretch out at the moment. These guys out in front, Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, they've decided, see you later, we're off, and they've opened up a massive lead on the rest of the pack.
The Canberra boys have decided we're not travelling that far for nothing. We're going to take this championship back to the ACT, back to Canberra, and wow, they have certainly charged away from the rest of the pack. That's an incredible lead within the space of just the opening couple of laps. They lead my boat something like 100 metres.
Oh, it's incredible performance so far by these guys. I mean, they're just about untouchable in this opening round. They're miles ahead of the rest of the field. Now, the 22 of Ford and Cornwall in second spot. A little bit of smoke blowing out of the back of the bike. You see there through the change of direction, the passenger hikes up on the side. The wheel comes off the ground, and really brave to be on the side of one of these things, Ross, I tell you, because geez, they get around quick, and there's not much between when they do battle on between machinery and passenger, that's for sure.
Well, I was just about to sort of try and tell people who might be unfamiliar with sidecar racing, the passenger plays a vital role in dirt track racing, because as there is a change of direction around in the S-Bends, there's the checkered flag out and a very comfortable win for our winner. But the passenger then has to change their weight. They have to lean out when they're going through a left-hand corner. They then have to change their weight to more back behind the rider in the right-hand corner. And yes, one bike pulling up there, one that Joel pointed out was blowing some smoke earlier. It's decided, the engine's decided it's had enough. But the passenger plays a very, very vital role in the control, in the rider being able to control the bike, because the passenger has to put his weight in the right place at the right time. So the first round of the Sidecar Championship complete. And now we move to another of the feature divisions on our program. The feature division on the program coming up now over 4 heats is the Pro 450 Championship. These are the big boys, the big bangers. Plenty of power, plenty of talent, plenty of skill required over the next 4 heats, event 29, 30, 31 and 32. Great championship division that we're going to watch here at Valkyrie Park in Gunnedah.
Yeah, Agriforce Machinery bring us the big boys this weekend, and we have 4 heats of racing. And as we saw in practice earlier, Ross, we saw a couple of big heavy tumbles into the turn. So these guys, they mean business. And yeah, the 450 machines, a lot of power, very fast track. So it's going to be some excitement here. Keep your eyes peeled on this one, especially going into that very fast first left-hander as they come down off the straight here. Very long straight here at Valkyrie Park, and then it goes into that left-hander. There's a tight left-hander as well, and yeah, guys have we've seen in practice come undone there, and we saw a little bit earlier with the riders going in quickly, and yeah, just got to time your run.
Looking for some help on the starting gate there as our camera picks it up. Not happy with something at the base of the bike. Whether
we've got Tom Herrick in this one, Ross, the 14. He'll be a guy to keep an eye on. Cooper Williams in the 10.
Trying to what he's trying to adjust there.
He only put $2 worth of petrol in, so at the moment it's $2
it looks like he might have been trying to find the $2 that he dropped out of his pocket.
It did. It fell out of his wallet. He's right now. He can head to the canteen after this one. Heat number 1, the Pro 450 Championship. And riders on the line, they're almost in the starters' hands. They're in the starters' hands. The board flips around, and away they go. Good start, too. I think that was Herrick through the middle. No, it was the 475 of Brandon Burns that got away to an absolute screamer. Herrick was a little slow to move. Now he slots into second spot, but Burns, the race leader, he's going to come under all sorts of pressure from the riders behind as they go down to the bottom part of the track. But what a great start from Brandon Burns on bike 475. He shot to the lead down this main straightaway. Tom Herrick in second place is giving chase, looking to try and get up there within striking distance. And then that might be Marty McNamara back in third placing as they come across. It is McNamara tucks in behind Herrick. Now he has a look at Herrick on the inside and gets the pass. How did he make that stick coming through on that fast part of the track? And now McNamara moves up into second spot. Herrick back to third, Ross.
Well, the Albury rider, Brad Burns, is now going to start to come under some pressure from one of the most experienced riders in dirt track racing that's still going around, Marty McNamara. Now have a look at Herrick starting to close in. 1, 2, 3 riders screaming down main straightaway into turn number 1. Here's a challenge from McNamara already, and he gets through on the inside. Marty McNamara takes the lead.
Oh, what a move. He come through. It was all or nothing then, and it stuck for him somehow. He's come through on the inside of that faster left-hand turn number 1.
Here's Herrick.
And Herrick now, he makes the move through. Burns goes from first to third within the space of about a third of a lap as they come down with 1 lap to go, and Marty McNamara riding like a man possessed in this one. Herrick's got out into a clear second, but I don't know whether he's got enough time to run him down.
Going to be close, but have you ever seen a more determined and more heads-on racing than McNamara? He is really determined to do well on his home track this weekend. Forget about how old I am, boys. You better catch me.
Here comes Herrick, though. He's getting closer, but I don't know he'll get close enough into the sweeper onto the main straightaway. And what a great first upwind to Marty McNamara ahead of Thomas Herrick in second. Burns comes across the line in third place. Then we go back to fourth spot. I think that was Torrin Openshaw or Jaden Trembar, but what a great opening heat for the Pro 450 Championship class. And Ross, this is going to be an absolute cracker when we get to the final tomorrow. 8 laps, and yeah, geez, it's going to be the best riders Still trying to grab that New South Wales title.
Well, our next event coming up features Jordan Dahl. Jordan had as Joel pointed out, there were some incidents during practice. Jordan had a very heavy tumble. It'll be interesting to see whether he can come back out here, because he's a local rider, expected to do well, just like Marty McNamara is. And the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club is laying down the challenge this weekend to the others. Here they go in Heat 2.
Good start from Cody Lewis on the 1-2-2. Got away quickly. Billy Ryan was up there as well on the 52 machine, but it was Cody Lewis that got the best of the start, and he leads the pack now down into the bottom part of the track and into that change of direction for the very first time, and he looks comfortable at the moment, Lewis, but look out, because through the pack they'll start to come at him. Billy Ryan's in second spot at the moment on the 52, and he's the guy that's giving chase to this race leader Lewis as they come down to complete lap number 1. Lewis leads, and that's O'Donnell that's getting into a clear third spot. It doesn't look like Jordan Dahl's out there in this one, Rod, so he might have suffered either bike damage or damage to himself. He did look a bit sore and sorry after that big off in practice.
It was a big off too. Jordan fortunately escaped any serious injury, but I'd say the bike is probably out of action, because the bike did a huge cartwheel high into the air, and it was a spectacular off. Noticing some of the parts of the track now, Joel, starting to dig in a little bit, starting to become a little bit ruddy, particularly there where our leaders are now in turn 1-2, and also coming out of the sweeper where they're going. They all seem to be using that part of the track. So again, this is where the skill comes in dirt track racing. Which sort of part of the track do we pick? The trio up front are battling it out.
What a great battle it is at the moment on track, and it's Cody Lewis hanging on, Billy Ryan right behind him, and O'Donnell looking to try and come through in third spot. 1 lap to go. This is going to be a cracker. Lewis out in front, Ryan right on his hammer, O'Donnell right back behind him as well. So these three up front are really looking to try and push for the race win. Lewis has had the advantage most. Oh, he got a little wide there, and it's cost him, as he know. He comes back, yes, Ryan gets him, O'Donnell gets him as well. Can he come back at him? No, Lewis comes back into second placing. Onto the straight they come. It's checkered flag time. Billy Ryan, this has been a good ride. Just a one mistake from Lewis, and that's all he needed. Cody Lewis second. Third place goes to the 49 of Christian O'Donnell. But what a great final lap, Ross, once again.
That's
and
two
there's just
heats.
one tiny mistake it was, and that's all it took for Billy Ryan to grab the victory in heat number 2.
And the mistakes, I think the track is now going to start to play an interesting role in mistakes, because just getting a little bit ruddy and bumpy in a couple of the spots, particularly the exit to turn 1, and that's where riders are they get the front wheel into that, and they're losing a tiny little bit of control. But as you pointed out, you only need a little bit of loss of control for about half a second, and the riders, when they're tightly bunched like that, are going to grab you.
They sure are, as riders now on the traps for
heat number 3, event 31, round 1 of the Pro 450 Championship. 1 heat to go after this one.
Thanks, Ross. Nearly choked to death, but it was Wixie that got away to the best start on the 176. Thomas Donnelly looked to go through there as well, and he now snakes through on the inside there, up into second spot, and he's out after race leader Daniel Wicks. The local boy got away to a great start.
Yeah,
but Thomas Donnelly is the guy that's going to start to reel him in. You can see already the ground he's starting to make up. And Donnelly now had a victory over him earlier on. Could a psychological advantage. And here he comes again. Donnelly starting to hunt down the race leader, Daniel Wicks. Wicks out in front, but Donnelly right on his back, knobbly, as he comes through there, tried to get a little bit of an inside run, but there was no way. And this is the other part of the track too. Riders are starting to take advantage of the little mistakes as they come through the change of direction. Wixie out in front, but look at Donnelly all over the back.
Yeah, he's really putting pressure on. These are Gunnedah club mates, but when it comes to championship time, it's championship on the line, boy, and I'm out after you, and this is developing into a terrific battle of strategy. I think that Donnelly is just biding his time at the moment, and is going to try and grab the leader, and in this last lap, I just think he's sitting there patiently waiting.
Well, if Wex could keep that line, though, he's going to make it really hard for Donnelly to get around. He's nice and tight on the track on the low line, and he's making Donnelly search for a way through. Here they come, one to go. Wex the leader. Look at Donnelly, though. Now he moves up to the outside pass going into the turn, but he's not close enough to make that, and he's right up to the back of him. Wex is doing a great job of holding him out because he's all over the back of him. Donnelly looking to try and come through to that race lead. Wick's got a little back end out, tidy now. Donnelly has a go at him on the inside there in the change of direction. It's going to be the run onto the straight.
Look
now.
Out for the sweeper.
Wicks out in front. Donnelly tries to put a whirl on the outside, but Wicks has got him covered, I think. That's a great ride. Daniel Wicks takes the win on the 176, and a fantastic race between those two riders. Thomas Donnelly in second place, but what a fantastic race again, heat number 3.
He protected his lead very well there, Daniel Wicks. He showed that if I can keep my calm, keep my cool, this guy's going to have to work a lot harder if I can just maintain my position on track. He got into a really good rhythm, and that was a super control ride from the front by Daniel Wicks, despite the pressure that he was under at that point of time. Okay, last heat of the Pro 450 Championship. It's event 32 on our program today. The last heat in the opening round of the Pro 450s. The traps fall back. They charge down main straight away. Very even start as they look for the lead in turn 1.
Yeah, good dribble riders. Cooper Dunn was up there on the 427. So too was another experienced campaigner, Josh McCosker. And those two guys, as they start to settle down now, coming out of the bottom part of the track and into some sort of formation now, riders are starting to spread out a little up front of the race, and we'll pick them up for you as they come past us.
When our camera picks up this change of direction section of the course, Joel, you can see clearly where the riders are just picking the same line all the time to come through there. So if you can go into there in the lead and not make any mistakes, then you'll, like Daniel Wicks did in the previous race, you've pretty well got it covered. Yeah,
it's Tommy Wicks, the race leader. Sorry, Tommy Edwards, the race leader, as they come through the change of direction once more. And he looks like he's in a bit of control of this one, but the rider in second place is starting to make up a little bit of ground to try and put himself in a position to make a dive at the race leader. And it's Davis on the 76, Logan Davis, who's looking to try and make up the ground. Josh McCosker has dropped back into third placing, and he's a little bit off the pace at the moment, but these two up front starting to bunch up a little bit again now as they come through that bottom part of the track. And Tom Edwards, the race leader, being chased by Logan Davis on the 76 with only one to run.
There's that section of the track where the riders are coming through quite clearly, pretty much all in the same line. So if you're going to try and make some sort of pass, you're going to have to get off that line, which then puts you into a different part of the track. So as the day goes on in dirt track racing, it becomes more of a skill for the riders to then be able to use their knowledge as to where I need to go on this track if I need to make a pass.
Yeah, certainly, and Tommy Edwards at the moment doing the best of that as they go into that bottom part, the left-hand sweeper for the last time. The checkered flag comes out for heat number 4 of the Pro 450s, and Edwards takes the victory ahead of Logan Davis in second placing. Third place goes to McCosker, hanging on on bike number 45, just ahead of Lewis Tyne, who finishes outside the top 3 on bike number 27.
Okay, so the first round of our Pro 450 Championship for the Agriforce New South Wales Motorcycle Championships here at Gunnedah is run and won. Those points will start to accumulate, and we will keep you in touch with points as the day progresses. But we come up now to event 33, which is the second round of competition. In other words, you've now been able to witness right through all of the divisions in round number 1. Now we're up to round number 2, and this is the opening heat in round number 2 of the 13s to 16s. This is now where riders have the chance to either boost their points that they got in the opening round or make up some points that they missed out in the opening round, charging past our control tower for the very first time.
Yeah, Johnny Cooper got the best of the start, Ross, and he leads the pack. Cooper Carney on bike number 12 slotted up there into second placing, but Johnny Cooper on the 713, a pretty accomplished rider. He's got the head down, he's all business at the moment, and he's starting to open up a nice little break, but coming out of the pack riders are going to try and start to run him down. And it was Cooper Carney on the 12 that got away to a good start. We tasked with trying to run down this race leader. Johnny Cooper out in front, Carney in second. Now giving chase behind him is Byron Jolliffe on bike number 228. And just out of that top three is Zach Brady on bike number 90, looking to push his way up onto the podium. Now he makes the move, Brady, and he can't make it stick though on the outside. And he still in fourth spot, but it's only a matter of time. I think he's all over the back of Jolliffe and the 223 to try and get that third spot away from him. But down they come. They'll have 2 laps left to run. There's the big look over the shoulder from Johnny Cooper, and he says no immediate danger. Right behind him there's Cooper Carney. There's a fair way back, but a good battle for the minor placings with Brady still looking to try and find a way somehow through on Byron Jolliffe, who's currently in third placing. And Jolliffe under all sorts of pressure though as they go down into the change of direction with 1.5 to go.
And points, as we've already pointed out to you, points do count in these heats where you've got a heat, because if you get in the top 10 of the point scores, then you go straight into the final. You know you're there.
Yes.
So the points here still play a pretty vital role, as much as they do in the rounds where the championship will be decided on points. So points matter, and these riders back, as we're pointing out, that are battling it out for these minor placings here, know that 1 or 2 points can be all the difference between them getting directly into a final or having to face a repechage.
Or missing out, exactly right. The 713 of Johnny Cooper, though, grabs the checkered flag in the victory. Second place goes to Cooper Carney. And holding on to third was Byron Jolliffe, who was coming under all sorts of pressure from Zach Brady on bike number 90, but managed to fend him off and finish in that top 3 for heat number 1 of the 200 to 254 stroke 13 to under 16 years championship.
And so that means the next event coming up, event 34, will be heat number 2 of that division. And then that will be followed by 2 heats of the 9s to 13s championship series run over those 2 heats. So we're into the second round of competition. We'll try and give you some idea about points when we get to the end of the second round, and let you know which riders are sitting perhaps at the top of those divisions with their number of points going into the all-important round number 3. Round number 3 usually starts to then sort the top class royal, the top point scoring riders from the rest of the pack. Yes. Now this is the second heat of the 13s to 16s, and they're already into turn 1.
Good start from Archie Ryman in the 56. Hugh Hope Hodges, Triple H on bike number 6. He though was momentarily in second, but he grabs a race lead now, and I think that's Jaeger on the 8 that's starting to put the pressure to him. These two had a great scrap in the opening round, and it was Jaeger that got the chocolates at this time. Can Triple H, Hugh Hope Hodges, hold off the fast Nate Jaeger in second placing as they come down to complete the lap? Look at Jaeger tucked in behind the hangers now as they slide their way into the turn, but it's Triple H on bike number 6 that's got the race lead, but starting to come under pressure from Nate Jaeger on bike number 8, who's looking to try and put himself in a position to grab this race lead away, and he's still got a couple of laps to try and do it.
Well, here's one of those situations now that we've just pointed out. It was reverse way round in heat number 1. Now it's reverse way round in heat number 2, so they come back to equal points going into their repechage and final, because this division will be decided over that. So it's just those 1 or 2 points that can make all the difference. Plus there's a psychological thing that says, all right, well, you beat me in the first round, but here I am bouncing back in the second round. So just because you won there doesn't mean it's all over for you.
No, because I'm about to smash you in this one. He says it. He goes in the bottom turn. Hugh Hope Hodges will have 1 lap left to go. Nate Jaeger in second spot is giving chase, but he can't make up the ground. Taj Edwards has done a good job to keep in touch with these riders up in front. And it looked like, geez, Nate Jager's backed
He's in
off.
trouble.
Is he in trouble? I thought
Yeah.
he might have thought it was the end of the race.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, definitely, I think that bike's gone on him because he's got no power in it as he comes out of the turn.
No, he's lost
the
power.
power's gone altogether. So he's gone. He's going to drop big points here, Ross, as they come into the turn for the last time. And Triple H on bike number 6 takes the victory. Second place now is going to go to Taj Edwards on the 27, who's stuck in there. Third place goes to, he's got the hands on the eyes, poor old Nate Jager, as Nash Carlin. He comes across the line in third spot, just ahead of Nate, who managed to nurse the bike somehow across the line.
Important that he did that, because if he doesn't do that, he then doesn't get any points. He
misses out altogether.
If he throws his hands up in the air and just completely gives in, then he costs himself dearly. He kept going. He got 4th spot. Sure, not what he wanted, but at least he's got some points, which gives him the chance in the last couple of rounds to get himself back up to the top of that chart. So that's the 13s to 16s done. Now we go to the 9s to 13s, and this also is run over 2 heats for the championship. Event 35 and Event 36, 2 heats of the 9s to 13s. Coming up next as part of our Race Day Championship, or Race 2-Day Championship here at Valkyrie Park in Gunnedah with the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club. That rider who got into trouble, I don't know whether you picked them up, Joel, but they're
Jesse Johnson.
Having to wheel the bike back to the...
That's a long
that's a long way
push
for a youngster to push it all the way back to the pit area, but he's off the track.
He's off
so
the track
they've decided
proper,
that they're going to get the first heat of the 9s to 13s underway. It's Event 35 on a jam-packed program of racing.
Yeah, Will Ryan got away nicely there this time, Ross. Jake Straney, I think it was, on the 85, then took advantage of that first turn and goes to the race lead as they go down the bottom part of the track for the first time. And it was a good start by Will Ryan, got away nicely, but I think this is Straney on the 85 that was slow to move initially, but has managed to now grab the race lead as they come through the great pictures there from our Motorcycle New South Wales YouTube channel coverage. Great to have you with us as they come down across the line, and it is Jake Straney on the 85 that's opened up quite a commanding lead over Will Ryan in second spot, but a bit of a battle going on for the minor placings behind this race leader, who was Straney in the 85, was cleared out from the rest of the pack. But there you can see 3 or 4 bikes all within contention of these minor placings. So this is going to be a good battle between these 4 riders behind the race leader Straney to see who can pick up the points for the minor placings.
Important points. We keep hammering that. But it is so vital in this form of dirt track racing. You need the points. You need the points to get into that direct shot into the final. But wow, look at the lead that Jake Straney, the local boy from Gunnedah, does he like the Valkyrie Park circuit, or doesn't he? He's opened up about 100 plus metres over the rest of the pack. He's totally dominated this race. And there's a lap to go.
Yeah, very convincing at the moment with 1 lap left to go. McCosker is the guy in second spot. Thomas Bailey's up there and Jai French as well. So there's your race leader, Straney, with the battle for second. McCosker in second place, and then you got Jai French on bike 26. You can see him there right up to the back now. McCosker looking to try and make a passing move and find a way through. McCosker's got that second place, but look out, here comes French on the 26, getting a little bit closer to him now as they come through the change of direction. He's only got less than half a lap to try and pick him up. McCosker looks like he might have that second spot covered as they come to the checkered flag. It's Jake Straney with the victory. Good battle for second spot. But Cohen McCosker on the outside's just going to hang on from a fast finishing Jai French on bike number 26, who picks up third spot. And just out of the podium was Chad Armstrong on bike number 117. It comes across the line for heat 1 of the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship class.
Which means that our next event, which is already lined up behind the grid on our cameras there for you, is heat number 2 of the division. And then we will move to event 37, which will be the second round of the over 35s, which was dominated by Marty McNamara in the first round. We'll see whether he can do that again in round number 2, or whether the rest of the pack are going to say, well, you're not going to get it that easily in round number 2, Marty. But a big thank you to Motorcycling New South Wales and to Skywalker Studios for being able to provide the first ever live stream coverage of dirt track racing, as they're already underway in heat number 2 for the 9s and the 13s.
Yeah, no surprise to see Hugo Holmes get away to a good start, but Flynn Beard was the guy that's right with him now. He realises he can't let Holmes get too much of an open break on the rest of the field, because once he does get that clear space, very tough to run down. But Flynn Beard's a guy that can get around him if he can find the room there. He's just sitting in behind now in second spot. Race leader is Hugo Holmes on bike number 5, but Flynn Beard's a guy that's going to give him the most pressure, and right up behind him you can see tucked behind the hangers, looking to try and get every ounce of speed out of the bike as he came down the straight through that bumpy section of the track though, and it spat him a little bit wide there coming out of the turn, and he lost some ground on the race leader Holmes, but now quickly starting to try and pick that up again through the change of direction.
Yeah, those sections of the track are actually starting to come into play for the overall results. There could be those little mistakes that are going to be made when the things get a little bit bumpy. So unless the riders are keeping their race face on, they might...
here comes Beard on the inside. He makes a bold move to try and get Hugo Holmes in the turn, but he had to shut off, and sensibly so, because he was going to contact Hugo Holmes if he kept that same line. But he's really looking dangerous in second spot. He's got the speed. He loves this part of the track too. You can see him get close to Hugo Holmes here and put himself in a good position as they sweep onto that big left-hander onto the straight, and they're only going to have one to go from here. Hugo Holmes out in front, but he hasn't got it all his own way. Look at Flynn Beard on the inside, had the good momentum run, and he grabs the race lead away from Holmes as they come down with one to go.
There's the trouble.
He brought himself undone. The leg came off the bike and looked like he was going to come off, but he managed somehow to wrestle it back, and he's dropped that first spot though, so all his good work brought undone, Ross, in that corner, and unfortunately for him, he's going to have to settle for second spot, because Hugo Holmes just got that little extra bit of breathing space, and he comes down to the checkered flag, and he looks like he's going to grab it. What a great race was heat number 2, as Holmes takes the victory ahead of Flynn Beard, who was brave, but just couldn't quite pay off for him, and Isaac Cross on the 774 rounds out the top 3.
Yeah, we've pointed out that conditions change on dirt tracks. Whether it be speedway track or whether it be a dirt track, the conditions change throughout the day. So therefore, so do the pit crew. They have to change. They have to talk to the rider. Do we need to change tyre pressure? Do we need to change gearing? What parts of the track are now starting to play a role in our development? So there's constant change depending on the change to the track surface, and we're not pinpointing out that it's a problem. It's just a feature of dirt track. You have to be aware that your skills and your knowledge have to change throughout the day. You're not doing the same old thing race after race after race.
And there's so many things that affect that, not just the volume of bikes going across, but also the weather. With it being a clear day, drying the track out. But there's the start for the over 35 support. And there's McCosker, got away to a flyer this time. Marty McNamara was slow to move. Now he moves up into second spot. McCosker with the race lead. The two veteran riders out in front. Both these guys, I think, previous winners of the Akubra Classic at Kempsey. And they're no stranger to oil tracks. And these guys are settling down up front to battle it out in this over 35s round number 2. But at the moment, it's McCosker with the advantage. And McNamara, though, is hunting him down as they come down the main straightaway. Look at McNamara up on the outside now. That's a good move from McNamara. He gets through nicely, nice and smooth, and into the race lead.
There's a classic example of the experience. As you saw in that previous race with the juniors, Beard tried to make the underpass or the inside pass on the race leader Hugo Holmes. In that race, McNamara's gone to the outside, used the smoother part of the track, and as you said, made a nice smooth pass. So it's the experience that shows out there.
Yeah, certainly avoided that bit of track that seems to be starting to rut up a little on the inside, and you'll see the bikes, the way they react as they come through that part of the track as the track starts to change the track surface. But it's Marty McNamara that's got the lead at the moment in this one, and it's a nice handy lead too over McCosker, who is starting to come under a little bit of pressure of his own now with only one more lap left remaining. They come down, and it's McNamara, the race leader. Second spot, McCosker, and then I think it's Girdler on the 28 machine that's up there next. There's actually 228 shown in this division, so we're not too sure. We do apologise if we are announcing the wrong one. But Neil Girdler is shown as 28, and so too is Wesley Barnes in the program. So we'll find out just which one of those guys it is. As Marty McNamara, he fires off out of the bottom turn for the last time. Onto the straight he goes, and he takes the race victory in round number 2 of the over 35 support. Second spot, McCosker. He picks up second placing, hangs on ahead of either Girdler or Barnes on bike number 28. For third spot. So that's round number 2, event 37 of the over 35s support. And the victory going to Marty McNamara on bike number 7. Josh McCosker picks up second place on the 45, and third place goes to bike number 28, which is either Neil Girdler or Wesley Barnes. So that was the second round. We move now to the 50cc Auto 7 to under 9 years championship, round number 2. This is a second race for riders. Be looking for Cooper Quinn in this one in the 82 and the yellow, all yellow. He really does go quick in this division, and he gets away to a fantastic start. So too did the 34 of Regan Quinn, and Axel Kirkness on the 387 was also up there from the start. But it was all Cooper Quinn on bike number 82, who will be most of this weekend. I think you'll find there will be a familiar sight out the front in the yellow leathers.
Coming up after this race, just to give you an idea as the program ahead, we've got the 3 heats of the ATV Open Championship coming up, and that's the second round for them. So if you've got someone that's about to compete in the ATV Open Championship, they're coming up after the next race. So back to the racetrack action on our live stream coverage, and we're looking at event 38 for the 7 and 9-year-olders.
And we're looking at Cooper Quinn on bike number 82 with the race lead. But here comes Axel Kirkness now, is starting to make the reel in that ground that he had Cooper Quinn at quite a commanding lead, but now it's Kirkness has started to eat away at that lead, and you can see there as they come through the change of direction, he's starting to make up ground on this race leader. So out in front, Cooper Quinn with still a couple of laps left to run, but here comes Kirkness. Look at him come quickly on the inside. He'll be making a dive very shortly. Jax Pringle is back there in third spot, but that's the part of the track. Oh, gee, and Cooper Quinn nearly got brought undone by that bumpy part of the track now as he managed to get his way through unscathed. You can see that Kirkness so determined to try, and now where he gets a kick on Cooper Quinn. I think it frightened him a bit, and he's just powered on a little bit more, and he opens up a bit of a break once more on Axel Kirkness as they come down with only one more lap left to negotiate of the Balcarry Park here in Gunnedah for the New South Wales titles and the dirt track title. Great to have your company through Motorcycling New South Wales' YouTube channel, and we'll be here over both days, Ross and I, to bring you all the action here from Balcarry Park in a fabulous weather day, as we see Cooper Quinn on screen now, coming down with only half a lap left to go. Axel Kirkness has been brave in second spot. He's chased gallantly, but he's not going to be able to pick up the ground that he needs. And into the last turn, for the very last time, the checkered flag comes out, and it waves for Cooper Quinn on bike number 82. Axel Kirkness on the 387 is next across the line. And then the 666 once again, Cade Wildsmith. He's come from the clouds to knock off Jax Pringle in that third spot, and Pringle relegated back to fourth place.
We've spoken about the actual track conditions, but the weather conditions couldn't be any better for these riders here today. If it was a blowy, windy day, then that comes into the strategy for riding. It gets very difficult to ride a dirt track on a very windy, as it does to ride any motorcycle on a very windy day. It's not a very hot day, so the actual surface of this track from the dirt point of view won't change very much. Yes, you will get a change in the parts of the track where the riders are continually going through that one section of the track. That'll change. And as I said, it's also not a very cold day, because that would also have an effect. So the actual weather conditions are perfect for racing motorcycles as our ATVs get underway in the second round of their championship, and this is being run over 3 heats of competition.
Yeah, Josh Griffith, Ross, got the best of the start, and he goes to the race lead now as they head down to the bottom part of the track for the very first time, and Griffith's the race leader, but he's starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the rider in second spot, who's looking to try and look for a passing move or get close enough to make that move. And I think it might be Chevy Green on the 93, but let's have a look. Griffith, Green in second spot it is. Then comes the 75 of John Sherlock. And then back behind them is Catherine Higgs. But the battle up front continues with Josh Griffith on bike number 66 out in front, but being hounded down by Chevy Green in the 93 on the blue bike, and is staying within striking distance, but has got the work cut out to try and get this race lead away from Josh Griffith.
And as our camera angles are picking up, you can see that the difference between these two riders up front, they are taking different lines on the racetrack. There's an example. Green takes a sort of a wider approach into the turn, trying to avoid, I think, those bumpier parts of the track. And as we saw in round number 1, where Josh Griffiths just careered away from the rest of them, he's not necessarily getting everything his own way here. And whilst the second place challenger is not quite getting close enough, Green not quite getting close enough to be able to really put the pressure on Griffiths. He's certainly making a better fist of, but definitely taking a better line, a different line in his racing.
Yeah, going into that turn number 1 as they head down the bottom part of the track for the very last time through the change of direction, and Josh Griffith in control of this one. Chevy Green chased hard as Green there, you can see, trying to get the back end out, but it's going to be to no avail, because Josh Griffith comes to the line and grabs the victory ahead of Chevy Green in second spot. Third place goes to the 75 of John Sherlock to round out the podium through with Catherine Higgs. Catherine across the line in fourth spot, and Colin Green on the 888 will be the other rider to greet the checkered flag in our opening heat of round 2 of the ATV Opens.
2 heats of this division to go of the ATV Open Championship. 2 heats to go, event 40 and event 41. And then we will come up to the 9s to 13s division of the championship, which is also run over heats. There'll be 2 heats of that, event 42 and event 43. We'll keep you in touch as best we can throughout the day as far as progress points are concerned, so we can give you an idea as to who to be following in each race and who's got the best championship. And as we see one of the riders stalling the bike at the start, and if you stall the bike at the start, you might as well then say, well, I'll watch the rest of the race from this far back.
You're buggered, aren't you? Because they've got no hope. But back up front of the race, it's Matthew Griffiths, the other Griffiths boy, out in front, and he's having a look down. He might be in trouble, the bike, is it? He's fiddling around with under the seat there. He slowed right down dramatically. He comes out of the turn still looking down at the bottom of the bike, and not sure what's happening there. It seems still hanging on to this race lead. Trevor Rose is the guy in second spot. Now Matty Griffith seems to have got things all sorted.
Yeah.
Has a quick sneaky look around just to see where the other guys are, but certainly there was something going amiss with the ATV as he completed that last lap, but it seems like he sorted it all out.
Great
now.
battle, second and third.
It's a top battle for second and third spot. Trevor Rose on the 35 is battling it out. I think it's McKee on the 55. They touched. He had a bit of a look at him too, and put the old hip and shoulder in as they came across the line, and it's the 88 of Hank Schleinzer. It was that there's no nonsense move. It was on the inside, but back at him he comes, and he's not giving up Trevor Rose without a fight. So this is a great scrap for the minor placings, and back up on the inside comes Schleisner, and he grabs that second spot back away. So they'll have one more lap left to run from here. And this battle for the minor placings between Trevor Rose and Hank Schleinzer is really starting to heat up, with the guys bumping off one another, but it's Schleisner that's got the advantage now on the 88, and it looks like he might come across to take that second place away from Trevor Rose on the 35.
Dominant performance by the Griffiths boys. We've pointed out that they are very, very keen to be at the top of the tree in this ATV division. Spend a lot of time on their bikes and their equipment, and it shows out in their racing. They've had convincing wins in both rounds.
Yeah, certainly have, and there's a checkered flag. Victory ahead of Hank Slineser on the 88. Geez, that's been a good ride from him. To muscle his way through into second ahead of Trevor Rose on machine number 35, and there's the 75 of Kim Mackay greeting the checkered flag.
One heat to go in round 2 of the ATV Open Championship, and then that'll be followed by 2 heats of the 9 to 13 division of the championships. They move into their second round, and then we'll come up with the 7 to 9-year-olds in round 2 of theirs. We're up to event 44. We're the club is getting through the racing program fairly well as the traps fall down.
Until now, you put the kiss of death on them with the commentator's curse. Thanks very much, Ross. I'm holding you accountable if something goes amiss here as they get underway for heat number 3, and the 4 riders in this one all smashing it through the first turn. And this should be pretty closely contested, this one. There's not much between these 4 riders on track, and you can see already the 2 groups clearly have cleared away, and it's the 2 up front, and it looks like that might be Braith Birkin-Paul in second spot, and he's out after the race leader, which might be Chevelle Green on the 666. Have a look over the shoulder and back up on the inside. I think it might be Bailey Northcott on the 54, Ross, that's got the race lead. But these two are going to settle down to a ding-dong battle, and Northcott on the 54 and Birkin-Paul on the 114 in second spot. These two are going to battle it out for the race victory in this one, because they sweep their way down onto the straight once more, but they've still got 2 to go. But there's not much between these two. Right out wide on the track. He got the speed that he needed to, and he just blows around. But back on the inside. They touched tyres as they came into the corner and managed to stay upright on the bikes. But, gee, nothing between these two guys as they head down. He's gone. He's washed out.
And the result was he bumped going into the turn. The back end of the bike bumped in that bumpy section, and he lost control.
He's
did
gone.
the spin out, and that's cost him dearly.
It's cost him second place, Ross, with 1 lap to go. Race leader tucked down and over behind the hangers is Bailey Northcott on the 54. Now inheriting second spot is Travis Northcott on machine number 83, and still parked precariously with the yellow flag out there down in the bottom part of the track. You can see them now going around past the guy. The race continues, but poor old Braith Birkin-Paul will have to watch from the edge of the track as they come down now to the checkered flag, and it's going to wave a victory for bike number 54. Bailey Northcott cruises across, a bit of a nod of the head to the flaggy as he comes across the line ahead of Travis Northcott in second spot, and third place is going to go to Chevelle Green on bike 666.
Bailey's another one of our Brisbane riders from the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club, and saying I'm going to and he stopped to have a chat with the rider who got into trouble there. Who was that?
Braith Birkin-Paul.
Braith Birkin-Paul. Having a chat with him and saying, "You all right, mate? Race is over, but if I can help you back, let me help you back to the pit area." So it looks like it's going to be a long push, or he's going to hook on behind him and give him a push back to the pit area. That's the camaraderie that's shown in this sport.
It's actually an Uber service they offer, Ross. It's got a little Uber sticker on the back, and he's pushing him back.
Camera picking that up to give you an idea of what we're talking about, giving him a push back to the pit area. Yep, that's it.
He's got the toe ball there, the shoe-shaped toe ball, but the boys are heading back as we get ready for the 65cc two-stroke for the 9 to under 13 years championship, round number 2, and they get underway, and it's Bodie Lay on the 101 that got the best of the start, but he's quickly swamped going into the turn. Riders coming around the outside. Ty McNamara might be one of those. Quade Pringle in the 61. Isaac Cross has been up there as well in this division. So it's McNamara, the race leader, and he's on the KTM out in front, and I think that's Isaac Cross on the 774. That's the guy in second placing, giving chase as they come down to complete lap number 1, and McNamara leads the way. There's a look over the shoulder from Isaac Cross to see who's behind him, and it's Thomas Bailey on bike number 27, but he's not close enough to make a dive. So a similar gap between these top 3 riders at the track, although Ty McNamara now out in front, starting to have his lead cut down by the rider in second spot that's trying to make up the ground to put himself in a position, and that's Isaac Cross on the 774 to make a dive at the race lead. So down they come with still 2 to go, and the race leader is the 7 of Ty McNamara. He's out in front, the 774 of Isaac Cross in second place. Then we go back to Thomas Bailey, who's holding on to that third placing on bike number 27, but no real challenge being made for any of these top 3 positions, because Ty McNamara is comfortably out in front with about 1.5 laps left to run. Down into the big sweeper, the left-hander onto the straight they'll come. There's the change of direction part of the track as they head down now onto the sweeper with only 1 lap left remaining, and your race leader is Ty McNamara on bike number 7. He has a big look over the shoulder to see how far back the guy in second spot is, and he shut off, I think, there for a minute. I don't know whether he thought that might have been the end of the race. He's certainly backed right. He has. I think he's as you think that's the end, he keeps looking around and looking at the other riders. Now, there's a little bit of confusion, but there was the last lap board that went up. Now, they're all starting to stop as well. So what's going on here, Ross? This is unbelievable. They've all thought it's the end of the race. They've pulled off. There was 1 lap left to go. The poor old Flaggy's got the last lap board out. They're all heading back to the pits. This is unbelievable. One bloke said, bugger that, I'm off. I'll take the victory here. And he's going to come around. Well, this is bizarre. I've seen nothing like it before. Across the line comes the 27 of Thomas Bailey, and Thomas says, thanks very much. I'll take the easiest win of my career. Riker Muggleton will get second. Jax Pringle next. And the top riders, Ross, are back in the pit area, probably at the canteen, looking to buy a bacon and egg roll, and the rest of the field have rolled across the line, and they've taken the win. So that's extraordinary.
Extraordinary result. It just goes to show, you know,
pay attention.
How you need. It's like when you're playing football or netball or something. Play to the referee's whistle. Well, in motorcycling, you play to the flags.
Yeah, there's a black and white checkered one. They wave at the end, boys. When they wave that, that's the end of the race. It's not when they hold out the little board that says last lap. But the thing was, the race leader, who was, I think at the time, was Ty McNamara.
Ty, yeah.
He slowed down and started looking at the other guys behind. Now, they started to slow as well because they thought, okay, if he's stopping, that must have been the end of the race. We must have missed a checkered flag. And Isaac Cross was the other rider. And then they all just near stopped down in the bottom of the track and headed off to the pit area. Yeah. So, like I said, I've never seen, all the time I've seen racing, I've never seen that many riders miss the finish.
Well, the boys have made history.
Unbelievable stuff.
Valkyrie Park.
It's all happening.
Okay, well, what's happening now is the second heat of the 9s to 13s, and hopefully these blokes will be able to learn the lesson from the boys in the previous race.
Well, maybe we'll get 4 laps this time as the riders go down into the bottom part of the track, and it was Cole McCosker and Flynn Beard that got away to a good start, both on the orange KTMs as they come down through. Not much between these guys now, through that little change direction, through the bottom left-hander, and it's going to be close for this one, I can tell you. Cohen McCosker and Flynn Beard are the 2 riders battling it out. Beard on the outside, though, gets the advantage. McCosker, though, is not going to give up on the inside, but it was Beard that got the better of him on the outside, and he hangs on to that race lead now, and McCosker actually dropping back to 3rd place there in that battle in the first turn. So it's race leader now, the 43 of Flynn Beard. This is a 65cc 2-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship class, and it's heat 2 in round 2 with the race leader Flynn Flynn Beard.
It seems that, from my observation anyway, that the riders are now starting to realise where the track is getting a bit bumpy, and particularly here in turn 1, you'll notice that the riders are now going out a little wider and getting that smoother run into the turn and avoiding that bit of bumpy stuff which costs them the wobbly front end, and that little bit of wobbly front end costing them a lot of ground. So they're picking different parts of the circuit now. The racing's still going to be competitive, there's no doubt about that, but they're going to be using different parts of the track to try and get the advantage.
Oh, this is going to be a great finish here. Flynn Beard starting to be chased down by Brodie Ford on the 107, and Brodie Ford now has put himself within striking distance of Beard, who bounced his way through at first turn, and he's got the race lead, but he's under a lot of pressure from the 107 of Brodie Ford in second spot. Oh, there's that wide line, and Ford said thank you and tried to come through on the outside, but he just couldn't quite make it stick there as he came through, and he comes back at him, Beard, on the inside, and he might just manage to hang on to this one, although it's going to be a run to the checkered flag. Brodie Ford in second spot trying to get Flynn Beard, but this has been a great ride by these two. It's Flynn Beard on the 43 that takes the victory, just ahead of Brodie Ford in second spot. About 65cc 2-stroke 9 to under 13 years, with third place going to Cohen McCosker on the 45, and the last couple of riders, there's Flynn Jollop on the 99 grabbing the checkered flag along with Ethan Loker, and one of the last will be Will Ryan.
Well, that completes what's been a very entertaining 9s to 13s championship division, and they're already lined up at the traps for round 2 of the 7 to 9-year-olders. These will not be run over heats. These are just rounds because of the number of nominations that have been received, but the riders are sitting at the starting traps ready for event 44. Just for those people who are tuned into our live stream, because things have been going so well, the Gunnedah Club is going to be able to take a little bit of a break for all the volunteers and so on, so we will take a little bit of a break from our live stream coverage as well, but we will give you the details of that when that occurs. So away they go for event 44. Round 2 of the 7 to 9-year-old championship, into turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, rider Nelson Collett got away to a good start. I think he shocked himself. He had a bit of a look around as if to say, am I out in front here? And he led them down the main straightaway, but the guys coming through very quickly. Hudson McConnell on the 31 and also the 82 of Cooper Quinn. You can see Cooper now moving up on the inside to grab that second spot, and he's out after the race leader now. And will he be able to track him down? That will be the big interest in this one, because Cooper Quinn on bike number 82 is one of the favoured riders in this class to take it out. But at the moment, it's Cade Wildsmith. Gee, hasn't he been riding well today, Cade Wildsmith? He's been consistent, and he's up in front of this one. Can he hang on? Because Cooper Quinn's going to come at him. He's going to come at him quickly. But Cade Wildsmith, he's shown today that the second half of the race is where he's the strongest. So he's really picked up some good placings in the second part of the race. So he's out in front in this one. And can he hold on, Ross? Because Cooper Quinn is going to come at him quickly.
If we take you back to round 1, then Cooper Quinn did dominate that particular event. Now he's going to have to show, can I come from behind? And you've correctly pointed out, the last race showed that Wildsmith was very strong in the closing laps, so I don't know that Cooper Quinn's going to be able to peg him back here.
I don't know either. He's not making up too much ground on him at the moment, as you can see the shot there of them coming through the change of direction. But now, as I say that, Cooper Quinn starts to make a little bit of ground on the race leader, Cade Wildsmith, on bike 666, and as they swing onto the straight once more with one more lap left to go, it's race leader is Wildsmith, but look out, here comes Cooper Quinn up on the inside. Just had too much pace down the straight, and he's blushed through on the inside to grab that race lead away from Carl Wildsmith.
Yeah,
and Wildsmith, he won't give up though. He's still sticking in there, and if Cooper Quinn makes the mistake, he'll be there ready to pounce on him, but he's got the job to do now with only half a lap to go. And Cooper Quinn, this has been a good measured ride from him. He bided his time, picked the right spot. Wildsmith's going to come back at him though in this last turn, and the run to the checkered flag, it's going to be close. Quinn on the outside, Wildsmith on the inside, but it was Cooper Quinn in a good race between those two boys. It was Cooper Quinn taking the chocolates ahead of Cade Wildsmith on the 666. Now way back to third place is going to be rider Nelson Collett on bike 195. They're the top three.
As we move now to event 45, which will be the second round of the ATVs, but this ATV division will be for the 60 to 90cc two-strokers and the 85cc to 125cc four-strokers in the ATV division. As our camera angle shows you there, we've got them lined up at the traps. There are 4 competitors in this division. And then that will be followed by event number 46, which we are back into the Motocross Open Championship. So that'll be round number 2 for them, and that will certainly be one you won't want to miss on our live stream coverage. The first time that Motorcycling New South Wales have combined with Skywalker Studios to bring you a live stream coverage of a dirt track event. And we're pretty honoured to be able to be part of that presentation for you. So as we've pointed out, if you are listening or viewing us from wherever it might be, there is a comment section on the YouTube channel. If you'd like to drop in a comment there, maybe when we're taking the break, we can have a look at some of those
tell
comments.
us how much better I'm doing than you on the live stream. That'd be great. I'd love to hear that positive feedback. But no, it's great to be here in all seriousness, Ross. It's a fantastic coverage. You've seen some really great camera angles, starting from the drone overhead. A fantastic shot of the track, and what a fantastic track it is here. It's our first time here at the track, and it's been some great racing. And
trouble at the start here, Joel.
Big trouble. One of the traps hasn't come down.
One of the traps is not down. The riders know it, though, I think.
Yeah, the rider's stuck behind. That'll probably bring the red flag out, will it? Or maybe not.
Are they saying that perhaps the rider caused the trap not to come down?
I'm not sure. I think this continue. I don't see any red flag or yellow flag at the moment, so... it's
race on.
It's just bad luck, unfortunately.
That's why they're called traps. If you get too close to it, it doesn't come down.
They might be there till next weekend, stuck behind that. Let's hope not. But back to the race action, and through the change of direction part of the track they come for the very first time. And this was a great battle in the first one between Joel McPherson on the 47 and Cooper Garland on the 63 in our opening round. Now let's have a look what happens this time, and it's the 63 of Garland that's out in front of the 888. It's Cooper Garland of Ryan Garland in second place, and then it's the 35 of Reed Rose. So it was Joel McPherson, the winner of the first one, that got stuck behind the trap. So dropping some points now. So there's McPherson now getting going again, but is a lap behind. So important that we mention, though, as you've mentioned earlier before a couple of times, to finish the race and get the points. So if they had not have finished at all, it would have been no points. So very important.
Yeah, and it is it doesn't matter whether you're in the championship division that has to reach repechage or finals, or whether it's in these divisions whereby it's points only. Points still count for every single race that you go out in, and this is becoming a race.
Oh, it's a cracker. The Garland combination. Cooper Garland, the 63. Ryan Garland has got the advantage though and grabbed the race lead, but there was nothing between the two of them coming down the straight. You can see them willing every bit of power out of the bike they could by pumping the handlebars. There's back on the inside comes Cooper Garland on the 63 to snatch that race lead away, which has changed a few times already in this one. And now onto the straight once more, because out getting very wide on the inside, Ryan Garland might snatch that lead back away, and has done as they come down the 888 of Ryan Garland out in front. But look out, here comes Cooper Garland on the outside. So the battle of the Garlands as they go into the turn once more, and they've only got this is the last lap, nothing in between them. It's wheel-to-wheel action as they go down the back into the bottom part of the track here at Balcarry Park in Gunnedah, and these two are battling it out. This is the ATV 60cc to 90cc two-stroke and 85 to 125 four-stroke class, and into the final turn they go. Who is it going to be? Ryan Garland and Cooper Garland. They've swapped the lead several times. Onto the straight they come. Up on the inside it's Ryan Garland. Cooper Garland on the outside. He throws a hand up and says, I've got you, 63 of you little beauty. He pumps the fist as he comes across the line, and it's Cooper Garland on the 63 in a very entertaining race for the ATVs ahead of Ryan Garland on the 888, and then it's going to be the 35 of Reed Rose, although the 47 of McPherson came across the line was a lap down.
Yeah, correct. Righto, let's move then back to one of our feature divisions on the championship card, and that's the Motocross Open Championship. This is the second round, 4 heats again in the second round of competition here, and didn't we see some exciting racing in the opening round of this championship? And we're going to see some more here, I would imagine, as the ATVs have made their way back into the pits. The starting marshal slips the board and says we're ready to go, and away they go in the opening heat of the second round of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, it was a good start from Ronan Jacobs on the 4.62. He got away very quickly, and he leads the field into the first turn now as they go down the train of riders in this MX Open class, start to sort themselves out a little. There's a rider coming through quickly, looking for a position on the inside. I think it might have been Lewis Tyne on the 27, but we'll pick them up for you. He's really starting to make a battle for the race lead now as they come through now for the very first time past the stripe, and the race leader is the 4.75. It was of
Brandon Burns.
It was Brandon Burns on the 4.75 that's gone to the race lead. Geez, determined ride, and already starting to pull away out in front. So this has been a good ride from Burns. Look at him go. He's right behind the hangers, and he's really giving it some coming through the change of direction. And you look at him there already starting to open up a nice little handy break out in front. But look at the battle going on behind him, because there's about 3 or 4 riders as they come across the stripe once again that are starting to make up ground and join in the battle for the minor places.
And that battle for the minor placings, we're going to stay with that, because our race leader, Brandon Burns, he showed what we've been talking about. He just took his time in that opening lap with those opening couple of corners 1 and 2. Said, okay, I'm going to get some rhythm here, and now that he's found his rhythm, wow, he has charged right away from this pack of riders, battling it out for second, third and fourth, and you can throw fifth into the mix up there too if you want to.
Yeah, Jacobs has got third spot at the moment, but he's got a couple of guys breathing down his neck. Tyler Davies is one of those on the 4.15. He's been searching desperately to get through into second spot, but he just can't get around Ronan Jacobs on the 4.62. He's only got half a lap to try and figure out a way as they come down through the change direction. He gets a bit closer to him. Looked like he was going to get up on the inside as checkered flag time, and the race win, it goes to the 4.75 of Burns, but second place is going to be close to the stripe, but it's a 4.15 of Tyler Davies that picks up second spot. So a good finish from him. Very quick finish. Girdler was up there as well, Fisher. But a very fast finish for the minor placings, but it was a good victory to Brandon Burns on the 4.75 ahead of Tyler Davies on the 4.15.
I think he's laid down a footprint there for the rest of the championship, Brandon Burns. It was a good, smooth, heady ride by him to take out what was a fairly convincing victory in heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up of our Motocross Open Championship. Cody Lewis is in here. He's been riding well today. Christian O'Donnell, Thorin Openshaw is there as well. So this should be a pretty cracking heat. And 2 more heats to go after this one.
Yeah,
so
starters' hands, off they go. Good start from Lewis, it looked like, on the inside. He got away quickly, but so too did Openshaw right alongside him. And they were shoulder to shoulder going into the turn, but it was Lewis who got the advantage. Openshaw now looking to try and duck back on the inside. He gets that passing move too as they come down in the bottom part of the track. And Torrin Openshaw takes the race lead away from Lewis, but Lewis will be looking to try and wrestle it back away from him as they come down into the left-hand sweeper and onto the straight for the very first time. They're pretty bunched up front.
Wow,
not much between the top 4 or 5 riders as they come past us now. The race leader Openshaw. Then comes Lewis. Now that's Williams on bike number 10. Cooper Williams looking to join in that battle up front. And there's Lewis getting a little bit stuck in that part of the track, and that balked the riders behind, and they started to bunch up a little, and that allowed Torrin Openshaw out in front to skip away a little, and Lewis now starting to try and track him back down and make up that little bit of ground that he lost.
And the rider towing in behind there, which is Davis, is also starting to make his presence felt because he's starting to find some good lines on the track.
Yeah, so Logan Davis, Ross, on the 76. He's moved his way up into third placing. and he's out after Cody Lewis now. He's starting to make the ground that he needs. He's only got 1.5 laps to try and find a way through. So at the moment, Thorin Openshaw out in front. That's doing a great job of holding off Cody Lewis now, who's getting a little bit closer. He's being pushed on by the fact that Davis now is starting to really hound him back in third spot. So it's going to be a great last lap as they come past and see the board. It's still Thorin Openshaw out in front. It's Lewis hanging on to that second spot. It's Logan Davis looking to try and find a way through up into second place. And can any of them get this race leader, Openshaw, as they come down with only half a lap left to run? It looks like Openshaw might have them covered, but there's still one more turn to negotiate. There's Lewis coming right up to the back end now. He'll try and get a run out of this turn and run up onto him, but it's Openshaw that takes the victory, and a good ride from him for heat number 2. Lewis in second spot on the 122, and third place being taken out by Logan Davis on bike number 76. Good finish.
That was the second heat in round 2 of the Motocross Open Championships, brought to you by Agri Machinery and the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club at Balkerry Park in Gunnedah, as they're already at the traps now for heat number 3 in the second round of the Motocross Open Championship, as riders slowly make their way back from heat number 2. After this is heat number 4 of the Motocross Open Championship, which wraps up round number 2 for that division. Our starter has the riders in hand and tells them, boys, we're ready to go. And wow, from the outside of the gate, a flying start.
Wixie, Ross Daniel Wicks got away beautifully.
Great start.
In the blue, the 176. He goes to the race lead, and he's going to be hard to track down from there, but who can come out? I think that might be Thomas Herrick in second spot. That's the guy that's tasked to running him down, and if anyone can do it, it's certainly Herrick as they come through the change of direction, and race leader is Wicks out in front. But look at these three up front, nothing between the three of them as they come onto the straight for the first time. Wicks leads the way. It's the 971 in second spot, and that's Tom Edwards. Edwards in second place. Oh, gee, look like he's in a little bit of trouble there. And Herrick back behind him. Herrick looking to try and find a way through up into second spot and maybe get out after race leader Daniel Wicks. But at the moment, Wicks is in full control of this one, with Edwards looking to try and find a way around. But these three up front, Ross, are really settling down to have a great battle.
Well, pick the winner of this one if you possibly can, because it's Wicks now. Has the advantage of being in front, and he showed in the previous race that he can keep his cool. He can make you ride hard to try and get around him, and that's what Tom Edwards and Herrick are going to have to do. They're going to have to push the button if they're going to try and get past Daniel Wicks, because he showed that he has cool, calm and collected attitude in his racing, although he got a little bit wide there coming out of the change of direction, but he comes out wide in main straight to get the good momentum coming down main straight. So Daniel Wicks in front and has command of this race.
Yeah, last lap too. Can he hang on? Herrick's desperately looking for a way into second spot past Tom Edwards, but Edwards is holding him up. Now can he get through Herrick on the inside? I think he might. No. Edwards still hanging on to second spot. Herrick now switches back to the inside line, but all the while Wicks has opened up a nice little advantage, and I think he might come down to take the victory in this one. Good ride, good win, and it was right from the start. Daniel Wicks takes the victory. Edwards second. Herrick backs off in third placing, but a good race between those three riders, all battling it out up front in this MX Open Championship class. But it was Wicks that got the chocolates this time ahead of Tom Edwards and Thomas Herrick in third.
Took advantage of a great start, made a terrific start at the traps, read the start well, keeps control of the race. Once he gets the lead, he's very, very hard to pass, and he proved that again in that heat. Okay, heat number 4 coming up of the Motocross Open Championship in round 2. This is event 49 on the program today. And again, we're going to wrap up a round that's going to start to decide where the points are starting to settle now, which ones are at the top, which ones are now going to have some pressure on them to try and get back into the top.
Yeah, good start from William Seckham on bike number 44. He got away beautifully and went to the race lead from the start. So he leads the way now as a big group of bikes make their way through that bottom part of the track. There's picturesque Balcarry Park here in Gunnedah for the running of the New South Wales Dirt Track titles for 2025. Great to have you with us. If you're tuning in, some fabulous pictures coming to us live here from Gunnedah. But at the moment, out in front, it's William Seckham on bike number 444. Jaden Trembath is the guy in second spot trying to, but they can't pick up the ground that Seckham made from the start. That's been a bottler of a start from Seckham, and he's holding onto a nice advantage. The two guys, oh, gee whiz, they nearly came undone. They both came together. They've run off the track. They've managed to get their way back on, but they've lost about 3 or 4 placings in the process, so still 2 to go. Race leader Seckham out in front. Now this has changed the whole complexion of the race, because up into second now is Cooper Dunn on the 427. And also, I think that was Lewis Tyne on the 27 bike as well. So they took advantage of those two riders, Ross, running off the track and losing those positions. And
the leader took advantage as well, because he's managed now to skip right away from this challenge, which includes Lewis Tyne, who's starting to really make his presence felt for this challenge for second spot.
Yeah, he's up into second now, Ross, as they come past us on the straight. He moves his way up there. Trem is into second placing with a big group of bikes. There's about 5 of those guys all battling it out for the minors. Behind the race leader is William Seckham, and he looks like he's going to grab the checkered flag and the victory in this one as they come out of the bottom turn for the very last time, and the checkered flag's going to wave, and it waves for bike number 44. William Seckham takes the victory. Now second spot goes to Tyne on bike number 27, with Jaden Roberts, the rider, flashing through to make up the podium 3 in third place. So a good finish to our final heat in round 2 of the MX Open Championship.
And a good win for William Seckham. He's from the Macleay District Motorcycle Club in Kempsey on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. And they too have a very, very strong club there as well. And oftentimes Gunnedah and the Macleay Club combine for inter-club challenges because there's not all that far between each other, and they often combine for inter-club matches. So good to see the Kempsey boys taking out a race as part of the New South Wales Championship. So now we're not up to racing, we're up to watching the 50cc demos, the little ones on the 50cc bikes coming out onto the track. Now, I have indicated to you that the officials have told us that they will be taking a break. We felt that perhaps with the weight of events, but things have gone, fingers crossed, relatively smoothly so far. We hope we haven't put the curse on everybody.
We. He's saying we.
Okay, I hope I haven't put the curse on everybody. You. And okay, we should be back. We'll wrap things up in a minute, and we should be back for our live stream coverage, say somewhere around about the 145, 150 mark. It'll be about a half an hour break. We will be able, before we start the racing, we'll try and give you a bit of a wrap on where the points sit at the moment for the various divisions. We've asked the hard-working ladies in the tower if they can do that for us, and they said yes, they're very happy to be able to try and give our live stream viewers an idea of who we need to look out for in round number 3. But we're taking a break shortly. We'll let you know when that break is going to exactly occur, and then we'll let you know how we'll be back. So maybe you can make yourself a cup of tea and a sandwich and have yourselves a bit of lunch.
Cup of tea and a sandwich?
Yes.
Who drinks
All right.
Cup of tea's for old women and Englishmen?
Yes. Coffee and a muffin,
yeah, grab
maybe.
A cappuccino.
Yeah, okay.
Something like a man's drink.
Coffee and a muffin. Right on the track at the moment, which you're seeing on our live stream pictures, are the 50cc demonstration class. These are the young boys and girls who don't race. They bring their bikes and they come out and have a little bit of fun. They've got the opportunity to be on the big racetrack with the big boys on the weekend.
Yeah,
so.
Ross, great to see them here, and a big shout out must go to the families and friends and aunties, uncles, grandparents that to get them to the meetings like this and get them out there doing what they obviously enjoy and love. So Slater Beard on the 43 is out there, Bo Carter on bike 29, Logan Lay on the 46, Cohen Rose on the 35, Brianna Johnson on the 9 is reveling the freckle out of it as they come past, Cove McNamara on the 7. Wyatt de Groot's out there as well. Sonny Fisher on the 27, and Jax Muggleton on bike 94. So there your 50cc demo non-competitive support riders with us this weekend.
And as a lot of sports do, you rely on mum and dad to be able to take you around to all the various championships or racing divisions that are held. And so a big thank you to the mums and dads that create an opportunity for these kids to be able to experience some motorcycle action, even though they're not racing. Okay, so we are advised that perhaps it'll be after this demo that we'll be taking a bit of a break, because there's no one at the traps coming out now. So we'll be taking a break. We'll have a very quick look at what's happened in the opening 2 rounds so far of this before we take a break and have ourselves a glass of water.
I just got a message through too, Ross, sorry to interrupt, but big thank you to Danny B, who's sent through a message saying how much he's enjoying the commentary, especially me. He's doing a fantastic job, and to keep up the good work. So, and while I'm at it, I'll big shout out to Luke Bush. Luke is in the 450 Pro 450 class. Had a big off last week, and he's very sore and sorry, so we wish him a speedy recovery and hope to see him back on the track very shortly. But a big thanks to Danny for sending through those positive words of encouragement.
And obviously Danny's your next door neighbour.
No, I'm no relation to Danny whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
It's just a random person that's sent in. So
okay.
Thank you, Danny.
So we'll take a break shortly. The red flag's out now for our demo riders. And our live stream, well, it kind of won't shut down completely, but there won't be any action we're planning around about the 1:45 mark. We'll come back and give you an idea as to what's happening, and then racing is scheduled. The riders and officials have been informed that racing will probably recommence around about the 1:50 mark. We'll take a break. These things have to happen sometimes. Sometimes you do, in dirt track racing, you do have to push right through with the program because it's very busy. But you have to acknowledge the fact that officials have been standing out there in their positions for quite a long period of time. Volunteers have been standing out there in their positions for a long period of time. So they need a bit of a break.
Cameramen have been standing there holding their camera for a long period of time.
Cameraman's been holding his camera for a long time.
Doing a great job too, isn't he, Ross?
I can see that his arm,
unsung hero.
His arm on the handle's kind of stuck. It's like a statue.
But why is that right hand so much more built than the other hand? I don't. The muscles. It's just a little bit suspicious.
James is doing a great job here with the live stream coverage, and we do hope that you are enjoying it. Pass the message on to your family and friends. We'll be covering the rest of the afternoon for you this afternoon, and we'll be covering all the action again tomorrow. So let's just before we completely wrap it up and take a bit of a break, Joel, let's take a look at what's happened so far today. Let's have a look at the Motocross Open Championship division first, because a couple of riders I suppose got themselves in a good point scoring position at this point of time, but I don't know that anybody's kind of stood out clearly in that division. We've mentioned Brandon Burns, who had a good start in the opening round. Oh,
he's had 2 victories, Ross, Brandon Burns.
Okay, well, so there you go. The point scores that we've got so far after the opening round of the Pro 450s, the winners in the opening round of the Pro 450s were Marty McNamara, Billy Ryan, Daniel Wicks and Tom Edwards. They all won the opening round, and when we come back for the start of our second half of the coverage on the live stream, we'll hopefully be able to have round 2 to go there with you. But second placings in that opening round, Tom Donnelly, Tom Herrick, Cody Lewis and Logan Davis all had second placings, and third placings were Callan Butcher, Christian O'Donnell, Brandon Burns and Josh McCosker. Well, I can remember Brandon Burns has had a win there, so he's going to add 25 to his tally of 20. Marty McNamara, can you recall where Marty finished in his second round?
In the Pro 450s?
Yeah, in the Pro 450s.
I don't think we had the second round of Pro 450s.
Oh, no, we haven't. No, we haven't.
No, that's
a Pro
that would have been the maybe the 250s or the
Yeah.
Pro Open.
So
But I've got the 250s here after the first round, Ross. The 250s, it was Tommy Edwards and Torrin Openshaw picking up the maximum 25 points each, and Christian O'Donnell, Billy Ryan both picking up 22 points. And then Riley Biddle, Jaden Roberts on 20 points. So they're the top about half a dozen or so riders.
Just on screen at the moment, we're showing you an aerial view of the Gunnedah circuit, and just giving you an idea of the layout. This big sweeper turn here that you're seeing now on the left-hand side of the circuit is where they come past the pit area and come through that big sweeper into the main straight. And then it's also giving you an idea of the landscape here around the Gunnedah area.
Absolutely beautiful. Is it the Liverpool Plains?
I'm pretty sure it's the Liverpool Plains. It's in northwest New South Wales.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And has a history steeped in coal mining and agriculture. Coal mining back in the earlier days, but certainly agriculture has been a dominant feature, and we thank Agriforce Machinery for their support of this coverage and of the championship event. And there's another terrific aerial view of the track. Those riders now, you can see they're coming through that change of direction section of the track, and then they go through that change of direction. But a wonderful view. Okay, so we've got some round 2 stuff coming through now that we can bring you up to date with. You might be able to have a look at how they're standing in the over 35s after 2 rounds. Okay,
because I'm old. Over 35s, yes. Now Marty McNamara, who is probably going to be one of the guys that's favoured to take this out. He's currently on 50 points after the 2 rounds, so he's had the 2 victories. Josh McCosker on 44, so he sits in second place, just 6 points adrift, but he needs to turn that around in the next couple of rounds. He needs to try and find a couple of wins if he's going to get back up there. Now, third spot, Andy Fisher on the 24 and Derek Seam are both tied on 34 points, so they're tied for third place. And just out of that 3 is Neil Girdler on bike number 28, who is in on 32 points, with Wesley Barnes, who's also on bike number 28, on 31 points.
Now, we've got some help there from the ladies.
What's going on with that?
Okay, I can help you. Wesley Barnes.
Yes.
We now need to look if he's got the orange helmet.
Oh.
If he's got an orange helmet, it's Wesley Barnes.
Orange helmet.
Yes, so put that down there, and that'll help you and I, and it'll also help.
How do you spell orange?
View it. And
is it the colour or the fruit?
I think it's the
colour.
Colour. Yeah, I think it's the colour.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, here's very quick. We'll take a break shortly. The ATV Open, they've got 2 rounds.
ATV Open, at the moment, there's 2 riders on top, and you don't get any points for guessing who they are, Ross. Matthew and Josh Griffith both on 50 points, with both 2 wins after 2 rounds. Chevy Green just outside with a win and a second place on 47 points in third place. Bailey Northcott is on 45, John Sherlock on 42, and Travis Northcott also on 42. So not too much separating those guys for the ATV Open class. So yes, and you've got a couple of other.
Yeah, I'll do the.
You just hand them over to me.
I'll do the 9s to 13s. No, I'm doing the 9s to 13s.
That's kind of you.
Flynn Beard after 2 rounds has 50 points, 2 starts, 2 wins. Thomas Bailey and Cohen McCosker have both got 45. And Brodie Ford has got 44 points.
Okay, for the 65cc 7 under 9s, Cooper Quinn, no surprise there, 50 points after 2 rounds. Cade Wildsmith on 42 points. Hudson McConnell is on 40 points. And Ryder Nelson Collett on 38 points. So they're the top 4.
And the other one that we can give you after 2 rounds, thanks to the ladies who work hard in the tower, they need a bit of a break too. This is in the 50cc autos. Cooper Quinn's on top there, 2 starts, 2 wins, 50 points. Axel Kirkness has 44 points. Cade Wildsmith has 40 points.
You know, the 85 CC 9 to under 13 years, Hugo Holmes, the local rider, is on top of the tree. He's 50. Jake Straney, who's been pretty consistent, he's on 45, and so too Isaac Cross. So that's going to be a good battle for the minor placings, with Flynn Beard on 44 points. So not much separating those top four riders in the 85 9 to under 13 class.
Okay, and we'll take our break now, and any of the other point scores that come through to bring you up to date, we'll kick off the second part of our coverage for then. So hope you've enjoyed the first part of our coverage. Back shortly, round about the 1:45 mark for the afternoon coverage here at Balcarry Park, Gunnedah.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
From Quirindi, our next stop is the agricultural hub of Gunnedah, an easy hour's drive away at the junction of the Oxley and Kamilaroi highways. Year-round, the beautiful rolling landscapes change with the seasons. Cotton fields light up the countryside during autumn, canola shines in spring, and during the summer months, sunflowers, sorghum and wheat cover the many farming properties that play a key role in Gunnedah's story of where it has come from and where it is today.
Gunnedah, land of the Red Chief, and a shire home to half a dozen quaint little villages. For some background, the Red Chief was a Kamilaroi man and had a reputation as not only a warrior but a leader of the Gunnedah people back in the 17th century. Now, this monument is a testament to the region's history and the respect that the Red Chief received for his bravery, achievements and adventures, with his ashes now at rest in a New South Wales museum. Gunnedah is home to some pretty well-known people you may or may not have heard of. Model, actress Miranda Kerr, Olympic gold medalist Andrew Boyd Charlton, to name just a couple, and one other. I'll give you a hint with the following lines. I love a sunburned country, a land of sweeping plains. Of course, words made famous by local Australian author and poet Dorothea McKellar in her iconic poem, My Country.
Dorothea's love of the Australian landscape and her experiences in the area heavily influenced her work, with the McKellar Centre designed for visitors so they can explore the Dorothea McKellar story. The impressive multifunctional centre is also dedicated to the region's culture and history and the arts, with artist Jean Isherwood's collection inspired by McKellar's My Country. There's also another artist based right here in Gunnedah, someone with a passion for community art projects, having won many awards for her artworks.
So Fondo, I haven't been here long, but already Gunnedah, such a pretty little town and colourful. Seems to be these murals dotted around everywhere. What's happening here?
Yeah, we have a really vibrant and thriving arts community here.
Yeah.
It's really inspiring to live here, and the landscapes are what really started my journey as an artist.
Really? How so?
Yeah, the changing of the crops, the seasons, the sunrise and sunset is just so inspiring to myself and all the artists that live here.
Can you take me on a little tour if you've got the time of your favourite spots around town?
I would love to do that.
Oh, that's right. Well, Fondo, I'm a massive fan of silo art, and this has got to be not only one of the best I've ever seen, but probably the prettiest thing I've ever seen next to a busy road as well.
I agree with you. It is the most spectacular silo art I have seen in the country, and we're so lucky to have it here in Gunnedah. The artist that did this, his name is Hisco. He's incredible and a really nice person too.
I love how Hisco's really captured the essence of my country, like the colours he's used, the way he's just done the script of those few lines from the poem.
Yes, so he's actually used her original handwriting, which we have here in Gunnedah, and he's worked from that to replicate that. So that makes it even more special.
I love this.
I love it too. So this is a repurposed water tower that has been functioning as a museum for many years. Since I was a little girl, it was here. And in 2019, an artist called Jenny McCracken painted this mural as a tribute to men and women that served in the Vietnam War. And like the Dorothea McKellar silo, it's another mural that you can see from many places in Gunnedah because it's so large and impactful.
A good old quintessential Aussie outback country pub. Honestly, there is nothing like it. And this one is an absolute cracker. This is the Commercial Hotel in Curlewis, a short drive out of Gunnedah and just off the Kamilaroi Highway. And methinks the perfect spot to cap off what has been a cracking day. Now, waterhole, pub, boozer, tavern, doesn't matter what you call it, just make sure you visit it, because places like this, the walls tell a story, and this would have more than a few stories to tell because it's been here since 1912. Well, this is my short-term plan. I'm going to have a cold drink and tuck into what is touted as being New South Wales' best mince pie. Then I'm going to head to Pillow, because tomorrow another big adventure awaits. I hope you can join us. Best pie in New South Wales? Let's find out.
Gunnedah has always been a place where that encourages creativity. It's a place where agriculture, business and the landscape all meet at this crossroads of innovation and imagination. It's a place that dreams and expressing who you are, whether that's through art or food or even boutique shopping. It's about people and ideas and working together. Gunnedah is a town of open new horizons. I think artists here are always influenced by the beauty of the landscape around them, and it influences the work that they make. That's been a really integral part of the development of Gunnedah over its 150 plus years. Gunnedah has always been a place where people have always been influenced by the land around them. We have a lot of landscape painters, we have a lot of Aboriginal artists who reflect the stories of the land. It's a place that inspired iconic Australian poet Dorothea McKellar with her masterpiece, My Country, which is known by so many Australians. Gunnedah is a place we call home, and we invite you to come and visit us.
Okay, big welcome back to Balcarry Park here in Gunnedah as they get underway for the combined 100cc to 150 two-stroke for the 13 to under 16 years, and also the 100 to 150 two-stroke and 200 four-stroke for the girls' support races. And at the moment out on the track, it's Hugh Hope Hodgetts on bike number 6 that takes up the running. This is round number 2, event number 51. As he sweeps his way onto the start-finish line. Great to have you with us. Tuning in on YouTube through the Motorcycle New South Wales channel. We thank you for joining in. And we hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We've still got plenty more to come over 2 days today and also tomorrow as well, culminating in the finals and the riders that will be crowned New South Wales champion for 2024. Thanks to Agriforce Machinery, who are the major sponsor here this weekend. That's Hugh Hope Hodgetts on the bike number 6, out in front of Johnny Cooper and Zach Brady on the 90, with Jed King on bike number 75. Now in the other class, the girls' support, it's Indy Wildsmith on the 26, leading Violet Hoskinson on bike 271. So they're the two girls competing in that class. As I mentioned, this round 2 as Hugh Hope Hodgetts on bike number 5 greets the board to signify one more lap. Johnny Cooper in second spot still, Brady in third. Similar gap between those top 3 riders, and then back in fourth spot is Jed King, followed by Indy Wildsmith on the 26 and the 271 of Violet Hoskinson as the final turn for the race leader, and he'll take his second win of the day. Hugh Hope Hodgetts on bike number 6 gets the victory and takes a win ahead of Johnny Cooper on the 713. Third place goes to Zach Brady on the 90, and Jed King will pick up fourth spot on bike 75 as the girls now come across the line with Indy Wildsmith on the 26 taking the victory over Violet Hoskinson on the 271 as we get close now, Ross, to the Pro Open Women for round number 2.
And what an interesting race this is going to be, because one of the favourites of the day, Brianna Etheridge, suffered some mechanical problem in her first race, and her scoreboard at the moment reads 0. And so she will now, in this particular round, if all well with the bike and she's able to get back into the action, she'll be absolutely determined to win this race. And yet Emily Murrell was quite impressive in winning the previous round. The traps are down, one girl a little slowly away, but this is women-only race for the Pro Open Women's Championship.
Yeah, and it's the 102 of Emma Scott and Keely Pearson on the 124. They got the best of the start, and they've gone to the front of the race. Watch for Emily Murrell, though. She was slow to start last time in the first round, but she really started to gather up the riders as the race went on. But at the moment, I think that might be Murrell. Is it out in front, Ross? She snuck up there somehow. I blinked for a second as she went to the race lead. Emily Murrell, she's on fire. Look at Emily go. She's tearing it up. The 1-2-4 of Pearson in second spot.
There's obviously a problem with the Brianna Etheridge bike job, because she's not out there, so that's a disappointing trip for her, and it takes out of play one of the real contenders for the championship. And I suppose the other girls are thinking, well, okay, that's bad luck, but we can now have a great chance of winning this New South Wales Pro Open Women's Championship. So Emily Murrell is going to make every post a winner of that, and is she ever doing it?
Oh, she's determined, right? Look at the battle for third spot at the moment. There's the 3-3-4 of Katana Robinson battling it out. Keely Pearson up there, Emma Scott as well. So this is a good duel behind race leader Emily Murrell, who's just cleared away from the rest of the girls.
She's got a break of 100 metres.
Yeah, she's dominating at the moment on bike number 20, and she'll come down with only one lap left to go. Emily Murrell on the 20 takes the board and is on her way to a second victory. Now here's the battle for second spot. It's really hotting up, but it's the 1-2-4 of Keely Pearson. She's ahead of Katana Robinson and also Emma Scott in there as well. Katana Robinson looking to try and get around the outside of Keely Pearson, but she just can't quite find the room at the moment to get through. And there's Emma Scott coming through as well. So great battle for the minor placings as they come down through the bottom part of the track. It'll be checkered flag time, and win number 2 is going to go to Emily Murrell on bike number 20. She takes the victory. It's going to be close for second place, but that's going to go to Katana Robinson on the 334. She wins that battle ahead of Keely Pearson in third spot. So a good finish to the women's round number 2 Pro Open. And another very resounding victory, Ross, to Emily Murrell on bike number 20.
She's certainly stamping her mark on this that division of the championships. As we move now to the Pro 250 championships, this is round 2 for them. They're at the traps and waiting. They'll be over 2 heats. This is heat number 1 in round 2. And then we'll have heat number 2 coming up after that. And then that'll be followed by the 7s to 12s championship. And there'll be 2 heats in round 2 for the 7s and 12s before we move to the ATV Open for the women. So, interesting start to our afternoon session of racing. The Gunnedah Motorcycle Club will now try and make its way through as many of the events as they can today. Because it's such a great day weather-wise, they'll obviously try and capitalise on this good weather situation and try and push through as many events as they can, and then that will take away a little bit of pressure on finals day for having to sort of push through racing then if there was something that might be holding them up. So they're happy with the progress that they've made so far. There was a bit of track preparation went on during that that short break, and some of the parts of the track that were starting to affect the actual outcome of races is now going to change again, and so the riders will have a better opportunity to not experience those bumpy sections of the track. The traps fall down, and heat number 1 in round 2 of the Pro 250 Championships is underway.
Yeah, great start from Jaden Roberts on the 223. He got away very smartly from the traps, and he's out in front, but not far behind him. Jaden Trembath was up there on the 298, looking to try and press for that race lead as they come through the change of direction for the first time and head down into the big sweeping left-hander onto the straight. For the first time they'll come past us, and not much between the top 3 at the moment, but it's the race leader, the 27 of Tommy Edwards. Tom Edwards, who picked up a win in the opening round, so he's looking to try and go to make it another win, to make it a maximum 50 points from the 2 heats, and he's well on the way to doing it at the moment, starting to really stretch the legs out in front, and the guys behind have got the work to do to try and make up the ground if they can, but more importantly, try and get that second spot. So it's a 25 points for first, 22 second, 20 points for third, 18, 16, 15, 14, etc. So as Monson and I mentioned earlier on, it's very important to finish the race and at least get some sort of points on the board, specifically if you're needing to get into that top 10 to go straight through to the final.
Yeah, top 3 is important, but as you said there, Joel, the points then tend to drop. There's a bit of a gap at the top with 5 points, 2 points the difference, but then it only drops down to 1 point the difference. So if you can finish in that top 3, you're getting yourself a great chance to be able to stretch your points lead away from the rest of the pack. And talking about stretching away from the rest of the pack, Tom Edwards is certainly doing that.
Yeah, Tom Edwards is dominating this second round, first heat for the Pro 250 Championship, and he's well on his way to another victory in this one. He's only got 1 corner to negotiate, and he will grab the maximum 25 points and the victory as the checkered flag comes out, and it starts to wave for Tom Edwards on bike 27, takes the victory, close for second place, but it's the 223 that'll pick that up, and that's Jaden Roberts ahead of Jaden Trembar in the battle of the Jadens for second and third spot. But that was heat 1 of the Pro 250 Championship, round number 2, as we get ready now for the second heat of the Pro 250s. We'll be looking for Torrin Openshaw in this one on bike number 63 to try and make it 2 from 2, and then he'll go to the top of the tree with Tom Edwards after the 2 rounds.
Yes, event 55 coming up, followed by the 2 heats of the 7s to 12s championship. And then following those 2 heats, we'll have the next round of the ATV Women's Open. So Giles pointed out here, it'll be interesting to see Toran Openshaw, Christian O'Donnell in amongst the contenders for this heat as they battle away for their points. The traps go down and away they go.
And it is Openshaw going with him, or trying to go with him, is Billy Ryan on the 52 bike, but it was Openshaw that got the best of the start, and he leads the pack now as they go down the bottom part of the track and already starting to try and stretch out a lead on the rest of the riders, and he's looking to try and bag that 25 and make it 2 from 2, just like Tom Edwards did in that previous heat. And he's well on the way to doing that. But right behind him, or behind him, there's a bunch of about 4 riders all starting to bank up now. That's Billy Ryan. Now getting out after him is the rider on the 37. That's Riley Biddle. So Riley Biddle now up onto the back of Billy Ryan in the 52 to try and snatch that second spot away from him, with a group of 4 bikes behind this race leader all battling it out for the minor placings.
But hasn't Toran Openshaw certainly...
Yep, Toran Openshaw.
Right, sorry, it was Toran Openshaw. I haven't got him on my program. I've got to put him in. He's certainly stamped his authority in this race and has opened up a break of about 60 or 70 metres. But that pack behind those 4 riders, and there's an attempted move by the rider in 5th spot to try and pick up a spot. They're starting to take some different lines on this track with that bit of track preparation, and they're starting to feel that I can get a chance to grab riders in parts of the track that I couldn't before.
Yeah, Billy Ryan at the moment hanging on to that second spot. There's Openshaw with 1 to go. Ryan behind him, Biddle, and then a good battle between O'Donnell, it is, on the 49, and then also Reese Irvin on the 400 machine. So they're the 2 that are scrapping it out for 4th and 5th at the moment on the track. But these behind the race leader, of course, who's cleared out now, Toran Openshaw. He goes into the final turn for the very last time, and he comes onto the straight now, and he'll take the checkered flag and the race victory in heat number 2 of the Pro 250s. Openshaw takes the win. Second place, Billy Ryan, then Riley Biddle picking up that 3rd spot, podium 3rd placing. But it was a dominant performance by Toran Openshaw in heat number 2 of the Pro 250s.
So, points from that second round will be tallied up, and those riders will start to put themselves into top positions for the challenge to make their way to the final. Coming up now, events 55 and event 56 and event 57 will be the 2 heats in the second round of the 7 to 12 years championship. Jake Straney's been going pretty well. Cade Wildsmith's one of those riders that we've pointed out tends to bide his time during racing, and Hugo Holmes, the local rider, and Ty McNamara. This is a pretty good field that's lined up for the first heat in the second round of the 7s to 12s, and the traps fall and they charge their way down the main straightaway for the very first time.
Yeah, it's a good start too by the field, and this is a combined 2 races, heat 1 and
right,
2.
Yes.
So these 2 heats combined in the 85 4-stroke modifieds for the 7 to under 12 years championship this weekend. So not having quite enough for the 2 heats, so they've combined the 2 heats, which they did in the first round, in round number 2. So it'll be interesting to see who was up there. I know Flynn Beard was up there on the 43 going after Hugo Holmes, but it's Hugo Holmes on break number 5, Beard in 2nd spot. Now that's Cade Wildsmith in the 66 that's back in 3rd placing, but he's coming under a little bit of pressure. But meanwhile, back up front of the race, it's the race leader is Hugo Holmes, but giving chase now and getting a little bit closer to him and starting to close that gap is Flynn Beard on the 43. So Beard's the big danger here for race leader Hugo Holmes, and Holmes will be looking to try and hang on to this race lead, and he's still got a couple of laps to negotiate, and still plenty of time for Beard to try and put a pass move on him as they come down past the start finish, and Beard definitely getting closer now to Hugo Holmes as they go into the top turn.
I think this might be another situation where Beard realises he might have a shot at Hugo Holmes. He seems to be much smoother in the actual corners. Holmes has an advantage where he can get the power into the track because he knows the local track. But in the corners, Beard does start to pick him up. So I think Beard might try and get right onto the back end of Holmes in one of the corners and see if he can make a smooth pass.
Well, he's only got one lap to do it as they come down the straight. He lost a little bit of ground there too, coming out of the final turn onto the straight. And that's put him back a little bit further than he probably would like to be to have a crack at the race leader. That's Hugo Holmes on bike number 5. But here he comes on the inside. He says, grabs the race lead. And Hugo Holmes, that tiny mistake we've seen a couple of times from riders here in that part of the track. Can he fight back and grab the race lead away? He's got one corner to try and do it. Beard, the race leader. Holmes in second spot. They run onto the straight now. It's a shout to the checkered flag. Beard has a look over the shoulder. Holmes back to the inside. No, Beard just hangs on in an exciting finish.
Great finish.
And it was Flynn Beard on bike number 43 that held off Hugo Holmes, who had the race in the bag, but he just made that tiny error, and that's all that Beard needed to snavel him up down in that bottom part of the track.
And he certainly looked smoother in the corners, Beard. He seemed to be picking a better line. He was keeping the pressure on Holmes, and I'm sure Holmes was aware of that. And I'd say that the young fellow Holmes will be ruining that little mistake that he's made. Yes, he drops a couple of points, but then that's where the gap comes, 25 to 22. So he picks up 3 points there on the gap that existed between he and Hugo Holmes, whatever it was, whether he was in front or behind. We're not real sure on that. But they're the sorts of things that come into play when you're doing a point score situation. Right, let's go to event 58, which is the second round of the ATV Open for the women's. Women only here, women competing against each other, and the traps fall down for our 3 starters, and they're off down Main Straightaway for the very first time. And quite a bit of pink and purple colour out there for the women who like their pink and purple colours, and they are out there now battling it out for the second round of their championship.
Yeah, and it's Catherine Higgs, Ross, who the race leader, who has already picked up 1 win in the first round of the ATV Open for women's, and she's well on the way to making that number 2 as she comes out of the bottom pit turn and onto the straight once more, and she leads after a good start. Got away to a little slower start, and Chevelle Green was quick to move off the start, but Higgs wasted no time in, oh gee whiz, went a little bit of an excursion there off the side of the track. The dust flew up there as she got off the oil and onto the loose grass there coming out of turn number 1. But
which has cost her, because
it has cost her. That ground is starting. Chevelle Green now is starting to make up that ground in second placing, but I think she's got things under control again. But a little mistake like that again might see her surrender this race lead as they come down with still 2 laps to go.
She comes out of the big sweeper to come into the main straight. This is our race leader, Catherine Higgs. She comes out of the big sweeper into the final turn, coming out very wide, but that's where she's trying to pick up momentum and try and get a bit of a break. But Green is going to stay right with her here. She's only about 10 metres behind, and again, if you get that little bit of mistake, that little bit of jitter with 1 lap to go, the pressure is certainly on our race leader, Catherine Higgs. In fact, she's not getting her own way. Here's Green going to have a shot at her on the inside. No, can't squeeze through there, I don't think. And Catherine Higgs knows she's under a lot of pressure here at the moment. Chevelle Green is serving it right up to her.
Yeah, might come to the run onto the straight as they come down with half to go, and Higgs out in front, but under a lot of pressure from Chevelle Green in second, who's looking for a way through. But I think she mucked up that part of the track, and she lost a little bit of ground and won't be close enough to make that run onto the straight, which is unfortunate. So this has been a good ride from Higgs on bike number 32. Takes the victory ahead of Chevelle Green. Great racing for the 2 women there in the ATV Open class as we go back to 3rd placing, and Kim Mackay on bike number 75 will fill that podium 3rd spot.
Good race for the ATV Open Women's in event 58, which brings us to event 59, which is the second round of the 12s to under 16s in this division, and this will be followed by the sidecars. The sidecars will be back out in event 60 for their second round of competition, and then we get into the Pro 450 Championship, 4 heats of that division. But right now our attention swings back to the starting gates that drop down in round 2 of the 12s to 16s division.
Yeah, and it's Will Wiggins who got the best of the start this time. Jed King was quickly away on the 75, but Wiggins got the best start. He got the whole shot into turn number 1, and he leads this big pack of 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke 12 to under 16 years riders as they snake through the change of direction and then head into that big sweeping left-hand turn coming onto the straight for the very first time, and it's Wiggins out in front, but they're starting to come hard out of the pack, and that guy is Nash Carlian on bike number 600. So Carlian now has moved right up to the back of Wiggins and is going to be in a position very shortly to try and make a dive at this race lead. He saw he stuck the wheel up on the inside there just to let him know he was there to try and get through, and he's certainly carrying a lot of speed on the bike, and looks like he might be trying to get through on Wiggins through on the inside. He does. Comes through on Wiggins on the inside, Wiggins on the outside, but this has been a good ride so far. And meanwhile, back on the inside of them both comes the 713 of Johnny Cooper, and he takes advantage and grabs the lead.
Wow, what a race this is. These young riders, I'll call them, in the 12s to 16s are so determined to do well in this championship this weekend, and that's showing out in this event, the second round of their competition on the 85cc bikes.
Yeah, Johnny Cooper, he certainly took advantage of those two guys battling up front and dived through on the inside on the straight, and he's gone to a nice lead now as they come down with one more lap left to run of the circuit, and the 713 of Cooper leads the way. Will Wiggins drops back to second place. Back in third is Nash Carlian on bike number 600, and that's the top 3 on the track, with the rest of the other riders looking to try and make up positions, but they've only got half a lap to try and do that, and certainly this has been a good ride from Johnny Cooper. He took control of it on that previous lap, and he certainly stamped his authority on the race by starting to stretch away from the rest of the field. The checkered flag's out, and it waves for the 713 of Johnny Cooper. Takes the victory. Oh, second spot. Wiggins has gone. Where'd Wiggins go? Oh, he dropped back to third spot. So Nash Carlian got up on the line in front of Will Wiggins, who was in second. Looked like he had second spot sewn up, but a desperate lunge at the end by Nash Carlian on the 600. He grabs second place.
I think we might find in our racing as it progresses to the afternoon that this last 60, 70 metres of the race in the last lap is a chance where riders are going to really try and grab that extra point or those extra points, because they can build up momentum coming out of the sweeper and try and put out...
So how do you pronounce that?
Carlian.
Carlian,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I apologise to Nash.
Not a problem. Okay, round 2 of the event 60 is the second round of the sidecar championship, and once again one of our sidecars was very slowly away from the traps, whether they had a mechanical problem or missed the start, but that's them there, and might be the Jobling colours, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Smith and Doyle, Ross, on the 99.
Okay, so they completely missed the start, and they've got a big task ahead of them now to try and catch this race leader.
Yeah, Davies and Northey in the 414. It was like they had a 50-metre head start.
Yeah.
They came out of the gates and just absolutely bolted from the rest of the field, and already opened up a commanding lead after the first lap. The 22 giving chase of Ford and Cornwall. Those were the guys that tasked to run them down in the first round. They did have trouble with the bike, and you can see again there's a little bit of smoke starting to puff from the back, so let's hope that they can hang on. But last time they just managed to get across the line before the bike let go on them, so let's hope that it can hold together. But geez, they need a nitro button on their bike at the moment if they want to catch these two up front. Matthew Davies and Tom Northey are absolutely flying.
Now this is a race division where the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club in the senior ranks actually have won Australian championships. Team Woodhead, as they were called then, Craig and Darryl Woodhead, and the Hardy brothers, Christian and Tom Hardy, both won Australian titles back in 1990, 1991. And this is a division where the club is pretty proud of their past history in the sidecar ranks. But the 22 having our race lead at the moment is the 22's on the tail of the field. The race leader is Davies and Northey.
4-1-4, yep. And 22 of Ford and Cornwall are the guys giving chase in second spot.
That's
and then Jobling and Jaden Trembath on the 195. They're rounding out the top three placings at the moment in this second round of the Sidecar Championship. But it's checkered flag time, and win number 2 is going to go to Matthew Davies and Tom Northey on the 414 comfortably. And then in second place, about an hour and a half behind, is the 22 of Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall in second place. Jim Jobling and Jaden Trembath will pick up the third spot and make the round out the top 3.
As we head now to one of the feature divisions on our championship program, brought to us by Agriforce Machinery, is the Pro 450 Championship. This is round 2 for them. There are 4 heats. In the opening heat, we're scheduled to see Cooper Williams, Cullen Butcher. I don't think Jordan Dahl is going to be able to take his part. I think the bike is out of action after that heavy crash in practice. Andy Fisher, Neil Girdler, Emma Scott, Torin Openshaw, Reese Irvin, Brandon Burns and Jet Carter are scheduled to battle it out in this opening heat in the second round of the Pro 450 Championship.
Yeah, as the big boys get underway, and getting away to a cracker of a start was Openshaw on the 296, and he leads, gets the whole shot into the first turn and leads that angry pack of 450s now down to the bottom part of the Balcarry Park circuit here at Gunnedah, and one of the riders dropping right to the tail of the field, but it's nose to tail, a bit of a road train at the moment behind race leader Torin Openshaw. He leads the way into this turn, but they're starting to bunch up a little now as they come out of the turn. Let's pick up the riders behind. It's the 475 of Brandon Burns, and Burns is the guy giving chase at the moment and looking to try and keep Openshaw in touch, but he's going to have a hard task to try and get around Openshaw, because once he gets into the front, he's a very tough competitor, Ross, and it's very hard to get past.
He controls the race well from the front, Torin Openshaw. A bit like Daniel Wicks, you know, once they get to the lead, they manage to be able to control the race, and that's kind of what's happening here. And even though there's not much of a gap between the two, you can see by far at the moment that Openshaw is more comfortable going through particularly turn 1 and 2, and down in this bottom section of the track is where Burns does start to make up a bit of ground and closes the gap as they come through the S-bends.
Yeah, Burns now moving up a little bit closer to Openshaw, but as Ross mentioned, I think he's in control of this one at the moment. They've still got a lap to go. Williams back in third spot on bike number 10, but down they come past you straight across the stripe, and they'll have one to run from here, and Burns trying desperately to find a way around the race leader, Torin Openshaw. And Openshaw, though, has got his measure at the moment. No mistakes through there. Keeps it nice and tight, that line underneath. That's where you've got to be careful not to drift off and leave that bottom door open for riders to come through. And now he slides back onto that low line and makes it near impossible for Burns to get around. Onto the straight they come. Checkered flag time, and it's going to be close, but it was Openshaw in control of that one, and he takes the victory across the line. Second place goes to Brandon Burns. Third place is going to be Cooper Williams on bike number 10, and they're your top 3 finishes in heat number 1 of the Pro 450s.
And in heat number 2, event 62, we're scheduled to see Brodie Trembath, Tom Herrick, Riley Biddle, Billy Ryan, John Davis, James Sordy, Michael Price, Cooper Dunn, Michael Anderson, Josh McCosker and Logan Davis battle it out in this second heat, so this should be a good one too. Herrick has been in pretty good form so far today, and he'd be one of the riders to be looking out for in this one.
He'll be wanting to try and grab the maximum points here, Ross, and put himself up the top. Josh McCosker, Logan Davis, another couple of guys that'll go. There goes the start. Away they go. Let's go dirt track racing, and it's Billy Ryan that got away best of the start. McCosker was was there. So too Davis tried to come through. McCosker into second spot. Herrick, that might be on the outside there as they come through, but not much between these four riders up front. And there's a big little mistake there, and I think that might have been Herrick back in fourth placing. He's got the work to do, but let's pick them up for you. I know Davis was up there on the 76 early, but a good start though was by Billy Ryan on bike 52. He got away to an absolute flyer. Now giving chase, that's Herrick in second spot. He's right on his hammer. Then Logan Davis back in third placing, followed by Riley Biddle, who's back in fourth spot. So here's the battle up front. It's going to be between the race leader, Billy Ryan, on bike 52, the red machine, and right behind the Australian flat track nationals champion of last year, Tom Herrick, who's heading over to the States very shortly to compete in the flat track event over there, the amateur flat tracks, and they come onto the straight with still 2 to go. Herrick's got his work cut out.
Well, this is a terrific race developing up front. All drifting out a little bit wide there was our race leader, and Herrick is going to get an opportunity to close right in on the tail. Through the S-bends, is this where the spot where Herrick can probably make the dive, or is he going to leave it until the big sweeper to come into main straight where he can build up a bit of momentum and try and get him on the outside?
I think he needs to get him in the bottom part of the track at the moment, because onto the straight, Billy Ryan's just too quick. 1 to go. Herrick right on the back of Ryan. Ryan hanging on to a slim lead. There's Herrick now, has a bit of a dig on the outside. Down through here, I think this is his only opportunity, and through the change of direction, but Ryan's got a nice tight line, is making it very hard for Herrick. Herrick, you can see all over the back of him. He comes through now, switches to the inside. There's no room through there. Now he goes to the outside for the big run on the outside, but I think Ryan's got him covered. Switches back to the inside. Good ride, Billy Ryan. He'll take the win and grabs the checkered flag, and a great finish between those two. Logan Davis comes across the line in third place, but what a fantastic race for heat number 2 of the Pro 450s.
Great a race as we head into heat 3 coming up. Event 63, we're scheduled to see Marty McNamara, who's in super form today. Christian O'Donnell, Tyler Billing, Blake Walker, Cooper Archibald, Cody Lewis, Tate Davis, Jaden Trembar, Tyler Davies, Josh Unicum and Lewis Tyne are scheduled to battle it out here in heat number 3, round 2 of the Pro 450 Championships. They're at the traps, and here now is where minds have to start to switch on, looking at our starting official, who will tell them they've got 10 seconds or 5 seconds to go. Seeing that they're all ready, there's the 10-second board goes up. He flips it around for the 5 seconds, and away they go. Looked like a pretty even start too here. Nobody necessarily made a really great hole shot, although I think it might be Cody Lewis, is it, that's up in front?
Yeah, Cody Lewis, Ross, got the advantage into the first turn, but going with him was Marty McNamara right behind, looking to try and keep in touch. He doesn't want Lewis to get too far ahead, and at the moment, it's Cody Lewis, the race leader, but look at Marty McNamara right on the back of him. He'll look for a way through here. He's in top form, McNamara. He's pretty quick on the bike. There's Lewis now trying to keep it nice and tight and low. McNamara gets out near the boards as they come down the straight, and he'll be looking very soon to try and make a dig at this race lead.
This is where I think the experience of McNamara will wait. He'll be patient. He will keep the pressure on Cody Lewis. He'll sit right behind him and keep that pressure there. But with his experience, he'll wait. He'll be patient. He'll try and find that right spot. Maybe it's coming out of the sweeper and down Main Straight into turn 1. We'll wait and see. The cameras will be right on it. We'll be able to bring you as it happens.
Yeah, there's Lewis. There's McNamara hounding him down the Main Straightaways. Still 2 laps. There's a little dig just to let Lewis know that he's there and he's ready to pounce on him. And I think that's where he'll try and sucker him into that bottom underpass and then maybe go around the outside. But let's have a look. There's Lewis now under all sorts of pressure and right behind Marty McNamara. He's got the wheel right up the back, looking to try and search for a way through. He's put the pressure right to Lewis, trying to force the mistake as they come out of the turn and onto the straight with only 1 to go. Lewis leads. McNamara on the outside. He's not close enough, I don't think, to make that outside dive. That's what he's looking at. Oh, there's a bit bumpy. Lewis got the back end out of it there, but it didn't affect him too much, and McNamara's still looking to try and find a way through. He's got half a lap to try and produce something. Race leader is Cody Lewis, who's holding on to a very slim lead. McNamara knows he's got one last throw of the dice as they come into the bottom turn for the very last time. Lewis leads the way. McNamara comes at him, but it's Lewis that grabs the victory, and another fantastic fantastic finish in our Pro 450 class. McNamara second, then we go right back to third placing. And I think that might have been Archibald on bike number 87.
Wow, terrific race. Hope you enjoyed that one at home with our live stream coverage here through Skywalker Studios and Motorcycling New South Wales on the YouTube channel. Great race, and there's plenty of that still to come because we've got 2 days of great action here at Balcarry Park. Coming up now, the final heat in round 2 for the Pro 450 Championship, scheduled to see Thomas Donnelly, William Seckham, Daniel Wicks, who's certainly been in great form today, Max Kelly, Caden Roberts, Ryan Newell, Katana Robinson, Ronan Jacobs, who's been going well, and Tom Edwards, who's been going well. So this should be a pretty good race. They're at the traps. The starter says, let's go, boys, in Heat 4 of the Pro 450 Championships in round number 2.
Yeah, let's go racing. Daniel Wicks got away to a good start, but Donnelly's right there on his hammer as they go into the first turn, but it's Wicks with the whole shot, and he grabs the race lead, and Donnelly right behind him, though, and another rider starting to join in. That little pack of 3 riders up front of the race that are already starting to try and pull away from the rest of the field. But race leader is Daniel Wicks, right behind Thomas Donnelly on bike number 9, trying to find a way around into this race lead. Then you've got Edwards on the 971 back in third spot. So these top 3 riders, they're going to settle down to battle it out for the win in this 4th heat of the Pro 450s at the moment. Daniel Wicks has got them covered.
And he has shown our viewers in past races that once he goes, that too, he got out a little bit wide, and that's a really brave pass by, not Tom Edwards, by Thomas Donnelly to come through there in the S-Benz. That was brave.
Yeah, no, we... doesn't make many mistakes, Wicks, but that was one of them, and it cost him the race lead as he came through that part of the track. And he was ready to pounce Thomas Donnelly, and Donnelly's gone to the race lead now. Edwards is starting to put the pressure on Wicks, but very uncharacteristic from Daniel Wicks, who, as you mentioned, is pretty smooth. You can see that time round through that part of the track. There was no mistakes there, but Donnelly capitalised on that mistake, and there's only one more lap to go in this 4th heat of the Pro 450s, and Thomas Donnelly leads the way. Daniel Wicks in second, and third place Tom Edwards is still looking to try and get away through on Wicks and move up into second spot and grab a few more extra points.
Well, this is the final heat in round 2 of the Pro 450s, and Thomas Donnelly has flown the coop. He's stretched away from Daniel Wicks as they come towards the checkered flag, and a challenge now coming from Tom Edwards on Wicks.
Yeah, Edwards is going to make one last desperate dive on the inside of Wicks. Wicks hanging on though, and Wicks holds on to second spot with Tommy Edwards throwing everything to the kitchen sink at him in that final turn, but he just couldn't quite pick him up. And it's Donnelly across the line first ahead of Wicks, and Tom Edwards in third spot.
Coming up next are the 2 heats in round 3. We reach round 3 of our racing today, which compliments to the riders and the officials that have been able to get through this, and also compliments to the weather because it's been such a great day here on the Liverpool Plains at Gunnedah to bring you this live stream coverage of the New South Wales Championships for Agri-Force Machinery. This is Heat 1 in round 3 of the 13s to 16s Championship, as they drop the traps and away they go. Taj Edwards, Nash Carlyon, Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Johnny Cooper, Zach Brady, Violet Hoskinson and Archie Ryman scheduled to fight out this heat.
Yeah, but it's Triple H in the red out in front. He got the best of the start, Hugh Hope Hodgetts, and on bike number 6. But he hasn't got much of a lead at the moment because right in behind, I think that's Taj Edwards on the 27. And gee, he's ridden well today. Edwards, he's been consistently up there in the top 3 riders, and it'd be good to see him get a win here, but gee, he's got his work cut out from him if he's going to try and get past Triple H, who's a very hard man to run down. Archie Ryman is rounding out the top 3 on bike number 56, but he's got a couple of guys behind him looking to try and snatch that third spot away from him. But down into the bottom part of the track they go as the sun starts to get lower in the sky, and it's Hugh Hope Hodgetts out in front, with second spot being held down by Taj Edwards, who's trying desperately to find a way through.
Yeah, Edwards will, I think he might not quite have enough to pick up our race leader Hugh Hope Hodgetts, but he's going to make a bit of a liar out of me, because he's going to try and make the dive through on the inside there, which would have been a brave pass had he been able to pull it off. So this is not all over yet as they race towards the checkered flag and come up to, they'll get one lap remaining. So it's quite possible that Taj Edwards might be able to get the challenge on Hugh Hope Hodgetts, which he does, coming through the sweeper, and he dives up on the inside of him. The last lap borders out, and he has grabbed the lead. That's determined riding by that young fella.
Oh, just too fast. Ross came, he's carrying a lot of speed in the bike. You can see now starting to pull away from Hugh Hope Hodgetts, but he just muscled his way through. He just bullied his way through basically the race lead. There was nothing aggressive or violent about it or illegal. He was just determined riding, and he came through on the inside, and Hope Hodgetts had to make way for him to come through. And there's a checkered flag, and what's been nearly the ride of the day from Taj Edwards on the 27. Hugh Hope Hodgetts in second place, and third place goes to Johnny Cooper on the 713 to round out the top three finishes in heat number one.
Well, the young Central Coast rider Taj Edwards certainly starting to look very comfortable on the bike and on the track now, and as Joel's made the comment, that was probably one of the rides of the day. Even though he's a young fellow, in that 13 to 16 bracket, he showed plenty of cool to keep his calm, keep the pressure on and take the lead. We've got second heat of round 3 of the 13s to 16s coming up. We're scheduled to see Lawson Seam, Jake Kesby, Jesse Johnston, Cooper Carney, Byron Jolliffe and Nate Jager in this one. And then we'll move to the 2 heats of the 9s to 13s championship. But right now our focus is on round 3, heat 1 of the, heat 2 of the 13s to 15s championship.
Yes, for the 200 to 250cc four-strokers, and a good start from Nate Jager, who's been up there at the pointy end this morning so far after the first couple of rounds, and he's well on the way to getting another victory under the belt already. He's starting to stretch away from the rest of the pack as he heads up into the big left-hand sweeping corner that comes onto the main straightaway, and there he is, your race leader, as he tucks down behind Nate Jager on the 8. Second spot's being held down by Carney on bike number 12, but he's nowhere near close enough to make any sort of threat for the race lead. And you can see that there with the distance between those top 4 riders. There's not much happening as far as positional changes concerned on the track, and at the moment it's all Nate Jager with still 2 laps left to run in this 200 to 250cc four-stroke 13 to under 16 years heat.
And the New South Wales Championship for 2025 is proudly presented by Gunnedah Motorcycle Club with the support of Agriforce Machinery, one of the leading machinery, agricultural machinery businesses in the Gunnedah and indeed in the Liverpool Plains area. Still very well known in this area for its agriculture. Growing of wheat and other crops starting to creep into production in this area.
So onto the straight now with 1 lap left to run in heat number 2 of the 200 to 250cc four-stroke 13 to under 16 years class. And it's all class from Nate Jager, the race leader. Giving chase is Cooper Carney on bike number 12, but he can't make up the ground that he needs to try and make a dash. And this has been a dominant performance from Nate Jager on bike number 8 as he goes down for the very last time into the left-hander, onto the straight, and comes across the line to acknowledge the checkered flag and the race victory in heat number 2. Second spot's going to go to Cooper Carney on bike number 12 as he tries to pop a wheel stand across the line. Pretty ordinary too, I can tell you. 2:28 of Byron Jolliffe rounds out the top 3.
Okay, event 67 coming up is the first of 2 heats in the 9s to 13s championship division. 2 heats of this, and then that'll be followed by the 3rd round of the over 35s. So the program starting to edge towards the end of the first day of competition.
I think 3 rounds, Ross, is probably what they're going to aim for.
If they could aim to get in the 3
today,
rounds, I think they'd feel fairly
they'll
comfortable.
be in front, I think.
Yeah, I think they'd feel comfortable about that. Okay, traps are down. And in this race, we're scheduled to see Thomas Bailey, Hugo Holmes, Will Ryan, Jake Straney, Bodie Lee, Chad Armstrong, Jack Levitt, Isaac Cross and Evie Wiggins.
But it's Hugo Holmes on bike number 5 that got a good start. Straney was away a little bit quicker this time, but Holmes got that whole shot into the first turn, and he leads the way as the bikes head their way down into the bottom turn for the very first time. And the race leader is Hugo Holmes on bike number 5, out in front of Jake Straney in second. Now here's a guy that's been impressive today, Isaac Cross on the 774. He's always been there and thereabouts in that top 3 positions, and at the moment he's back in 3rd spot, but keep an eye on him, because I expect as the race goes on he might make a dive up into 2nd placing, and at the moment he's trying to do that as they come through the change of direction and down into the big sweeper onto the straight. At race leader is the 5 of Hugo Holmes. This is the 85cc 2-stroke and 154-stroke 9 to under 13 years class as they come across the line. Straney still in 2nd spot, and he kicked away a little on the 85 from Isaac Cross on bike 774, who finds himself still back in 3rd placing. But look at Straney now start to run up to the back of Hugo Holmes and put himself in a position where he might have a crack at this race lead. So down they go through the bottom part into the sweeping left-hander, and then onto the straight they'll go. And the race leader with only 1 to go, Hugo Holmes. Straney giving chase in 2nd spot, but he's dropped off the pace a little, and then back in 3rd placing is Isaac Cross on bike 774, but this battle still between the 2 up front. Hugo Holmes on bike number 5, and right behind him Jake Straney is looking desperately to try and find a way through. He's got half a lap to do it. He's right up behind him now as they come down. I'll come onto the straight for the very last time. Holmes out in front. There's Straney getting a little bit closer to him. Will he make one last desperate lunge? He can't. He's not close enough, and Hugo Holmes takes a victory in another good race with Straney in 2nd, who whips his head around, almost gets whiplash, looking behind you to see Isaac Cross come across the line in 3rd spot.
Good race in the juniors for the 9s to 13s as we move to their 2nd heat, which is event 68 on the program, where we're scheduled to see Jackson Grabham, Jai French, Cohen McCosker, Riker Muggleton, Levi Sutherland, James Perrott and Flynn Beard. Flynn Beard would probably be one of the favoured riders out of this bunch. He's had a pretty good day today so far in his divisions. And then coming up after this will be round 3 of the over 35s. It's a support class. It's not a championship class on the day, just a support class to give the over 35s, the old fellas, an opportunity to participate. Then that'll be followed by the other end of the scale, the 7 to 9-year-old 50cc championship. It is a championship division, but the traps are down for event 69, round 3 of the over 35 support as they reach turn 1.
Yeah, Beard, thought he was going to get the whole shot on the inside, but he didn't on the outside. It was Brodie Ford on the 107 that got the best start. Now Beard has a dig at him on the inside, but he's still got plenty of time left to try and get this race lead away. But it was a good start from Brodie Ford on the 107, and he leads now. You can see them come down through the change of direction and sweep up onto that left-hander and then onto the straight. And the race leader, Brodie Ford, on the 107, out in front of Beard on the 43. Then 3rd place is being held down by Jai French on bike number 26 as they head into that first turn part of the track once more, and still not too much separating these 2 up front. There's not a big gap between both of them, and still the battle for the race lead. And as I say that, getting a little bit closer now as they go through is Beard, and he's looking to try and snatch this race lead away from Brodie Ford on the 107.
I just wonder if he's trying a little too hard, because it seems to be a comfortable bit of a break at the moment for Brodie Ford. And Flynn Beard, who's had a really good run so far from this morning, the morning section of the program is finding it a little difficult, and I think he's just might be trying just a little too hard, but he does close up ranks when they get down into this back section of the track, and Ford knows that. He had a little look over his left shoulder there and knows quite well that Beard is right on his hammer and might have a shot at him here with 1 lap to go coming down the main straight.
Yeah, starting to get some good momentum out of the corner now. Switches back on the inside. On the outside here, they both look over at one another, but it's Ford still. Beard on the inside, though, gets the better of him, the advantage, and goes in. Can he make it stick, though? He's going to run wide, but he managed to keep it all under control after bumping his way through the turn, and he goes to the race lead with only half a lap left to go, and that was a good passing move from Flynn Beard. He bided his time. He knew where he was quicker on the track and made a real dig coming down this main straightaway where he knew he had the momentum coming out of the turn as he sweeps onto the straight for the last time towards the checkered flag and takes the victory in heat number 2 ahead of the 107 of Brodie Ford, and third place is going to go to Jai French on bike number 26.
Event 68, run and won, takes us on to event 69, round 3 of the over 35 support, and we're scheduled to see Marty McNamara, Trevor Marsh, Corey Ford, Andy Fisher, Neil Girdler, Wesley Barnes with the orange helmet, Dean Marsh, John Davis, Derek Seam, Anthony Edwards and Josh McCosker lining up for this one for the third start today for the over 35 support group, not a championship class on our program today. Already lined up for the bottom end of the age group, the 7 to 9 years. This is a championship division. This is for the riders on their it'll be followed by this over 35 support division. And the over 35 support gets away, and it looks like Marty McNamara might have made the best of the whole shot going into turn 1.
No, I think you might find he's back there in the field a little after that one.
Is he?
But let's have a look. They've got similar leathers, McCosker and also McNamara. So I think he missed the start though, Marty McNamara, and he finds himself in second place at the moment on the track, but I don't think it'll be too long. But McCosker knows he's got to turn the tables in this division because he's had a couple of second placings and he's out in front. But look out, here comes Marty McNamara on the outside. He loves that pass, doesn't he?
Yep.
As he sweeps around, he timed it nicely and just gracefully slid around like Torval and Dean it was as he came around the corner and just slid his way into the race lead, and now he leads and will start to probably extend that lead over Josh McCosker.
Well, that's not a bad segue because Torval and Dean would be over 35, which is what this division is. Which is what this division is, the over 35s support class. And Marty McNamara, who's just having a super day today, and whilst it's not championship time, it certainly is the chance to be building up supports. And this is only a support division, so it's not a championship division, but Marty McNamara is the sort of rider who wants to win, no matter whether it's a championship, whether it's a support, or whether he's having a race with the kids on a club day. He likes winning. And Marty McNamara is doing that right now in this race, opening up a very, very clear lead.
Or whether it's dominoes down at the club, McNamara, super competitive, and he heads away on his last lap on bike number 7. You can see after a slow start the advantage that he's opened up on the rest of the field. McCosker back there in second place. He's battling it out. A good scrap for the minor placings behind Marty McNamara for second and third place. And as they come onto the straight for the very last time, the checkered flag will wave. It waves for Marty McNamara, but who's going to get that second placing? It's going to be close. McCosker, though, hangs on ahead of a very fast finishing bike number 20. That was Girdler, I think, on the 28 for third spot. So it was Marty McNamara ahead of Josh McCosker and Neil. Could you say Girdler he didn't have the orange, did he, on his helmet?
No, I didn't notice it.
So Girdler it was in third spot.
Coming up now, event 70, which is the third round for the 50cc 7 to 9 years group. Scheduled to see Brennis Johnson, Hudson McConnell, Regan Quinn, Slater Beard, Logan Lay, Jack Springle, Cooper Quinn, Vincent Marsh, Daniel Walsh Cloak, Axel Kirkness and Cade Wildsmith in this one as they get away from the traps. Not quite as noisy, the little Beetles, Buzzers in the little 50cc's out for their championship. One of them tomorrow afternoon will be the New South Wales champion.
Yeah, and Axel Kirkness is starting to really come on now. He's gone ahead of Cooper Quinn on bike number 82, and Quinn, who was dominant early on, finds himself back in second. He's got the work to do now. Can he get past Axel Kirkness, who got away to a great start? Oh, Quinn on the outside just blew past him like a Saturday afternoon breeze as they came into the top turn and onto the straight for the first time. And your race leader now is Quinn on bike number 82. Axel Kirkness drops back to second place. Jax Pringle is up behind him in third placing. But it was a good battle early on. Kirkness, can he make his way back to the race start, but to the lead? But it's going to be very difficult because Cooper Quinn is another one of those riders. Once he gets to the front, he's very, very hard to run down.
So at the moment, Cooper Quinn leads away from Axel Kirkness and Jax Pringle. They're running 1, 2, 3 in our camera shot, coming through the S-bends or the change of direction in the course, which is part of what makes dirt track racing what it is. And Cooper Quinn starting to stretch a little bit of a lead. He looks very comfortable. Now the battle for second place is the one to be looking out for, because we've got Axel Kirkness and Jax Pringle, the two riders that are fighting that out. And maybe Pringle has got the better of Kirkness. I just can't see right over in that back section of the course.
Yeah, with the sun coming down,
it's still Axel Kirkness has still got the second spot, and Jax Pringle hanging on to third. And this is the third round of the 7 to 9 years championship. But Cooper Quinn well out in front and looking comfortable, looks very comfortable on the bike. Axel Kirkness in second, and Jax Pringle is in third place.
Yeah, Pringle is really starting to track Axel Kirkness down, and that's pushing them up to Quinn as well. So getting a little bit closer back again to the race leader, Quinn. He might be running out of puff out the front there. He's in about 13 divisions today, and he's probably getting a little bit knackered out there on the 82 bike, because he's starting to get run down a little bit more now by Kirkness, but he's only got one turn to negotiate for the checkered flag, and I think he's going to hang on. Bike number 82 of Cooper Quinn now comes onto the straight for the last time, and he'll grab the checkered flag and the victory in the 50cc auto 7 to under 9 years class. Kirkness in second on the 387, and third place goes to Jax Pringle on bike number 61. Sounds like a potato chip, doesn't it? Passes to Jax Pringle.
Okay, 3 heats of the ATV Open Championship coming up now on our live stream coverage of the AgriForce 2025 New South Wales Dirt Track Championships in both the senior and junior divisions. 3 heats coming up. This is the opening heat, event 71. They're at the traps, and we're scheduled to see Catherine Higgs, who went well in her previous race, and Chevelle Green, Colin Green, Travis Northcott and Josh Griffiths, who's been unbeaten so far today, and 2 starts and 2 wins. Can he make it 3 from 3 in this opening heat of the third round of the ATV Open Championships? Heats 2 and 3 to come up next, and then following that we're into the 9s and 13s, 2 heats of their New South Wales Championship. They're in the hands of the starter. The traps fall down, and 5 of the ATV machines charge away as they come down Main Straight for the very first time.
Yes, and that guy that's leading the charge is Josh Griffith on bike number 66, and he once more gets away to a fabulous start and leads the pack of riders now as they go down to that bottom part of the track, and they'll sweep their way around onto the straight for the very first time. But Josh Griffith on bike number 66. Be interesting to see when the Griffith boys come up against one another who takes that battle out, because it's going to be an absolute cracker. Josh Griffith out in front. Now second place giving chase. There's Colin Green on the 888 bike. Catherine Higgs is back there in third spot, and she's doing a good job of it in the podium, third place at the moment. But the rider right behind starting to put the pressure now to Catherine Higgs as they go down through the bottom part of the track. But your race leader there, he is a good shot as they come through the S's and then onto the big sweeping left-hander, and a commanding lead to the 66 of Josh Griffith.
He looks very comfortable on the ATV bike. The interest will be, I think, as Joel's pointed out, when the 2 Griffiths come together. not a dominant lead here by Joshua Griffiths. Then again, I don't think he's really pushing the button here. He's doing what he has to do, which is get out in front. Second place, Colin Green, not making any ground at all. Catherine Higgs hanging on to third, but there's a little bit of pressure coming there for the battle for third place at the moment between the two girls for third, between the two riders for third and fourth place. Catherine Higgs being one of them.
And Travis Northcott, the other on bike 83, just can't find a way through on Catherine, as you can see there. Catherine in the pink. Right behind is the 83 of Travis Northcott, who's tried desperately to find a way through to grab that third spot away and get on the podium, but he's only got half a corner to do it as they run onto the straight now. Griffiths takes the win. Second place goes to the Triple Eight of Green. Third, good ride from Catherine Higgs to hang on to third placing under all sorts of pressure from Travis Northcott, who picks up fourth spot across the line, but a good win to Josh Griffiths.
Heat 2 coming up of the ATV Open Championship is event 72, and we're scheduled to see Trevor Rose, Bailey Northcott, Hank Schleisner, Chevy Green, and Matthew Griffiths, the other Griffiths boy, coming out in this one. We'll see whether he can be dominant in this one, or whether some of the others can start to put some pressure on. Well, one rider's missed the start completely there. The bike seemed to stall at the start, so that's been a costly start for him. And the battle for third and fourth place is already developing. As the rider goes past our control tower now, who completely missed the start.
Chevy Green, geez, that's been up there in this class today a couple of times as well. So Chevy will be looking to try and make up the ground, at least maybe make up one spot, but half a lap behind the race leader, Matty Griffith. Matty Griffith now completes another lap. There's still a couple to go. Giving chase in second spot is Bailey Northcott. And then behind Bailey is Hank Schleisner on bike number 88. So they're your top three riders on the track at the moment. Is starting to wind up Chevy Green, trying to make up the ground that he missed from that muck-up of the start there earlier on. But into the bottom turn, you see some fabulous pictures coming to you from Balcarry Park here. And as riders, nearly went up on the side there. The yellow machine coming out of the turn. Back there behind him was the 35 of Rose, Trevor Rose. Nearly tipped her over going into the turn, but he's managed to keep it all under control. Meanwhile, back up the front of the race, Matthew Griffith has got this race lead with 1.5 laps to go, and he's been in full control of this one, Ross.
Absolute commanding ride here by Matthew Griffiths, the two Griffiths boys, both from the Hunter Motorcycle Club. Joshua Griffiths won the previous heat, and now Matthew Griffiths out there in this heat. He too, I think, is probably just doing enough that he needs to do to be out in front. I don't think he's really pushing the button. I think he'd also be looking forward to the challenge that's going to come up between Joshua and himself, and that will be certainly something to look for in the ATV Open Championship. Not only who comes out in the battle in the heats, but who comes out in the battle in the overall final, because they will be contesting a repechage and a final. Race run and done.
Yeah, good win from Matty Griffith. Bailey Northcott second. Third place goes to Hank Schleisner. That's a good run by the 93 of Chevy Green there, who missed the start by about a day and a half, but managed to somehow get right back up there and nearly snatched away a position there. So a good ride, but will be disappointed with the start.
Yeah, not sure. The bike may have stalled, I think, on him at the start. Whether that happened or not, I don't know, but he certainly did miss the start by a long way. Heat number 3 coming up in round 3 of the ATV Open Championship, and we're scheduled to see Shana Stimpson, Braith Birkin-Paul, John Sherlock, Kim McKay and Jeffrey McKee.
Yes, away they go too, and unfortunately Shana not with us this weekend. Unfortunately hasn't been able to make the start in the races, but a good start there by the 75. I think that's John Sherlock. We've got the 2 75s in this one, Kim McKay and John Sherlock, but I'm pretty sure that's John Sherlock out in front on machine number 75, and is already starting to try and stretch away from the rest of the pack. As they come through. That's Braithburke and Paul back in third placing, but they come across the stripe for the first time, and it is the 75 out in front, and that's John Sherlock giving chase Jeff McKee on bike 55, but he's going to come under some pressure very shortly from Braithburke and Paul on the 114 machine, who's getting a little bit closer and trying to make a dive at second place.
And that's where the battle looms in this particular event, with our leader certainly looking like it's fairly comfortable for him at the moment, but the good battle going on for second and third placing, and the all-important difference in the points. Currently holding that second spot is Jeff McKee, but he's certainly not getting all of his own way, because he knows there's plenty of pressure coming from behind from John Sherlock.
Yeah, no, Braithburke and Paul Ross is the guy on the 114 trying to make his way through into second placing. Sherlock's got this one pretty well covered with 1 lap to go, but that battle for third spot is second and third is the one that's of interest, and across the stripe they come with only 1 lap to go. McKee holding on to that second spot. Braithburke and Paul on the 114 trying desperately, but he got out of shape there and lost ground as they come up to one of the slower riders. Through on the inside goes Sherlock with no dramas, but there's a rider trying to go through as well, but into the bottom turn they go for the very last time, and the race lead, the win in the checkered flag, is going to wave, and it's going to wave for the rider on the bike number 55. Well, that must have been Sherlock that I thought was the slower rider that just died.
Yeah.
And Jeff McKee on the 55 has somehow managed to grab the victory there ahead of Sherlock on the 75.
It ain't over till it's over.
Braithburke and Paul, you just look away for a second, Ross, here at this track, and the whole complexion of the race changes in the blink of an eye, and that's what's just happened there. So it's Jeff McKee takes the victory ahead of John Sherlock, and Braithburke and Paul picks up third place.
Yeah. Exciting finish there in event 73 as we move to event 74. The first of 2 heats for the 9s to 13s division. We're scheduled to see Cohen McCosker, Riker Muggleton, Bodie Lay, Brodie Ford, Max Kraft, Will Ryan, Ethan Loker and Thomas Bailey in this particular division.
Yeah, McCosker got away well, so too did Bailey on the 27 bike, but Bailey dropped back to third place with a rider going around. I think it was Brodie Ford on the 107. He's looking dangerous up into second place now, and he's out after the race leader, so keep your eye on him, the rider in second spot, and that's Brodie Ford, because he's going to make a play at this race lead as they come into the sweeping left-hander and onto the straight for the first time. And let's have a look. It's Ford on the 107. McCosker, those keeping him at bay for the moment on bike 45. The KTM has got him covered as they bounce their way through that turn number 1 once more. And McCosker, it looked like he was going to surrender that lead to Brodie Ford, but he's hanging on. But Ford all over the back of him looking for a way through.
And this is where the part of the afternoon, you've already pointed out, some of these juniors, they're pretty fit, but you know, the physical demand starts to take its toll. So who can not only be mentally tough, but who can be physically tough by the time the afternoon winds into the stage that it's reached. And we've got a good battle here between McCosker and Bailey.
Yeah, McCosker still hanging on to that race lead. Ford still in second placing, and he's trying desperately now. He gets a little bit closer to him now on the outside. Can he make that stick for the inside run in the change of direction? No, didn't quite have the pace that he needed. McCosker will be furling the pressure now out in front on the 45, because Ford now's right on his hammer, and he's got 1 lap to try and track him down. This is exciting last lap up on the inside. Oh, he busts the other way. McCosker threw the hand in the air as if to say what's going on here, but what was going on is that Brodie Ford was taking the race lead away from McCosker, who drops back to second spot now, and it looks like Ford, with only 3/4 of a lap left to go, has a bit of a look over the shoulder just to see where McCosker is, but McCosker's dropped right back off the pace now, and Ford looks like he's going to take out this first heat in round number 3 of the 65cc two-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship, and that's a good ride. He nods the head and says, "You little ripper," and takes the checkered flag, pumps the fist, and he takes the victory ahead of the 45 of McCosker in second placing, and then third place is going to be taken out by Thomas Bailey on bike number 27.
A good race between those two youngsters as we move to the second heat in the 9s to 13s, where we're scheduled to see Hugo Holmes, Ty McNamara, Flynn Beard, Quade Pringle, Flynn Jolliffe, Shelby Trembar, Jack Levitt and Isaac Cross. And mentioning those top 3 names, Holmes, McNamara and Beard, if they continue the form they've shown so far today, this should be a pretty close tussle.
Yeah, chucking Isaac Cross too, Ross, has been impressive on the 774. He's been very consistent today and up there. So any of those top 3 riders that make a mistake, I think he'd be there to pounce. But it doesn't look there's too many up on the line at the moment. From the camera angle we have, there's only
about 4 or 5
riders.
half a dozen
5 riders there. Unfortunately, some of the riders may have succumbed to
because
mechanical
the starter
difficulties.
Says we're ready. One of them's very slowly away, but I think they've got bike problems anyway. So this is the second heat in the third round of the 9s to 13s, and a bit of pressure starting to take its toll as the day winds on.
Yeah, Flynn Beard got away nicely, but so too did Isaac Cross on the 774. He finds himself in second spot at the moment. At Beard, the race leader, I think that might be Holmes or McNamara trying to sneak through into second spot to get out. Oh, he's run off the track, the race leader, and he surrendered it now, and Cross goes to the race lead. So Beard makes the mistake as they come into that big sweeper. He just ran completely off the track, and on the inside it's McNamara, on the outside it's Cross, and Beard finds himself back in third spot, and Cross finds himself up out in front of the race at the moment, and if he can hang on here, Ross, it'll be a well-deserved win from the young fella.
Yeah, he's riding well. In that sweeper, you can notice when our camera angle goes to that sweeper, the track staff have done a wonderful job there, because that was showing here quite a nice smooth ride there through now the change of direction section of the track. So riders are taking the opportunity to maybe make the pounce there, and is this where McNamara might be able to make the pass on Cross, and Beard seems to be just dropping off that top challenge. Although don't write him off, he might come on strongly in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that's for sure. Flynn Beard, as any one of these 3 riders can take this one out with still 1.5 laps left to go. Your race leader is Isaac Cross. You can see him out in front. The 2 boys behind starting to box it out. Flynn Beard back in third spot, trying to look for a way around Ty McNamara on the 7, who's in second placing at the moment, but it looks like Isaac Cross has got him covered. Can he hang on? He's only got 1 lap to go. He wants to win here. He's determined. McNamara in second spot. Here comes Beard though on the outside. Up to a slower rider they come. Will they come into play in this one? There's on the inside, they split him. Oh, it did come into play. Slowed down the rider in second spot, which was McNamara, I think, and he's got hampered, but he's still right up there on the race leader. Isaac Cross hanging on to this race lead. Is it McNamara in second place? It's chasing strong. He wants the victory here into the final turn. They come for the last time. No, it's the 774 of Cross. The race leader, Flynn Beard, is it that's giving chase in second place. It's going to go down the wire. Oh, Beard got him.
Yes.
Oh, Flynn Beard. Oh, he throws the hands on the head and says, oh, damn it. He knew he had the victory, but it was Beard right at the death.
We made the comment, don't write him off. He's been in super form today, and that just shows what consistent determination can do. He was determined to stay right in touch with those leaders, and he was in front where it counted when the checkered flag dropped. So an exciting second heat in the 9s to 13s championship. Okay, event 76 coming up is the third round of the 7s to 9-year-olds on the 65cc two-strokers. Scheduled to see Otto Duff, Brennis Johnson, Hudson McConnell, Regan Quinn, Jax Pringle, Charlie Grabham, Cooper Quinn, Ryder Nelson Collett, Axel Kirkness, Hux Davies Breeze and Cade Wildsmith as the traps drop and the youngsters in the 7 to 9 year championship scream past us for the first time.
And it's Cooper Quinn that got the best of it in the bright yellow leathers out front, and already you can see he's dominating the early stages of this race as they get down through the bottom. Big group of riders behind him, though, all jostling for position now as they come out of the into the change of direction part of the track. But it's Quinn, the race leader, and he's comfortably in front. You can see the other riders now snaking their way through up into the big sweeping left-hander and onto the straight. They'll come past us for the first time, and it's Cooper Quinn, the race leader. Now, second spot's being held down by rider Nelson Collett on bike number 195. And he's in a good duel at the moment. I'm right around the outside. A rider went quickly into second place and breezed around rider Nelson Collett to take up that second spot. I don't know whether it might have been Hudson McConnell on the 31, but we'll pick that up for you as they come down past us once more. There's your race leader, Quinn, out in front. Might even be Axel Kirkness. Cade Wildsmith it is. Yeah, thanks, Ross, on the 666. He's been super consistent today. Rider Nelson Collett back behind him. And then it's the 31 of Hudson McConnell. So they're the riders on track at the moment. No real positional changes to the race. They pretty much nose to tail followed themselves around for this one with a similar gap between those top three riders.
Yeah, they certainly are. If you were sitting high above it as we are, they were almost sort of very evenly. Oh, the rider there in fourth spot. I think that was the 31 of Hudson McConnell. He got untidy coming out of that S-Benz. 1 lap remaining, and our race leaders, the top three, they look fairly comfortable in those positions, with Cooper Quinn leading the way going into turn 1 for the last time.
Yeah, Cade Wildsmith still in that second spot. Rider Nelson Collett back in third placing on the 196, and Hudson McConnell was the rider that almost high-sided as he came out of that change of direction part of the track. Now he goes quickly around the outside and sweeps up into third spot, so that's a good passing move from McConnell to move up into the podium third spot. But it's checkered flag time, and it waves for bike number 82, Cooper Quinn, ahead of Cade Wildsmith on the 666, and that was a good ride from Hudson McConnell to sneak into the top three on bike number 31.
So the third round for the 7 and 9 year olders has been completed, and we move now to the third round of the ATVs. These are for the lesser powered ATV machines, the 60cc to 90cc two-strokers and the 85cc to 125cc four-strokers. Scheduled to see Reed Rose, Joel McPherson, Cooper Garland and Ryan Garland for entries, and 4 of them are lined up at the traps, just waiting for a couple of the riders from the previous heat to make it into the pit chute area, which they've done. So they're in the starter's hands now, and he will keep them under instruction as to when they're ready to start here in the third round of the ATVs. They're getting set to go. The traps have fallen. They are off to a pretty even start, and maybe the Garlands, who fought out the previous race, might be the ones that'll do it here too as they come past us for the first time.
But Joel McPherson says, I don't think so, and he gets the jump. And he's the one, I think you remember, that missed the start last time, and that allowed the Garlands to battle it out. So
right.
I think Joel McPherson in this one, if he can hang on out in front, he's going to be tough to run down. But yeah, the Garland combination, Cooper Garland on bike 63 and Ryan Garland on the 888, will be hunting him down now, getting a little bit closer now. This is up the front of the race. There's your race leader, the 47 of Joel McPherson, and second spot is Cooper Garland on bike number 63, that's trying to get right up there to put the pressure on the race leader McPherson as they come across the stripe for the first time. Back in third placing is Reed Rose on bike number 35, and then tailing out the field is Ryan Garland on the 888. But the battle up front between these two riders, a race leader is the 47 of Joel McPherson. He leads the way. Cooper Garland on the 63, starting to close the gap, Ross, now.
Yeah, getting right up and making a pass on the inside of that right-hander, and then back into the left-hander to sweep into the last corner. That was a good pass by Cooper Garland, but I don't know whether Joel McPherson was terribly happy about it, and he comes back up on the inside. Side by side, they went across the stripe, and just in front, if that was going to be the finish, would have been Joel McPherson. But there's nothing between these two. McPherson the leader. Second spot is Cooper Garland, and he's going to try and keep the pressure right on McPherson as they go into turn 2, down into the S-bends in the back section of the Balcarry Park circuit, and still the race leader Joel McPherson. Opens up a bit of a break, tries to, but here's where Garland is really strong coming through the S-bends, through the change of direction section, but then he seems to lose a bit of ground when you get into this main straight, which is happening right now. Joel McPherson again kicks away, opens up a break again of about 25 or 30 metres on Cooper Garland, who makes up all that that ground, but then must be very frustrating for him when they get into this tight turning section of the circuit. So it's McPherson leading comfortably from Cooper Garland, but keep an eye on Garland. This is the part of the circuit where he seems to handle it very well.
Yeah, just too far back, I think, Ross, at the moment. It's just this part here where Garland gobbles up the metres. You can see, gets a lot closer, likes quicker through that part of the track, but there's where McPherson kicks on, coming on to this sweeping left-hander and onto the straight, and it's checkered flag time. This has been a good tussle between the two. Joel McPherson, he gets the victory, though, has a look over the shoulder to see Cooper Garland, who chased strongly and bravely through the race, but couldn't quite pick it up. Third place has gone to Ryan Garland on the 888, who got up ahead of Reed Rose on machine number 35. That was the ATV 60 to 90, 2-stroke to 85 to 1254 4-stroke.
Okay, stand by. We're up to the 4 heats in the third round of the Motocross Open. Keely Pearson, James Sordy, Daniel Wicks, Michael Price, Katana Robinson, Ronan Jacobs, Brandon Burns, Dean Marsh, Blake Irwin, Tom Edwards and Anthony Edwards. What a terrific field this is going to be. Daniel Wicks has been in good form, but so had Brandon Burns and others as the traps fall for heat number 1 in round 3 of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, Wicks, he got away to a good start. So did Burns on the inside, and it was Burns that got the better of the first turn, the whole shot, as they all charged in there in this MX Open class. And the race leader, Brandon Burns, on bike number 475, finds himself out ahead of Daniel Wicks in second placing, who's giving chase and trying to make up that ground that he lost at the start of the race as they come through that bottom part of the track for the very first time, and past Tommy Edwards as well, trying to join in with this battle up front. So race leader is Burns, Wicks in second spot, and then Edwards back in third placing. Those top 3, a clear top 3, pulling away from the rest of the pack.
And the afternoon wears on. We've already made comment. This is where the physicality of a big day of dirt track racing starts to take its toll. Who's physically fit now and can make sure they're going to put themselves into top point scoring placings as the day rolls on. So we're now watching our race leader start to open up a little bit of a break now on the rest of the pack. That's Brandon Burns leading away from Wicks, who just seems to have to rely on getting that leading position where he can control the race. But he's hanging on to second spot at the moment, and Tom Edwards is trying desperately to close the gap, and is doing so as they come into the sweeper, coming down to the main straight away with just 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Edwards now starting to try and find a way around Daniel Wicks, which is a huge task as the 3 riders slide their way into turn number 1 for the last time, and the race leader is Burns. He's got them covered at the moment. Wicks in second, Edwards in third. Here's Wicks though starting a little bit closer to him, looking to try and put himself in position, but also leaving himself open a little bit to Edwards as the 3 of them charge into the final turn for the last time. It's checkered flag time, and this has been a good ride from Brandon Burns on bike 475. Wixie holds on for second spot on the 176, just ahead of a very fast finishing Tommy Edwards on bike 971. So they're your top 3 podiums in heat number 1, round 3 of the MX Open.
Event 79 will be heat number 2 of round 3 in the Motocross Open Championship, and we're scheduled to see Brodie Trembath, Thomas Donnelly, Emily Murrell, Callan Butcher, Neil Girdler, Riley Biddle, Cooper Archibald, Cody Lewis, Jim Jobling, Jaden Roberts and Ryan New. So we probably need to keep an eye on Cody Lewis here, who's been going well. And certainly Thomas Donnelly, who's been going very well too. They might be the riders that can stand out in this one. They're at the traps. The starter says we're ready to go. The traps fall. Everybody's away evenly from the start. No one held up there, but it's a great charge down the main straightaway for the very first time.
Yeah, Cody Lewis got the best of the start. Donnelly stuck there with him, but it was Lewis with the whole shot into turn number 1. But look right behind him, Donnelly. He's all over the back of Cody Lewis. Oh, down goes the rider. Into the turn there, the bike slid out. He's up and back on his feet, A-OK, and the race continues. But back up front of the race, a good battle car start developing now between Cody Lewis and the guy giving chase in second spot is trying desperately as Thomas Donnelly to find a way around. And Riley Biddle back behind him, and Biddle now is having his own duel with the 87 bike right behind him, Cooper Archibald. So 2 battles in the one race up front of the race. It's for first and second. There's Lewis, but look at Donnelly. He's starting to be all over the back, letting him know he's there, putting the pressure to him, trying to force that mistake and grab that race lead away from Cody Lewis.
Yeah, he's all over him like a measles rash at the moment, and doesn't Cody Lewis know about it? He knows he's got the pressure on him, but what really can the second place getter Thomas Donnelly do? I don't think he'll make his move until this middle section of the course, coming through the change of direction sections where he might be able to make his move. Lewis has got him at the moment. Now, will Donnelly make the dive here? No, not brave enough to make it through there. He said, I'll wait my time, I'll be patient and wait and have a shot at him maybe here in the main straightaway. Cody Lewis on the blue machine. Behind him on the orange is Thomas Donnelly as they charge down main straightaway. Nothing between the two. Here's the dive by Donnelly on the inside. No, couldn't pull it through there. Cody Lewis hangs on. Donnelly comes back at him right on the back wheel. Cody Lewis hanging on to the lead. Donnelly chasing hard. Will this be the section where he'll make this brave move? He's really looking determined to try and get him into that section. He comes, tries to make the dive, can't do it. Cody Lewis still has the lead. And Thomas Donnelly finding it really tough to get past him. They charge to the checkered flag and Lewis is going to hang on. Lewis is first. Donnelly is second. Great race between those two.
Riley Biddle on the
Riley
37,
Biddle, thank
Ross.
you, Joel, coming through in third placing in the second heat of the third round, and a good battle between Lewis and Donnelly there.
Yeah, the MX Open Championship starting to really heat up. Round number 3, heat 2 has gone to Cody Lewis, who is under all sorts from Thomas Donnelly on bike number 9, picking up second spot. Riley Biddle in third place on bike number 37 as we move through to event number 80 on the program, which is round 3, heat 3, second last heat of the MX Open Championship. And Thomas Herrick will be looking for a victory here on bike number 14. He's been riding well today, and so too Cooper Dunn on the 427. But away they go, and on the inside it was Dunn on the 427 that got the best of the start. Up there as well was Tyler Davies on the 415. Geez, look at the bunch of riders going through that part of the track, looking to try and see where Herrick was. He missed a start and was back there in about 4th spot. Tyler Davies made a great start on the 415, and he found himself up the front of the race. But I think that might be Cooper Dunn on the 427, the race leader. I think that might be Herrick behind him. But let's have a look as they come down past us for the first time, and the race leader, it's the 400, but not for long, because on the outside goes Herrick, and it's Reese Irvin on bike number 400 that had that race lead. But Thomas Herrick was the guy that was coming quickly through the field, and he knows the importance of bagging the points in this one, and he's gone to the race lead now, and it's going to be near damn impossible to track down.
Yeah, he seems determined to really bag the big points here. You can see he's definitely got his race face on for this event, and Thomas Herrick charging away. He's opening up a big break, sliding his way into turn number 1. Reese Irvin hanging on to second place and a clear second place at the moment. These two have just charged away from the rest of the pack. There is some good dicing going on behind, and that's where some interesting points will come. You're looking, one rider's bike has just completely died on him there, coming through that turn number 2, and we'll try and pick that rider up a little later on as we go back, importantly, to the race leaders, where Thomas Herrick has the advantage. from Reese Urban.
Yeah, Urban back in second, then back to third place. It's the 427 of Cooper Dunn. But those top three riders, a big gap between all of those, the podium finishes at the moment. And it's all Tom Herrick after an early start, a little bit of a slow start. He's managed to pick himself up and go to the race lead. And not only that, he's been able to run away with this one. So out of the top turn for the last time, there's your race winner, the 14 of Thomas Herrick. Takes the victory in heat number 3 of the MX Open. Second goes to Urban on the 400. Third place goes to Cooper Dunn on the 427. And then Andy Fisher flashed across the line in 4th placing. So that's heat number 3, round 3 of the MX Open.
And in heat number 4 coming up next, we will schedule to be seeing Tyler Billing. I don't think we'll see Jordan Dahl. His bike has just not been able to get repaired in time. William Seckham, Christian O'Donnell, Billy Ryan, Tate Davis, Toran Openshaw, Jaden Trembath, Jet Carter, Lewis Tyne and Logan Davis. And then that will be followed by event 82, which is the demos back out again.
Yes, our final heat of the MX Open. Riders on the traps set in the starters' hands.
Okay, the traps are getting ready to fall, and they do. Way from the inside was a rider got away to a very good start as they charge into turn 1 for the very first time. We picked them up to go down into turn 2.
Yeah, Openshaw once again, Ross, got away to a screamer of a start, and he quickly went to the race lead. He leads the big pack of 4 of the MX Open class into the turn now through the change of direction part of the track now as they make their way up. And I think, I don't know if somebody, Lewis Tyne might be up there in second place, but we'll pick them up properly. It's definitely the race leader is Openshaw on the 296. That's Logan Davis on bike number 76 that's up in there into second placing. And he'll be looking to try and get out after this race leader, Openshaw. But it's almost Tom Cruise mission impossible once he gets in front. But he's sticking with him, Logan Davis, and he's not letting him get too far away.
I'd say don't write him off here. Logan Davis, I think, is going to be able to get himself into a position where he'll actually have a crack at Toran Openshaw, and this is where the actual race orders can change dramatically from the morning session. The afternoon session starts to tell different stories, and Davis is right in what I believe a challenging position for the lead on Toran Openshaw as they go into turn 2. Watch him here as they go into the change of direction section of the course. First of all into the right-hander, then into the left-hander, but Openshaw certainly has some comfort in that part of the track.
Yeah, certainly does, but you can see Openshaw now has realised that he needs to get a move on out in front, and you can see he's up the pace a little, and he's starting to stretch away from Davis now, back in second placing, and Davis now finding it hard to go with Openshaw, who was up there early in the race, and a good battle also going on for third place. A couple of riders there battling it out for the minor placings behind these two up front, but it's final corner time for your race leader, and this will be the race win. Will go to Toran Openshaw on bike 296. He takes the victory. The checkered flag. Second place goes to Davis. Good battle for third spot, but just hanging on. I think it was Billy Ryan on bike number 52 picked up that third placing and rounding out the top 3 finishes in the MX Open. Heat number 4, round number 3. Now we get set for round 3 of the demos, as Ross mentioned.
Yes, the little learners, not so much learners, but the young riders coming out as we head towards the end of the day's program of racing, because we're getting close to the end of round 3, and I think that's where the club would be happy to maybe pull the pin after 3 rounds of competition throughout the day and not much interruption to the day. So they'd be happy with that. And then tomorrow, when we start on Sunday, that would leave us with round 4 of the competition. Now, those that go through to repecharges and finals will only have 4 rounds of point scoring. And so you'll have the top 10 riders at the end of the 4 rounds going straight into the final. And the other riders from 11th to 22nd will go into the repecharge. So only 4 rounds for the championship classes, as in more than 12 riders for tomorrow's program. And then round 5 which will be the final round for the riders that have had less than 12 riders in their championship. They'll complete their 5 rounds of competition, and then we'll have the repecharges, and then we'll have the finals tomorrow on the program. So if you've enjoyed today's coverage, the feedback that Motorcycling New South Wales is getting is that people are enjoying the coverage, particularly the action pictures that we can show you. Let your family and friends know tonight and tell them how you enjoyed it. Tell them to tune in tomorrow and watch the final round of competition for the Agriforce Machinery 2025 New South Wales Dirt Track Championships for senior and junior riders.
And as Bob Hawke said, Ross, if you don't tune in, you're a bum and you're out of the family.
Yes.
So, make sure that you tune in tomorrow because that's when it all culminates here. We've still got a few races to go here today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've still got the Pro 250s to come yet.
Our 450s, the ATV Women's Open as well.
Yep.
The Pro 250s, as you mentioned, and then the sidecars as well. So, geez, we've seen some really top class. I've been super impressed with the facilities here, Ross, the track itself, the design and layout of the track. Robbie Doyle has done a fantastic job designing the track. It's really in a beautiful position. You can see the background there as we pan out into the
Liverpool Plains.
Absolutely beautiful location. You get... as they say on the car, has a serenity. It's absolutely, especially when these bikes are out. It's definitely. I can hear my own thoughts. It's a little scary.
Okay, so it's the demonstration class at the moment. This is just a support class, the same as the over 35s are a support class, but it's an opportunity for these young riders to get their bikes out there, put the helmet and boots on, strap the gloves and goggles on, and away they go and have some fun out on the racetrack.
Yeah, and then when they get back to school, they can say, "What did you get up to on the weekend?" And then they can say, nothing. I was just at the New South Wales titles," and then just be like, the most popular kid in the class.
Exactly. So. A huge congratulations to the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club today that have been able to get through these events. And also congratulations to the riders themselves. It's a big program. Some of the riders are riding in 2 classes, and so it's a big day for them. And they know that they've just got to get out there on the track and they've got to meet their commitment. So everybody contributes to a good day of racing, and that's what it's been so far. Most probably importantly for me anyhow, accident-free. We haven't had any serious accidents to deal with today, so that's been great. Red flag is out for the demonstration class, the 50cc's. They'll make their way back into the pit area, and then we'll get back to where we combine the 2 divisions of the girls support group in the 100cc, 150cc 2-strokers and the 200cc 4-strokers. They're only a support class, but they go out with the 100cc, 150cc 2-strokers in the 13 and 16 years division. That's what we've been doing so far in the program. I imagine that won't change. Those 2 will come out to be combined. And then after that, we're back to the women. The Pro Women's Championship, they'll have round 3. And so far, the impressive rider in that group has been Emily Murrell.
The giant killer.
And big disappointment for Brianna Etheridge, who right from the very first race had a mechanical problem, and obviously they haven't been able to, the pit crew haven't been able to rectify those problems. So disappointment for her to come up from the Hunter Motorcycle Club in Newcastle to miss out on that. So here we go with the combination of event 83 and event 84. One of them is a support class. It's the girls, Indy Wildsmith and Violet Hoskinson in the support class. Away they go, the traps are down, and we'll no doubt have the 100cc, 150cc riders start to charge into that first bend first up.
Yeah, Triple H, Ross, Hugh, Hope Hodgetts on bike number 6 out in front, but Zach Brady got a good start this time on the 90 bike, and Zach right up behind Hugh now as they come through the change of direction, and he'll be looking to try and grab the race lead away. Also Johnny Cooper, who's normally a bit of a slow starter, but he'll start to wind up now, and it won't be too long before he gets around Brady and heads out after the race leader Hugh Hope Hodges. There he is, tucked behind on the 0-6 bike. Into the turn he goes. There's Johnny Cooper looking to dive through on the inside of the 90 of Brady. Side by side there, a little bit of action as they came into turn number 1, and it was Johnny Cooper now gets the advantage in second placing. He moves ahead of Brady, who drops back to third spot now, and then the battle of the women behind them, Indy Wildsmith in the 26 and Violet Hoskinson on bike number 271 in the girls support class. But it's all Hugh Hope Hodges, Triple H, once again looking for win number 3.
And seemingly at this stage, although as they say it's never over till the checkered flag falls, but seemingly having a comfortable lead in this division. Zach Brady in second spot, Johnny Cooper third. Maybe Cooper can get a little closer to Brady to see if he can close that gap, but I think that's the way the gaps are going to stay at this point of time. And our race leader, doing it pretty comfortably, has just one lap to hang on to that lead, and Hugh Hope Hodges has a really big lead. I'd say close to 60 or 70 metres there out in front of second place getter Zach Brady, and Johnny Cooper hanging on to third spot, and those three have certainly careered away from the rest of the pack. So the third round of the 100cc to 150cc's two-strokers will go to Hugh Hope Hodges on the number 6 machine. Second place will go to Zach Brady.
Johnny Cooper.
Johnny Cooper got through there.
7-1-3.
Yeah.
He got around Zach Brady.
Good pickup, thanks,
and
Joel.
Picked up second spot, Zach Brady third. Jed King will finish fourth in that class. And then in the girls, it's the 26. Indy once again makes it 3 from 3. Indy Wildsmith ahead of Violet Hoskinson on bike 271.
So that's the combination of events 83 and 84 takes us to 85, and this is the women, the Pro Open Women Championship. They're at the traps. The starter just waiting for riders to clear the back of the course from the previous race, and once they get into the pit chute, he will tell the riders, okay riders, you are in my hands, and will have a start very, very shortly in the Pro Open Women's Championship. Boards are up, traps are down, riders are away, one missing the start there. I think they missed the change of gear as they charged down the straight for the very first time in the Pro Open Women Championship round number 3.
Yeah, Emily Murrell, she's always slow to move off the start, but then really starts to wind up. She's in second spot at the moment, and she'll be looking to try and get to the race lead as they come down through the change of the direction into the late afternoon we get now. Now Emily starts to wind up, has a bit of a look on the inside there, tries to poke her way up into the race lead, but they'll come down past us for the first time, and the race leader hanging on at the moment is Katana Robinson on the 334. Emily Murrell trying to work her way around the outside of Katana as they come into turn 1-2, but Katana Robinson riding with a lot of determination in this one. She's making it tough for Emily Murrell, who's taken 2 victories so far on the opening 2 rounds, but at the moment just Katana Robinson, who has got the advantage.
Just goes to show, you know, don't mean that every race is going to be the same in dirt track racing. And Katana Robinson's got her race face on here, but look out, Katana. Emily Murrell is right there, right on your hammer, dives up on the inside, just got that little bit of extra speed on Katana Robinson, and Emily Murrell goes through on the inside and takes the lead away from Katana Robinson, who made her work for it in those first couple of laps as they head down the back section of the course. But Emily Murrell on her way to making it 3 from 3.
Oh, geez, on her way to a title as well, victory, as she can continue with this 3 wins, and then she only has to get a couple of second placings, and there's 1 lap left to go. Katana Robinson in second spot. Back in third placing is Keely Pearson, who's been pretty consistent as well today on the 124 machine. So down into the bottom track they go for the last time, and Emily Murrell is on her way. Can she grab a New South Wales dirt track title? I tell you what, she's been very much improved, Ross. I've seen her the last few meetings I've been to, and each time she's gotten better and better. And there's the checkered flag for win number 3. Well deserved, Emily Murrell on bike number 20. 20. Katana Robinson picks up second place on the 3-3-4. It was a good ride from her that time. And rounding out the top three was Keely Pearson on bike 1-2-4. But another good win to Emily Murrell.
Well, the Gunnedah Club would be keeping their fingers crossed that everything stays okay for Emily Murrell, because as you said, Dole, she certainly has stamped herself as the firm favourite for the New South Wales Pro Open Women's Championship. Now, round 3 of the Pro 250 Championship, and this is heat number 1 coming up, the first of 2 heats. In this heat, we're scheduled to see Brodie Trembath, Tom Edwards, Christian O'Donnell, Max Kelly, Jaden Roberts, Reese Irvin and Blake Irwin to come out in this first heat of the Pro 250 Championship. And the 2 heats will be followed by the 7 and 12s Championship as the traps fall. Again, one rider a bit slow from the start. There's a few riders just can't pick the start here at Gunnedah Traps, and they get away very slowly, but not so, I don't think, for Thomas Openshaw, or Thorin Openshaw, who has the lead.
Yeah, Openshaw got away to another flyer of a start in this one. He's been gating beautifully all day, Openshaw, but a little bit of pressure coming now, and it's coming from Tom Edwards on bike number 27. Tommy Edwards is looking to try and grab that race lead away from Openshaw, and he's going to chase hard in this one with Openshaw, the race leader. But look at Edwards. He'll be searching and probing, scheming for a way through as they go through that first turn. They've broken away from the rest of the pack, and they're battling it out for this race win here. Torrin Openshaw on bike number 63, and the guy right behind giving chase is the 27 of Tommy Edwards, and he's right on his hammer though, not letting him get it too far away and putting the pressure to him, looking for a mistake.
And in third spot at the moment, I think you'll find is Jaden Roberts on the 2-2-3, but we'll confirm that as Thomas Torrin Openshaw still under that heaps of pressure at the moment to try and hang on to this lead. And certainly the challenge coming on very, very strongly. Jaden Roberts back in third place. Christian O'Donnell trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, O'Donnell briefly got around, but he managed to get it back. Look at this battle up front, though. Great battle between these two as they come down onto the straight with only one to go. Openshaw leads. Second spot, Edwards trying desperately to get through. He's still right on Openshaw's hammer, looking to try and grab that race lead away from him as they go down into the bottom part of the track. Edwards now has a look on the inside. He sets himself up for that right-hander and switches back to the outside to put himself on that inside for the sweeping left-hander, but it's only one turn to go. Openshaw, the race leader, and he's going to hang on, though. That's been a good determined ride and a good win to Torrin Openshaw on bike number 63. Edwards is second. Third place goes to Jaden Roberts on the 2-2-3. He wins that battle ahead of Christian O'Donnell on bike number 49, who comes across the line in fourth spot in heat number 1, round 3 of the Pro 250 Championship. And it was a victory to Torrin Openshaw, another one for him, ahead of Tom Edwards and Jaden Roberts.
Openshaw's proving to be one of those riders that once he gets his nose in front, he seems to be able to control the race. He just picks the right lines. The other riders are going to have to work hard to get by him. Okay, heat number 2 coming up in round 3 of the Pro 250s. Scheduled to see Brock Gow, Trevor Marsh, Riley Biddle, Billy Ryan, Hope Louise Irwin, Jaden Trembath and Miley Robinson as the traps fall. And a bit of a scrambly old start there. The riders spread out fairly much so as they go into the first corner for the first time.
Yeah, and Billy Ryan got the whole shot as they went in there. A group of about 3 riders too, not much between those 3 as they charge their way into that first turn, and down the bottom part of the track they come into the change of direction, and Billy Ryan has got the best of the start. The riders out behind, I think it was Riley Biddle on the 37 that's into second placing. And he's giving chase to this race leader, but he's got the work cut out to charge down Billy Ryan, who's been pretty consistent today. Back in third spot is Jaden Trembath, and they're the top three on the track currently as they make their way down once more. We're still about 1.5 laps left to negotiate, but out in front and looks like seemingly in control of this one, but we've seen it many times before, and then the race changed completely in the dying stages of the race. But it's Billy Ryan on the 52 who leads the way.
And certainly having a better day as the day goes on as Ryan. He's showing that, okay, I've got used to this track. My bikes are going pretty well, and I need to go pretty well too. But we've got Ryder down. We'll try and spot who that was that fell. Looks like Jaden Trembath, who was up in the top three there momentarily. So that's been a costly drop for him.
Yeah, Trembath was on the podium, and he just lost it coming out of that final turn onto the straight. But there's only 1 lap left to go for the race leader, Billy Ryan. He's been super dominant in this one as he comes past us once more. Riley Biddle in second place. Then a long gap back after, and it's Brock Gow on bike number 2 in third place ahead of Trevor Marsh. So down the bottom they go, and this is the final lap. And this is going to be a dominant win for the race leader as he comes out of the bottom turn, and he'll grab the checkered flag. And this has been a good ride. Biddle in second place on the 37, but the victory across the line goes to Billy Ryan on bike number 52. He takes the win. Riley Biddle is going to come across the line in second place. Third place is going to go to Gow on the 2. And then just out of the top 3, the 22 of Trevor Marsh.
So the third round for the Pro 250s is complete, and we move to event 88 on the program today. 88 races you've been able to witness live here from Balcarry Park, Gunnedah, thanks to Motorcycling New South Wales and Skywalker Studios with the live stream for you on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel.
I think this is the one they combine too, Ross.
I think they do combine these two as well, Joel. These are the 2 heats of the 7s to 12s, which were originally that looked like they had more than 12 starters, but are now down to 10 or less than 12. And so these two events will be combined, event 88 and event 89. And so we won't run through the 2 program listed riders here. We'll just try and pick them up as they come past us for the very first time. Yeah, and a very good start there by Hugo Holmes, the local rider.
Yeah, Hugo Holmes away well once again, but right behind him is Flynn Beard, and he's a guy that we've seen not necessarily get away to the best starts, but then comes home very strongly on bike number 43. But at the moment, Holmes has got a nice advantage over Beard in second place. And those 2 boys are clearing away from the rest of the pack. There's Holmes right behind him, the 43 of Beard, starting to make his way up to the front of the race and try and put some pressure on race leader Hugo Holmes. So, and back in third place is Wildsmith on the 666. But look at the battle up front of the race. It's these 2 riders that are cleared out. There's a good battle going on behind though for third spot, and Wildsmith on bike 666. He's coming under a lot of pressure from the riders behind, all wanting to get up into that third spot and bag that 20 points that's on offer for third placing. And Wildsmith is the guy that's in there, but also getting up there is trying to get the place. 7, that's grid position 7. He's trying to throw me under the bus here as Hugo Holmes comes across the line. Beard in second place, Wildsmith, and then I think it's the 85 of Jake Straney that's back in fourth spot. The mystery number 7 must have dropped out somewhere. I can't see him anywhere on the track as they go down the back straightaway. And the battle for third placing is a cracker. Straney now, as he got through on Wildsmith, now up into third spot. I think he has. Wildsmith drops back now to fourth placing, and Straney moves onto the podium. So this has been a good battle for these minor placings. Race leader Holmes, second spot Beard, but here on your screen is the battle that's been going on for third spot. And Straney has a bit of a look over the shoulder, and he sees Wildsmith still there and looking to try and wrestle that third spot back away from him that he had a bit earlier. But, oh, gee, he ran very wide out of the turn, and another rider came through on the inside and has snabbled up that fourth spot. So bad luck for him. He drops back to fifth placing. But meanwhile, it's checkered flag time, and it's going to wave once more for Hugo Holmes on bike number 5. He takes the victory. Second spot to Flynn Beard on the 43. Third place is going to go to Straney. Is it on the 85? No! The 7 it is, McNamara. I think that gets up Ty McNamara. He gets up a third spot. And Ross must have predicted, so had the crystal ball out there, and it's McNamara that came through and grabbed that podium third spot. What a finish by him. He was nowhere. I didn't see him at all figuring. It was the 666 of Wildsmith who was battling it out, and then all with Jake Straney, and then all of a sudden McNamara's capitalised and he's finished in third spot.
Those youngsters in that 7 to 12 group, they are very competitive. And provide us with some entertaining racing, which you saw just there. So we move straight to event 90 now with the combinations of 88 and 89. And this is the third round of the ATV Open Women's. And we're scheduled to see Catherine Higgs, Kim McKay, Shana Stimpson and Chevelle Green in this third round of competition. And then we will move to the 12s to 16s in event 91, which is round 3.
Away they go too in the ATV Open Women's, and it's Catherine Higgs. Catherine gets away to another cracker of a start. Chevelle Green tried to go with her, but just couldn't quite match her, and Catherine has got the advantage once more and takes up the race running on bike number 32 as they go down through the bottom, and she leads the way. This is round 3 of the ATV Open Women's, and Catherine Higgs is your race leader on bike number 32. She's already picked up 2 wins in the class today, and she's on the way to number 3. Down she comes with still a couple to go. Giving chase is Chevelle Green on the 666, and then back behind them, the only other rider in it is Kim McKay, and Kim's on bike number 75, but they're pretty much strung out at the moment, and down through the bottom they go, and race leader Catherine Higgs is doing it comfortably out in front on bike number 32. Oh, geez. There was Chevelle Green getting a little bit sideways with the back end coming into that top turn. But there she is, your race leader. There's still 2 laps left to go. Catherine Higgs with the pink outfit, the bike number 32. And she's dominated the class so far today. She's had they've had 2 rides, 2 wins, and she's on the way to make it win number 3. And she's well on the way to do that. She's comfortably out in front and leads from Chevelle Green, who is on bike 666 in second spot. Then a long gap back to Kim McKay on the 75 with only 1 lap left to go.
And Catherine Higgins is going to relax a little bit comfortably tonight, because she knows she's got 3 wins from 3 starts on the board, and knows that that takes away a fair bit of pressure now, because this championship division will only be run on points, and it kind of, unless she has a problem mechanically tomorrow, virtually I think is wrapping up the New South Wales Championship in the ATV Open for women. So down to the checkered flag, very strong convincing win to Catherine Higgs from the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club, running a very strong campaign here at Gunnedah today. Takes us to event 91 in the third round of competition today, and this is the 12 to 16 years division, where we're scheduled to see William Wiggins, Taj Edwards, who's gone well today, Preston Craft, Archie Ryman, Jed King, Lawson Seam, Jesse Johnston, Byron Jolliffe, Nash Carlyon, Johnny Cooper and Zeke Pereira in this round 3 of event 91. The starter is happy with things at the traps. The traps fall down and a bit of a wobbly start in the middle there, but no one really badly hampered. As the rider, is it Jed King that got away pretty well in front there?
Will Wiggins, Ross, on the 11.
Wiggins on the 11.
Yeah, Will Wiggins got out of the traps best of all, and he leads the way on bike number 11. He's done it before today, earlier on, got away nicely and led, but then squandered the lead away. So let's see if he can hang on to it this time, and already starting to try and get as much distance between himself and the rest of the field as he can. The 75 in second spot is Jed King, and Jed is in second place on the track at the moment, but there's your leader, Will Wiggins. He stretching away a little. Now getting up, that's Carline in bike number 600. Now Carline moves up into second place now. He goes ahead of Jed King now, who drops back to third placing. And now can he get out and chase down this race leader, Will Wiggins. He's given him a fair bit of a head start, but through that change of direction, Carline is starting to make up the ground that he needs to try and put himself in position for a shot at the lead.
He looks really good in that back section of the track. Trouble those, no, he's Carline starting to really challenge for the lead, and back to second place now and third place now, behind that second place holder, and that was Jed King. I think it got up into second spot. So Wiggins, as we've pointed out, wow, is he starting to open up a huge gap here. The riders behind challenging and certainly providing some tough competition. But just the same, they're making it very, very difficult for to peg back any ground on Will Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins has taken advantage of Carline. Here's Johnny Cooper starting to join in as well, the battle for the minor placings. And there's Carline getting back into second place, but going through as well was Johnny Cooper, and he's followed through in third placing, and he'll be the big danger to Carline now for that second spot, but he's only got less than half a lap to go. Your race winner is going to be Will Wiggins on bike number 11, barring any sort of mishap as he comes out of the final turn to the checkered flag. But look at this battle for second place. Can Cooper get up on the inside? Johnny Cooper on the inside. Carline just hangs on.
I think so.
Just on the 600, he finishes across the line. And a great finish from Johnny Cooper, who came into third placing, but almost snatched that second spot away from Nash Carline on bike number 16. So an exciting finish to the 85cc 2-stroke and 154-stroke 12 to under 16 years, round number 3.
And coming up next, round number 3 in the Sidecar Championship. And the rider that's been going, or the riders that have been going extremely well here, Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, will be pretty firm favourites to see if I think they won the previous 2 races in the sidecars.
Oh, they've absolutely blitzed the fur. Look, you can see they get out of the traps like nothing else. That bike just flies out. But this time, the 22 are going to try and stick with them. That's Ford and Cornwall. But good luck. I think you need a SpaceX rocket to be able to keep up with these guys out front, because they've been in super touch today and they've won by a long, long way. At the moment, they seem to be stretching the lead that much, but
Ford and Cornwall got untidy coming in turn 2. The chair, the sidecar part tipped up a little bit and they lost a little bit of ground there. And in third place at the moment is Jim Jobling. But take nothing away from the race leader Matthew Davies and his passenger Tom Northey. They're a great combination. They've got the bike really well fired up, and they're now starting to open up a fairly big gap on our second place getters, Ford and Cornwall.
Yeah, looking comfortable, Ross, on the track at the moment. You can see there the distance they've got over the second place getters. There's the camera shot we switched to, sweeping onto the big left-hander and onto the straight, and with still 2 laps left remaining. There's your race winner, the 414, the Flying Rocket. It comes past us once more. Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, they're really on it today. They've been super quick in the opening 2 rounds, and again in this third round, and he has a bit of a look over, does Matthew Davies, just to see where his closest competitor is, and he's back in the main street of Gunnedah at the moment. He's it's the 22.
Might be getting an early start at the Chinese.
Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall, who tried desperately to keep in touch with these guys, but they just haven't had the pace, and it's just been a really cracking pace from Matthew Davies and Tom Northey.
And they look a comfortable combination, Joel, and yet Ford the passenger getting into trouble on the bikes behind, and once you see how valuable it is to a rider that his passenger can keep everything under control. It's certainly showing up in this race, and it's going to be another convincing win.
Yeah, it certainly is. Into the straight for the very last time. There they are, the 4-1-4 of Matthew Davies and Tom Northey. They take the victory. They just cruise across the line. And second spot, he held Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall. They take second place. Third place goes to Jim Jobling and Jaden Trembath on bike 195. And there the top three, Stephen Smith, Matthew Doyle, just missing out on the podium 3 finish.
Now coming up, the 4 heats of the Pro 450s, and I won't be surprised if this doesn't bring us to an end of today's program, because it completes 3 rounds of competition. Just been a great effort by everybody, riders and officials and administrators. But I'm not the guy who decides that. We're ready to get set now for the first heat of round 3 of the Pro 450s. Look out for Marty McNamara. Look out for Thomas Donnelly. Look out for Thomas Herrick in this one.
Oh, great
this
heat.
is going to be a terrific heat. They're at the traps. The starter is not ready with them yet, though. There must be still something on the track that needs clearing before we get into this race, because the starter is not happy with them in their hands. He's having a look around to see if the track is completely clear. But this is going to be a tremendous heat, this one. McNamara, Donnelly and Herrick. Wow, who's going to win it? McNamara's been in very good form today. He likes this Gunnedah track, and he'll be certainly one to watch. But Tom Herrick and Tom Donnelly seems to have found a little bit of form in the late afternoon as well. But as our starter moves out on track, it looks like he's ready and happy that the track is clear. And so we're ready for Heat 1 in round 3 of the Pro 450 Championship. They're at the traps. They're keen and eager to get started. The starter's holding them at the moment until everybody's comfortable and ready on the starting grid. Looks like he's waiting for one rider to get himself completely set, which has now happened. The starter's ready to hold up his board. Let's see what's happening here in the final, or the heat round 3, which might be the final round for today. Starter is ready. The traps fall. That looked to be a very even start. Oh, one rider down at the start. Came adrift right there at the start. But this is a pretty crowded bunch going into the first turn. Looks like Thomas Donnelly might have grabbed the lead.
Yeah, Donnelly from Herrick and then McNamara. They're the top 3 on the track at the moment. And Donnelly got away to a good start. It looked like Herrick might have been able to bully his way through and keep him out. But Donnelly held the nerve, and he's got the race lead on bike number 9. Herrick in second spot, then McNamara. This is a cracker of a heat to kick off the round 3 of the Pro 450s. And Tom Donnelly out in front. Herrick in second place, doing it nicely at the moment, sitting there. McNamara starting to drop off the pace a little in third placing, but these two up front are setting a cracking pace, and down through they go, the change of direction, and Thomas Donnelly. Here comes Herrick. He's on the charge.
You wonder whether, looking at Marty McNamara, who's been in super form, whether competing in that over 35s might be saying to take its toll on him, physically that is, because it's unusual for him to be off the pace here, whereas Donnelly and Herrick are riding very strongly out in front. McNamara's probably decided, all right, well, I'm not going to push any buttons here. I'm going to be happy with third place. because these two up front, they are really tagging each other big time. Thomas Donnelly being chased very strongly by Herrick as they come into the sweeper and down the main straightaway.
Yeah, Herrick trying desperately, a little too hard there, and he lost some ground on Donnelly, the race leader, as they head off on their final lap. And Donnelly, the race leader, on the 9. Herrick still staying in touch. McNamara's dropped off the pace back in third, but look at these two as they come down through that bottom part of the track. They'll head towards the change of direction. Donnelly now, Herrick. Will he have one last crack at him as they come onto the big sweeping left-hander? I think Donnelly's got him covered though as they charge towards the checkered flag, and Tom Donnelly, good ride under a lot of pressure from Thomas Herrick in second spot. Marty McNamara picks up third place, and then Des Williams just out of the top 3. But a good finish with Ryan New on the 267, picking up 4th spot. But a good ride from Thomas Donnelly that controlled that race well and made it near impossible for Herrick to find a way through.
I think he said in that race, okay, I'm going to be on the pace tomorrow, so look out for me. Heat number 2 coming up. Jet Carter, Callan Butcher, Andy Fisher, Neil Girdler, Riley Biddle, Josh McCosker, Lewis Tyne, Logan Davis and Torin Openshaw. Openshaw has been making absolute bottlers of starts so far today. Let's see if he can do that here, because Riley Biddle goes fairly strongly, as does Logan Davis. So Openshaw might not get it all his own way as the traps fall. Away they go. A pretty narrow field here, not a lot of riders, so perhaps rider and machine starting to tell the toll as the day goes on in this second heat in round 3 of the Pro 450s.
Yeah, and it was Openshaw again. He's gated beautifully today. He sets himself up in that first corner. Riley Biddle right behind him, but it's Openshaw that's taken control early of this one, and he's going to make it hard for the guys behind to try and get around him as they sweep onto the straight for the very first time and come past us on the stripe. And Openshaw leads the way ahead of Biddle. Josh McCosker is next on the track, followed by Logan Davis, and they're the top 4 riders. Now getting a bit closer there was Biddle in that first turn, but Openshaw then kicked on a little as they came out of turn number 1, and he leads the way comfortably. All rider getting out of shape there with the back of the pack, dropped a few positions as they hit into the change of direction, and a good battle up front of the race between these two guys that are starting to really battle it out. There's still a couple of laps left to go for the race leader. Openshaw, Biddle in second spot. Third place is Davis. And up into 4th spot, I think that's Lewis Tyne on bike number 27 in 4th placing. But there's a clear top 3 at the moment. You can see on your screen the race leader Openshaw, Biddle in second spot in the white and blue bike, giving chase. And right behind him is Davis on the 76, who's looking to try and join in that battle of 3 riders up front. But there's only 1 lap left to go, and Openshaw looks like he's in control of this one.
Yeah, once he gets control, he shows that he has a liking for this Valkyrie Park circuit. Good battle for second. Oh, down goes the rider in 3rd spot.
Biddle.
Biddle was the rider in 3rd, who was making a bit of a challenge on the inside for the second placing, and it's proved very costly for him. The mistake has forced him from 3rd back to last.
Oh, it was Davis, I beg your pardon, Ross, on the 76. My mistake there. Biddle still holding on to that second spot, but a checkered flag time for Thorin Openshaw. He takes the victory. There's Biddle in second on the 37 bike. Now, 3rd place. Oh, good battle for 3rd. But Lewis Tyne just hangs on bike number 27. And Logan Davis, he'll be spewing with that because the points, as we've mentioned through the day a few times, are all important. And he had a few there. And you want to be in the top 10 with 40-odd riders. You need to be in that top 10 to go straight through, because it's going to be a hell of a repechage. There's going to be some top-class riders in it, and there's only going to be 2 spots up for grabs.
Look forward to that tomorrow. Heat 3 in round 3 of the Pro 450 Championship. The starter is already happy with them. They're already at the traps. Look out for Cody Lewis, Daniel Wicks, Ronan Jacobs, Brandon Burns, Tom Edwards. This is going to be a pretty cracker of a heat too, and they're all in blue.
Yeah, Burns got away to a good start. Rossi gets the whole shot going into the turn ahead of Wixie as they bounce their way through that part of the track. But he's been super impressive from the gate too today, as Brandon Burns on the 475. But look out, here comes Daniel Wicks looking to try and chase him down and grab that race lead away from him. And they're trying to battle it out. It might be Max Kelly or Archer Cooper Ball up there in third spot, or even Tommy Edwards. But let's have a look as they come across. And it is Edwards now moving up ahead of Archibald to go into third placing. So the top three in this one as they run down into the bottom corner. Brandon Burns on the 4.75 leads the way. Daniel Wicks in second, and third place is Tommy Edwards.
Yeah, Tommy Edwards got caught up in the bunch going into turn one for the first time, and he didn't get a clear shot at them. Now he's got a clear shot on the track. He has the opportunity to make up ground, but it's a lot of ground he's got to make up. Although he is starting to grab in Lewis in that second spot. He's starting to charge him down. He's really making amends for getting hung up in that traffic early in the race. Have a look at Edwards charging into turn two to get a shot at Lewis. Maybe he gets him going through this change of direction.
Yeah, Wixie, it is Ross in second spot.
Wicks,
that's hanging on. Lewis surprisingly back in fifth place, but that's where the duel is up front at the moment with only one lap left to negotiate. Brandon Burns on the 4.75 leads. Daniel Wicks in second. Edwards in third placing, and there's Lewis now moving up, trying to move up into fourth spot. But look at this battle for second. Wicks, he's got pressure from Tommy Edwards. Tommy Edwards looking to try and squeeze through on the inside. There was no room through there, though. He couldn't find a path. No, it's still Wicks hanging on to that second spot. Desperately. He doesn't want to let go, but Edwards throwing everything at him. It's going to be a good win for Brandon Burns, but it's going to be close for the Miners. But Daniel Wicks, he hangs on under all sorts of pressure. They've got to get a good second spot. Third place goes to Tommy Edwards. I think Cody Lewis just got up for fourth place. But a fantastic another race in heat number 3 of the Pro 450s, and a good win to Brandon Burns, who's starting to really look good in this class, Ross.
Yeah, he is. He's been super impressive in the last couple of rounds, in round 2 and round 3. And he's certainly putting himself into calculation for this championship. So now we come to heat number 4 in round 3, event 96 today in the Pro 450 Championship. Okay, we need to keep an eye here on maybe Christian O'Donnell, who's been going well today, Reese Irvin, Tyler Davies, trying to pick up the big points here. William
Billy
second.
Ryan too, Rossi's been impressive today.
Yeah, Billy
52.
Ryan's been good. They're at the start, and the starter is happy with them at the traps at the moment. So final chance in round 3 to pick up some points here in the Pro 450 Championship, and it's a very even charge going into turn 1.
Yeah, looks like Billy Ryan there got the advantage on the outside and slid his way through into the race lead. Cooper Dunn was up there early on the 4.27, but it looks like Billy Ryan, I think it is on the red bike 52, leads the way, and he's starting to try and stretch away from the rest of the field in this final heat of round 3 for the Pro 450s, and onto the straight they come for the very first time, and Billy Ryan on bike number 52 leads the way. There's getting into second spot is the 4.27, that is Cooper Dunn. He's hanging on now. Reese Irvin in the 400 is currently holding down third spot, but look at that battle between all 4 riders for the minor placings, really starting to bunch up a little and trying to desperately pick up as many points as they can. A couple of riders side by side almost touched there as they came out of the turn. You can see there in that shot how close those 4 riders are as they all come onto the straight, and it's Dunn on the 4.27 that's under pressure, and it's coming from Irvin, and also the 4.15 of Tyler Davies and Christian O'Donnell on the 49. So they're the 4 riders all scrapping it out in behind this race leader for the minor placings. It's still anyone's go for the minors. There's a rider drifting off the line a little and lost a spot there as they came through. That might have been Irvin on bike number 400. O'Donnell looking to try and get through from about 4th or 5th spot at the moment. So one more lap left to go. Race leader is easily Billy Ryan. Second spot now is gone to the 400 of Reese Irvin. He's pulled away from the rest of those riders that are battling it out for that third placing, and at the moment Cooper Dunn is just hanging on to third spot with only half a lap left to run. Down as the sun starts to get lower in the sky and into the bottom turn for the very last time. The checkered flag's going to wave, and it waves for Billy Ryan in the Pro 450 heat number 4. Round number 3 takes the win. Second place goes to Irvin on the 400. What a good ride from O'Donnell to get up for third spot. He's come from the clouds and won that battle of about 3 or 4 bikes all boxing on for that podium third spot. But what a great way to finish what's been a fantastic day of racing here.
Well, we think it is. The traps haven't come up.
I've called it. That's
You've
it.
called it. Okay. So yes, 3 rounds of competition done today. So that's congratulations to the organisers, the officials and the riders have done a great job to get through 96 events today, which you have had the pleasure of being able to sit at home or wherever you've been to watch our live coverage here from Balcarry Park. So a great effort by them, and there's been some terrific racing right throughout the day. Juniors, yes, great racing there. Seniors, the women, the ATVs. It's been a very, very entertaining day of racing. And look out for tomorrow when we get to round number 4 for everybody in round number 4 tomorrow. But for the divisions whereby the championship will be decided on repechage and final, that will be their 4th round, will be their last chance to score points to get into the top 10. So we'll have the full round of round 4 for all divisions, and then we will have in round 5 we'll just have those divisions that are not contesting the repechage and the final, and then we'll finish up with the repechages and the finals on tomorrow's program. So another big day of racing. Thank you to our team from Motorcycling New South Wales, to James, and to our sponsors. Motorcycling New South Wales bringing us their coverage on the YouTube channel, to AgriForce, who are great supporters for the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club to present this championship. It's been a terrific day of racing and one to look forward to tomorrow. Yeah,
it certainly has, Ross. A lot of these divisions, as we've seen, riders riding in multiple divisions, and just the quality of racing. I've been super impressed with the track here today. It really has held up nicely.
Terrific.
It's produced some really good racing. So much looking forward to tomorrow's day of racing, because that's when we get right down to the brass tacks of it. We get into, as I mentioned, you mentioned the final rounds, the repechages, which is the very last chance for riders. They need to get in that top 2 in the repechage, or they just have to pack up their bikes and they're off home, unfortunately. And then you've got the top 10 that'll go straight through to an 8-lap, 12-rider final. And geez, that's going to be some super exciting stuff here at Balcarry Park tomorrow. And yeah, certainly looking forward to it after what we've seen here today with the action.
Yeah, so as we pan out to show you the terrific skyline here to the west of Gunnedah, from Ross and from Joel, thanks for joining us on the live stream this afternoon. Please tell your family and friends about it tonight, that they can catch all of the action of tomorrow on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Please join us again tomorrow.
2025 AgriForce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by AgriForce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.